Good day, everybody. Welcome back. It's the WePlay Academy League Season 4. We are deep in the trenches of Counter-Strike action. And Launders, I got a story to tell you. Oh, 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 oh. I got a story to tell you. Yesterday, are you there? Oh, Launders is muted. Well, oh well. I'll just keep talking. Bring you guys back. Bring you guys back into it. Launders is going to figure out his stuff. I'll tell you guys about the dream. Maybe Launders can figure this out himself. Maybe he can hear it. You know what I mean? I had a dream. Me and Launders bought a $1.2 million mansion. We put our money together. We bought a mansion. And we used that mansion to take the WePlay Academy League into a LAN environment. It was like a summit crossed with a WePlay. And the content was amazing. You guys should have seen it. But, it wasn't real, so you can't.
Hello.
Hey,
Hello.
man.
Hello. Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Nice.
Cool.
My mixer is being real funny. Okay.
Hey, that's it happens, man.
One
Happens.
day we're gonna be totally wireless. I don't have to worry about these
Cables and whatnot.
mixers. Yeah, there won't even be
God,
real. It'll just be software one day. There won't even be a product in your room.
we might not even have to speak. We can just
Yeah,
think our thoughts and then transmit them to the people.
exactly. I'll have a
Maybe
mouse,
one
mouse
day.
pad, keyboard, monitor plugged into nothing.
Just sitting
Electricity
there with
will be
our
a thing of
eyes
the
rolled
past.
back, man, in the mainframe, man. Um, Today's schedule: Apex Rebels versus Navi Junior to begin the day. We're gonna have a lot more Group B action, if I'm not mistaken. We had a lot of A games yesterday. We saw the standings shuffle up and down. And so Navi Junior to start, Furia Academy versus Astralis Talent is map 2. That's going to be sick. And then as we switch back to Group A, it's with a treat. The Prospects versus Fnatic Rising.
Dude, yeah, this is gonna be good because okay, well, I mean, Navi Junior should beat Apex Rebels. If they lose this game, I can no longer say I believe in Navi Junior. This is a team where they only have their one victory so far or two, but I feel like they're definitely better than that. They don't win this game, I'm taking it back.
It's all over. Then to end the day, the MOUZ NXT Spirit game, I think that's really curious just because we see Spirit climbing through the ranks, now passing Young Gods. They've got the momentum in their camp. Uh, Obviously, MOUZ clearly ahead of everybody else. And that, because we're getting towards the end of the regular season, will not change unless they lose this game as well, right? Like Spirit Academy has to be the first team to strike down MOUZ before another couple do if Fnatic Rising or Prospects or OG want to take that top spot. They're not far off from MOUZ, but that one loss very much clean compared to the others, all sitting at a minimum of 3. And then, the Young Gods versus Eternal Fire game to round out the day. At this point, there is no way to get Eternal Fire out of the bottom of the group, as far as I see. So it looks like they won't be able to play the play-in. They won't be a part of playoffs, but maybe they can still chase that ever elusive one map win.
Yeah, to be honest, it actually would be still. I mean, we would celebrate. I would pop
Yeah,
bottles. I
yeah.
think it would be so exciting, right? If we got the win. And I think the win does matter to them, even if they can't do anything with it. Just ending a season, eh, and whatever. I mean, just not getting a single victory when there's so many chances to play that's not going to feel good. They came close a couple of times, but okay. Apex Rebels are another team who I feel like not doing too hot. They're kind of the eternal fire of the other group, actually, and I guess lucky that they got their first win over Furia Academy, who grew to be a lot stronger after that match. Um, and funnily enough, even took him to overtime in the rematch versus Navi Junior, who are bottom of the barrel, but playing closer to some of these better teams, and also nearly won the Vertigo game versus Astralis,
Mm-hmm.
nearly won this Inferno match versus Furia, and they had players like Fear, who might have been the best player on the server, not just the best player on the team, even though they lost.
We'll see if they can replicate what they've already done, which is a victory over Apex Rebels. That one win that Navi have is versus this team, and they got it on Vertigo. So we see that at the top. Vertigo, Dust 2, Inferno, the 3 maps we've kind of seen consistently from the Navi Junior camp. Fear, like you mentioned, top fragger, the consistency. Head trick has been with him at times. It's when we compare these two teams, I believe in Navi Junior as well, more than I believe in Apeks Rebels in terms of kind of upsetting at the bottom of this Group B. Even though we know, all these numbers, right? If I'm not mistaken, this is kind of inflated because Apeks Rebels did rehaul the roster coming into it. So it's a team that's also working in progress, just like Navi were. But I think Navi, because they have the vets of Headtrick and Fear, should be able to just keep that clear gap over top of them. So Vito comes in quick, no overpass, no nuke, and no ancient. It's going to be Apeks Rebels' decision to take us where they want.
And for them, I mean, there's nothing bad about taking a risk here if they want to go somewhere new. Okay, they'll go for Dust 2. I think, yeah, we haven't seen them play it, but why not? Dust 2, let's go to a new place. They did play in the Telia League versus, versus the Prospects and lost. Pretty one-sided affair there, 16-7. Outside of that, Navi Junior, we know that they've always played Dust 2, even though it hasn't been super kind to them in Season 4. Yeah, in terms of individuals over on Navi Junior, Headtrick has actually had a couple of bad maps. And unfortunately, these are best of one, so it's not like a best of, a bad map in a series. It's just the whole performance. And Fear didn't play so well versus Big Academy. That was a tough game. No one really performed there. But the Fury Academy lost. Fear Headtrick was absent. Fear was there. So they need to make sure that they're consistent at the same time, because together they are two of the better players in the league overall.
Matter of the stars aligning in that regards. And obviously, Navi Junior, we're coming off of a very difficult loss versus Big Academy on this map. That 16-4 that just really left us wanting more from Navi Junior. And they're not, that's back-to-back losses from Big on Dust 2. So Apeks Rebels thinking maybe they can do the same. We'll see it. It's been a lot of overpass, a lot of vertigo out of Apeks Rebels, so it is kind of cool to see something fresh towards the tail end of the season. And unlike over in Group A, Group B does not have a team that gets eliminated prior to the play-in. So even though both these guys are at that, bottom of the barrel, one win only type situation, at least they'll still have a second chance if they're not able to get their second win today, which would let the other team kind of pull ahead and stay ahead to be fifth instead of sixth. But alas, pistol starts. T-side Apeks Rebels already coming around the corners of top middle, where Headtrick finds the headshot, opens 5v4 for Navi.
Yeah, no Xbox smoke on this one, and actually that's one half of the smoke's gone. Oh, it'll be picked up. Okay, so we could double smoke the cross. Oh, no, sorry, they just handed that over. So yeah, they've only got one smoke on this, which means these players in CT spawn might still be very powerful, and they don't have a molly for car. So Nipple goes uncleared. Rotators coming in. Should be a clean
Gotta check your corners.
But, ooh. I mean, 2 for 2, 2 for 1 right there.
Gonna have to be the catwalk retake. One smoke on the cross versus AKs, or versus M4s rather. Yeah, maybe you get shot down. One smoke for the cross, just pistols. Jump in, cause a little ruckus, and force it into the retake. So we got Demon, Frozik, Headtrick, all working up the catwalk. One locked in, close on ramp. That's Sense. And cover from VHW, working with that long-range P250. Oh, but Headtrick, his USP, right to the face, and make that another. Demon kicks it off. Headtrick with 3, and all of those pretty long range, because he killed the guy top mid to start the round.
Yeah, that's true. God damn, that was a crazy shot, right? Because they're getting the smoke down. He's just going to look at it for a second. And they smoke the corner of the site. They're just going to stick, even if he stands there. It's his first attempt. The VHW was just watching paint dry, holding that angle for all of 20 seconds with his P250. Like, this is my time. This is my time. Telling himself he's the best player. It all comes down to this moment. And then boom, Headtrick, who just showed up. First day of work. Puts him to bed.
Buy comes through off the back of the bomb plant, and Sense opens. Headshot into Headtrick. Now he's going to have to watch this one from the sidelines. A strong pistol into an opening death in round 2. Going to go for tunnels control here. Try to get that kill back. Brave on his own. Gets one, but gets refragged back by Demon. So T-side just going to continue to get ever closer to that cross. Fear, ump from downtown versus Galil's. Not favored in that fight. Neither's Nipple, right? We've got AKs, Galil's, M4s, Apeks Rebels in a decent spot with a bomb site under their wraps as well.
No utility needed for the cross whatsoever, so they'll quietly get the bomb down. Oh, at a cost. Sense dies. Saw how good that retake was. And look at the amount of utility here for the CT side. Can't help but feel like this is going to be tricky.
Burn VHW out of the position. Ramp player could always pop up and stop it, but down goes the util, and they forced him into the open. Berserk from the corner, that's the big one. Kills Demon. Forces Fear back. Nade finds a little bit more on Tapeware, but he is still just locked in, and with time ticking quick, Fear no kit. They're going to have to let this slide. Apeks Rebels with the force down A to get themselves right back after losing Pistol.
It becomes a touch expensive, but what's important for Apeks is they win the round and they even save one of these beautiful M4s. So, well, okay, the buy this next round is interesting because there might be a situation where Navi Jr. force to steal this back. Looks like they absolutely are. Berserk coming into the duel here is the big one. And Navi Jr., yeah. So there is also a Galil on the ground. It's a formidable buy. I think Apeks Rebels will understand that they're going to have to chew through some more armor sets. But when they do, oh, what a sweet couple of rounds after that that'll be.
They'd love to safely assume that's the way this one's going to go, but head trick scout, Galil. Get them in the right position. Walk into the wrong stack. Suddenly Navi Jr. got you bruised. Boosted. And Tapeware going to play this super patient, just waiting for somebody to come clear long. You know, let the CTs settle in a little. Let them make a mistake. Tapeware playing whack-a-mole with head trick. It's a dangerous game, but it's one he's survived so long. Bomb going to cross back through T-spawn and look to come join Sense. And Tapeware in the pit. No top mid control. Apeks Rebels. The cross will go unspotted, and Navi Jr. just kind of playing blind. Sitting in the dark. Head trick sees it, tags it as well. So that's Tapeware down to 30. That looked like it could have been a lineup, but just an extra 10 on Brave. Frag to the cross. Smokes go down. Util pressure comes back, and then the Deagles try to find something. It's Fear's Galil that could really go big here. Flashbang comes through. He finds one kill. Car player doesn't answer. Oh! 3! Fear just destroys them. Comes through that smoke.
Scout assist, the Frozic flash, and now there's two. 15 seconds. They don't have time. They have... Oh, wait a second. With this kill, maybe they can get a plant off. CT's keeping the pressure on, making this annoying as possible.
Head trick has 3. Frozic's looking around these corners. VHW can no longer cover. Deagle's good for the double. That push from Fear is just phenomenal. The fact he turns that on the car player to get all 3, hot damn.
Yeah, it's right after the cross, and no one's playing anti-flash waiting for the push, or they're staring at the smoke, and they get punished for that. So, you know, a big cross like this is fine, of course, but in this situation, how does that even actually happen? They're top of single box, don't even look down. His teammates are getting melted down, and he doesn't want to look in their direction. Okay. Well, we have said Fear is Medusa, so don't look him in the eyes, I guess. He still can kill you.
Froze them like statues. Damn.
What do you think that was? Top of single box.
What do you mean?
He was just standing on top of single box staring at cats.
I don't know. I don't know, man. Gargoyling.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we do get mistakes out of Apeks Rebels. Maybe standing up there perched like a parrot. Gets punished. Nipple. He's stuck. He's waiting. Frag grenade could land perfectly on Brave. Ooh. 25 to Brave. 43 to Sense. Force Wars continue. Double AKs, right? So most certainly winnable. But it comes down to the first kills. And Nipple locked into that fight. He's got head trick right next to him. Frag grenade again. Just whittling down Sense's HP. He's stuck in the corner. Another nade comes in from middle. Flash off of the catwalk. Counter-terrorists not really giving them a chance to collect themselves. Molotov gets put out and the CTs fall back, but in terms of the damage, yeah, Navi Jr. got a step ahead.
Yeah, they did land a lot of utility already. And they're just one way in the smoke, waiting for the Rebels to make a move. But we know Real G's move in silence like lasagna.
Ooh, okay. See if maybe the long cross gets saucy. Fear finds Brave. Keeps it clean as he needs to. Another triple kill versus Armor. You know, these are clean A1S shots just over the top of the ramp. And that's going to force VHW back. Time expires. AK will be saved. Maybe. They're chasing him down. He's going to have to hold. This is going to come to the second. Oh, and that's cleared. No money for VHW. It makes this next save that much worse.
That's worse than a root canal, I think, to die after time. That's the Counter-Strike equivalent. I've never had a root canal, but I've heard that referenced in many cartoon shows over the years.
Sounds like it sucks.
Yeah.
You ever had dental work? Any extensive dental work? You ever pulled your teeth out?
My wisdom, my molars or whatever. Wisdom teeth, same thing. Yeah.
You were awake for it?
Yeah.
Oh, ugh.
They said we could put you to sleep. I said, no, I want to hear everything.
No.
Yeah.
That's horrifying. You're twisted, man.
I was cool with it.
I said, nah, put me under.
I said, full trust, doc.
I'll see you guys in a couple hours with 4 less teeth.
Yeah, you just wanted to get high after. You're the one going to hell, not me.
Man. Glock play, huh? 5 Glocks. I like that. You know, VHW literally can't buy anything, so they do it communally. We're here for you guys. Strength in numbers. Gonna try to push down Demon. He lays down the smoke. He's got support back sight. That immediately turns them back. And they've still got 50 seconds to try to squeeze something, so. They go towards middle. Head trick. Oh, the double nade. VHW comes through top mid with the kill. It's 4 for Nipple off catwalk. Pads the stats in the anti-eco.
I really like Navi pushing every round because Apeks, they like to walk around. So they like to walk around and they don't have like the most comprehensive defaults. So I think whenever Navi can, first of all, just play confidently and take a little bit of map control, they'll find a weakness every round. So that's what's going to force Apeks Rebels to try it a little bit harder if they want to go slow. But I think it's important that Navi call them out like they're doing right now.
Tapeware stuck here on his own. He's got a teammate to throw flashes and support, and that almost catches Nipple on the crossback. Tapeware naded down to 70. Frozik, back sight, gets himself a second kill. Brave's able to trade that, so B is compromised. It pulls one of the A players back, but Tapeware is still stuck behind Blue. He's outnumbered. He's outgunned. He's trying to hang on, but sure enough, he's doomed at this point, and Brave probably not feeling too confident either to run in 18 health alone at that B site. He wants Berserk to come back and hinge off of him. Mid doors goes the way of Berserk, but Head Tricks posted on the op, lands the shot before smoke pops, sees that little glimmer, and it falls back to Brave. He is where he started.
See if he can score a plan. I mean, it's the op up front. Maybe he doesn't want to run through. Would make a difference, though, honestly. And they'll let him have it.
Going for the peak, huh? Yeah, gets no-scoped up close by Head Trick, sucks the soul right out of him, gives Navi Jr. their 5th. I like that fight towards long A, you know, taking what you can. Even if B is going to fall, at least regain, you know, a man advantage. Ensure that you get your blue kill. Blue, abadee-dabadoo. Get him down.
So the idea of getting to blue bin is like, okay, this blue bin, you can't shoot through it. So if someone gets out long on a spawn and you sit there, you smoke yourself, then you force the CTs to have like 2 people there. You burn so much time off the clock, and long as the farthest rotation from any other part of the map. So sometimes people use that to run out mid. In this situation, they use it to get out B. But either way, It's about the guys who are going B to get the entries. And then the long guy, he really is just, he's either going to die. If he's insane, he gets one. If they really leave him, then he turns into a lurker. But as long as he stays alive for a long enough time, that's his job. That's what he got hired to do. You saw how many kind of pieces of utility it took just to get him out.
And he still couldn't escape. Oi. Nade gets everybody a little bit. I see what you mean with Apeks Rebels, like liking to walk around as a pack.
Yeah.
Group mentality. It's led to a few clean multi-kills. A couple double nades already in. And they drop back off of the Xbox, trying to force middle by surprise. Frozek swings wide, sprays, gets two. And then just over the side of that smoke, Nipple shaves one off. Demon, good position. And without any tunnels presence, he can just lock them out from that doorway. 4 cents. Pulled in 2 directions. Shredded as NAVI Jr. take a 6-1 lead on the CT side.
Yeah, I think the thing is, if you do run a straight default and then you throw a lot of nades, then a lot of stuff you do can be telegraphed. Whereas, like, you make a contact play and someone makes a small mistake, like they're pulling out a molly, and you can win a round off of that. So not only that, but you can conserve your utility for taking a site afterwards or making the round really hard from that point on, saving it for the post plant, basically. But if you do it every round, it's not so hot. I mean, we see FURIA do this, you know, straight up walk strats. Oh, nice kill here for Berserk. Timing boost. We see FURIA do the full-on walking rounds as well, but they balance it out with just also obscene aggression. Trust the flash. Oh, no. The trick looks too high.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Kind of flicks it wildly. Brave gets 2 kills here. So Brave and Sense assisting each other for the double. Strong 3-man advantage, and the tunnels push will be uncontested because Demon's been pulled out of the bomb site. Trying to chase the Xbox kill instead. He takes his chance to leave.
Well, they saw one going cat, but it's actually just a B hit, so Demon falls for that little bit of presence.
Ooh. Sense comes through with another. It's a kill and 2 assists to his name. Demon just looking for, at the very least, revenge on Sense. So he'll catch that 1 kill as the B site crumbles beneath Apeks Rebels. A second on this T round. You know, we're only 8 rounds deep. Good to see them get another one on that board.
Yeah, they just go for at least a little tactic and suicide there. A little late-timed boost into mid as NAVI Jr. looked like they were going to run up. I don't know. And then lower control was theirs. I mean, they op-dodged a flash and then looked back, but didn't aim for the stairs. Tried to go much higher. And it looked like an Apeks really trusted that flash to clear out lower for them. So obviously they would have walked into the shot, but Petrick kind of read the situation incorrectly. And Apeks go ahead with that 2K from there and win nice and easy.
Keep 4 up. NAVI Jr. Easy rebuy. Still a bunch of cash in the back pockets too. So Apeks Rebels got to keep this up. All kicks off, if I'm not mistaken, with that quick timing boost, right? Down mid?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so 5v4 off spawn.
Yeah. To delay
Berserk is somebody who's, you know, he's offered us a couple of good rounds throughout the season.
Apeks definitely have good players. That's for sure.
1 close smoke. Tapeware tries to pop through it. Oh, head trick. He is all the way back in sight, and he catches that kill. Then Frozek finds his solo inside middle, smokes off the doorway. So from a round win to a 3 versus 5 for Apeks Rebels.
Yeah, they try to bust it through. Sometimes on the long corner smoke, you flash it, and then CTs can get caught up trying to throw all of their blue bin nades. And of course, this is, you know, even more right to simply walk out to things. So Frozek playing kind of the NAFI position, not fully top of the box. Oh, now we'll tuck in.
Brave's done.
No
nice
flash
triple.
support needed.
4th kill from Frozek's extra clean.
Demon doesn't even have any nades, so yeah, he just had to go for it. Frozik mows him down easy.
Stomps on him. First one, of course, just the 1v1. This one catching Brave by surprise. A legit gun duel versus VHW, and an insta headshot versus the Norwegian Opper.
Yeah. Yeah, Apeks definitely. I mean, they have good players. Honestly, I think we've seen the individuals play well and stuff, but as a team, they're super underprepared. I mean, even for this Dust 2 match, not seeing too much. Got a good amount of control here. And a cat is almost always a given, but good to go ahead and grab that. They like to play reactive, which is fine. It doesn't look like Navi are going to give him anything right now, but I think what they're trying to figure out, is it a 3-2 setup or is it a 2-1-2?
Out of the 30 seconds, and Headtrick gives himself a little smoke to work with. Facilitates all those repeaks.
Uh-oh.
First one jumps by, gets away from him. Nipple catches the kill to VHW, and looks to come back up from CT to try and deal with another. They're still looking for that counter pick, but at least the bomb's planted here for Catwalk. Again, CT's not the most amount of utility. We've seen them retake with more. Despite having 5 alive, Brave, he'll catch Fear's head as he rounds the corner of the ramp. Terrorist hanging on here. Not everybody with the most amount of health, but the long play, comes through for a second. 1 kill for Tapeware. Headtrick's able to answer it quickly. Sense is locked into the box. Berserk back on Cat gets smoked off and fragged. Now they know exactly where the last guy's at, and Frozik with the trade kill, they just flex the numbers advantage. And with 2 players still up, Navi Jr. grab an 8th.
It's a really well-coordinated retake. Now, the really difficult part for Navi Jr. is getting around the site to the ramp. And Berserk was searching for a kill, but decided to go back. And I think he didn't have any cat support, so he wanted to make sure he wasn't getting flanked too. Him trying to basically balance the time he spends looking into CT and cat is the tough part. And there's some element of luck there, but you know, he was the only one peeking into CT. So a lot of that came down to his site players. Once he died, it was already kind of too late for him. And the smoke came through. Another well-coordinated retake here for Navi Jr. I wonder how those flashes didn't do anything to Headtrick, who was standing on the car, wasn't flash dodging at all, standing over his one-way, and just really didn't get blind. I don't know how that could be possible. I don't know where those landed.
Man's got the extra thick Ray-Bans.
Yeah, UV protection built in.
Nipple eats a flash, tries to walk away, gets that bit of vision. That should have been the bomb spotted as well. A little tidbit of info. They go for the counter boost.
Nice.
Beautiful. What goes around comes around, and Navi Jr., and they strike first.
Yeah, peek again.
Frozik's been solid at locking in doors. Anytime they try to push through, he's been able to just stop them then and there. Hasn't had to recede back into the bomb site. You know, we talk about Headtrick, we talk about Fear, but Frozik right now, top fragger, 12-4. And Sense, well, he's going to get the better of Nipple. Headtrick not able to opt down that trade frag, so they lose the 5v4, but at the 40-second mark, Bomb is still just walking back and going to give the CTs a chance to change position.
I don't think they could take long here. They're only down to 1 smoke. So it's going to be a touch risky, especially with the time, but they had pick control.
Headtrick with the first. Frozik Good to stop the crossfear. Yeah, it's just perfect. Every single piece of the puzzle that's near that A site. Apeks Rebels, they just walk right into their deaths, and they didn't seem to know it.
It's tough. They could have tried to continue on with Cat if they'd like to, but yeah, one smoke in that position just is kind of rough overall, and they were losing a couple of players here. So yeah, they went for the deep CT smoke, which is okay, but there was a good position played by the op to try and counter that. Wow.
Just
Not
like
even
that.
a wall bang.
Damn. HW will find one. Brave as well, so Deagles have a little kick to him. And really, it's that critical long kill that's now just going to turn Headtrick over to the cross. Oh, and just as he gives up the angle, that's when VHW gets over. That's now a gun inside the A site for the T side. Bomb's already gotten up catwalk as well, so NAVI Jr., they're on damage control. Couple Deagles and a little bit of timing puts VHW in a decent enough spot. He gets tagged through the floor. Headtrick looking to take him off of this. NAVI Jr. got a problem to deal with. Bunch of bodies here still gone, Cat. Oh, saw the shoulder of Brave. Still comes through with the Deeg kill. Frozik's got that trade frag. Let's see him and Headtrick in the clutch. P250 around the corner. Back into the AK. CZ's out. Ah, can't quite land. They're going to push him. Don't die.
Oh, careful.
Oh, chance at the repeak. He's got 2 bullets in the magazine. Leaves. And the bomb's too far gone. So this one, it will go the way of Rebels, but they all get cleared.
Damn, that was scary. But they had enough time to peek him, I guess, and there wouldn't be a chance to defuse. So, all right, Apeks Rebels win that. I think that's a good example of why walkouts are really good, because like take a round like that where you just have Deagles, they full exec B, they're gonna get counter mollied. It's gonna be a guy sitting Hummer waiting to dodge flashes. There's gonna be a guy backside with the op. They're gonna be on full alert. Rotation will start coming over. But you just walk in a lower and you take a dry duel versus like, you know, an op posted in a position you think he might be at. Way better. And then suddenly setup's rocked with no notice. And that's where they have good players. So sometimes doing contact stuff like that is great. It actually helps them have more of a chance of getting these kind of opportunities. So third on the board. Comes at a price, but they still got money because they won with Deagles.
Ooh. Nade on the cross. Brave down to 48. Frozik waits and waits. Now it's Demon to go for the mid-peak. Oh, right into the scope of Berserk, though. Frozik, 2 points of health. Not ideal. He's going to get swarmed. Molotov, he's done for. Nothing he could have done to save himself there. So the peek towards middle that gets caught by the Opper. And he had a first fight just next to the scaffolding, right? He's shooting somebody in the side with the wall bang. Then he tries to extend and get the guy up close, and that just feeds him to Berserk. Critical shot to hit. Really allows for them to clamp down on Frozik inside of the site. And so a 4th for Apeks Rebels. And towards the end of this T side, we've got a little life left in him.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, Demon, he tried to bite off a little bit too much with the wide swing, but he didn't get that first kill. He wanted to help Frozik, who was kind of sitting in the corner of Carr. And this is a spot where, you know, if you think the hit's coming in, you're going into defensive mode, you either use your molly or the smoke on the door or molly the window. One or the other. Make sure it's a funnel. And then you can, with your 2 players, focus on 2 out of 3 choke points into the site, either window, door, or the tunnel. But instead of that, kind of run out of ammo, try to duel their way out of that situation, and it doesn't work out. So Apeks now, I mean, they won that Deagle round. They win this next round with some money left over. At this point, they might be able to buy, even if they lose. So, chance to get back in this T half.
Probably going to be buying all the way to the end. So, survive long enough. Guns this entire half. After they won that force war at the very, very start. That back and forth that led NAVI Jr. to a few freebies. And a freebie here through Suicide, 5v4. Berserk goes down. No Opera here for Apeks Rebels now. And they still haven't been able to unravel this mid setup. We've got Frozik locked into the lower tunnels. Maybe a walkout. Demon's back on plat. Smoke ahead of the exit. So he's cautious about this. Oh, and it's an insta headshot coming in from Sense. That certainly helps the T side, but Bomb isn't in a position to commit. They've got that lower player.
CT and upper, yeah.
Oh, unless Frozik. Yeah, okay, he's worried about it. Back in T spawn.
Yeah. Oh.
Turn of events.
Yeah. Okay. They don't know about fear.
Two more. He's got a player right behind him.
Interesting angle here, right? Oh, two players both cutting this off. And they just...
Oh, man.
Wow. And this is where Apeks Rebels, I mean, yeah, seriously, we've got some good players, right? I mean, they are super strong individually, and Navi Jr. get lit up right there in a situation where they are trying to cut out, like, from a team play perspective, they're trying to cut that bomb off. They're getting into tunnels control. They're all in pretty decent spots. I think Frozik doesn't realize, as the first guy, he's kind of the martyr because he doesn't know that the bomb is coming late. He just knew that maybe someone was, but the bomb could have already crossed. And if he had known, obviously, he would have probably been in Fear's position, down on the lower stairs, just waiting.
See ya, head trick. Third kill for Tapeware in this one. Hey, a recovery is a recovery. 5 rounds is 5 rounds, and they'll be shooting for the 6th.
Yeah, and this is 4v5 as well. After the op gets killed. The way they spaced that exit on the B was very good as well. Lurk smoke out, and they peek the right and top of the smoke at the exact same time. No chance to shoot back.
Double op for the T side close. Sense posted. CT's wiggling. The baits. He goes for the commit, and then Fear comes out with the kill. That is just disgusting. I'm so glad we got to see all of that from Sense.
Yeah.
The jiggle, the heel, the jumping gun barrel peek. You know, distract him with the left hand and then jump out. Fear the right jab. But last round was also a 4 versus 5, and Apeks Rebels were able to claw it back. So we'll hold off, we'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Flash towards top middle. It's Tapeware on an expedition of his own, waiting for that chance to just push bomb in the 3 Ts and tunnels right into the B site. Frozik on an op. That's a bit of a change, but misses his first chance. Utility starts to go down. Demon in the doorway. Pushes out towards Car. Him and Frozik, they've got this locked in this time. Berserk dead. And that's 10. Navi Jr. at the very end recover, but that 3-round streak from Apeks Rebels can't be written off.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they showed where their strategy was really good. And they showed why, yeah, they showed what they believe in themselves in terms of just kind of taking a lot of dry fights and spreading out. This was a weird one with like a good tactic from Navi Jr. A lot of crazy back and forth, but yeah, obviously overall Navi Jr. were the better team. Have Apeks Rebels in all of their matches executed once ever?
Man,
I'm not even saying that.
That sounds like a crazy question, but at the same time,
being hyperbolic. Like I'm not sure I've ever seen them do a full exec on a site, even once. Which is kind of like, you know, you shouldn't even do that for most of a half, but it's kind of surprising.
You know, you'd think when you've had as many kind of blowout halves as you have, that you would start throwing in that one-off exec, like you're saying. You know, it's not for every round, but you just show us like a strategy that's copy pasted from the strat book, not something that just hinges on how the round starts or you know, the mid rounds or whatever. Not.
Yeah.
But
I
don't think that's a crazy question. You know, it's not a crazy question.
That'd be a funny thing to look at if that was that was true. It's a lot of rounds.
Some maps more than others.
Yeah.
So T side that could just take over, or another chance for the Apeks Rebels to claw back.
Oh, I got that because they don't get a lot of rounds. That was good.
Yeah.
My fault.
It's all good. Uh-oh. A site looking real ripe. But counter-terrorists doing a good enough job to play with the timing to start leaning over. Middle will be entirely theirs. Sphere to take a second and look back through those double doors. Slow crawl, but they already know, well aware, so they're hiding nothing at this point. CT's in position to retake. We got 2 towards doors. Fear stays tucked. They're going to come jumping out right into him. P250 for head trick, tapping at it, but now they've lost that long control as bomb goes down. So no anchors here for the side of Navi Jr. Man advantage the way of Apeks.
And they plan it for long plat. Tapeware, yeah, he really wants to slow this down. He knows they've lost control of long. This is a smart play by him.
Ooh.
Wow.
Gushwell in the open. Tapeware comes up, buys his time perfectly. Nipple and Frozik still fighting for their lives. Frozik can't quite get the cat kill, so he is doomed. Nice. And Apeks Rebels retake with 3.
That was awesome. I mean, the setup there for Navi Jr. was great. Like, look at the crossfire on long. That could not be any better. But they don't hit their shots as Apeks Rebels come out. And as soon as those kills come down, Tapeware understands that. Now Navi Jr., they can't sit on the site. They're going to try to take something back and make sure not to... If he went too fast on that push through Cat, then he would have thrown that round away. Even though the bomb is planted properly for long plat, those kills alone could have delayed and made that a really tricky retake. So smart move from him. Came in, perfect amount of impact. Apeks Rebels pick up a first round in the second half. And yeah, even though their T sides overall have been kind of suboptimal in the league, CT sides I think are where they really shine, and they do put effort into the different setups on CT side. But that's not to say that Navi Junior's T sides are suboptimal themselves. They've actually been pretty good, or I'd say competent, even if they aren't winning.
Silently, they crawl up. No spot from Tapeware. This wouldn't be the first round that Navi Jr. win back after losing pistol. This round's tense. Smoke goes down onto the box.
Oh, Lurk smoke's enough to scare him back.
Yeah, they'll give him the space.
Apeks got to be a little careful here. They got long, and they're starting to move back over towards the A site, but they still seem half nervous about B, which means this plant will go down clean. No nades to stop it. No damage done.
Bomb has been planted.
Quite risky. Okay, let's see how this plays out. They're in decent spots, but...
You're down in the spawn, still waiting. 1 frag, 1 smoke, 1 flash. They've given Navi Jr. now half of the bomb without doing anything, and the long players start to come back. Fear, he gets dinked in an instant. Smoke grenade starts to fade, so now long could become a problem, but, I mean, Apeks Rebels, they're going to have to get past all of these lines of sight. Sense double kill with that FAMAS. Demon's going to be up close. Ready for the peak. Insta-kills Berserk, and sure enough, it is Navi Jr. yet again to lose the pistol and win in the Force.
Yeah, and there's a good example of where a contact is necessary, right? They have such low utility that they really can't do anything. So they use the best smoke possible, the lurk smoke in Fast Cat to scare the rifler back on A. He falls back to long. They hold long. That's fine. That was the first part of the reaction. We didn't really see the next parts, right? It didn't feel like Apeks Rebel had a utility advantage there where it should have. They could have been using more utility from spawn. Should have been trying to cheat something over, take over mid-control fast, something where it felt like they were in control of the round. But instead, they played the rotations very slowly, came in standard, let the bomb take away before throwing anything, and didn't get any unconfirmed damage before the retake started.
A little bit uninspired, dare I say it.
Yeah.
Kind of nervousness when you look at it from the top down.
Yeah. And a big part of that, I'm sure, is the fact that because there was no info. Like, from our screen, Navi Jr. walked across the entirety of Cat. The only thing that Apeks Rebel knew was that a smoke landed on Fast Cat for the lurk. They didn't actually hear anybody get across the site. And that's why that smoke is awesome. It's not something you want to challenge from the CT side.
Pretty intimidating for a big gray cloud.
Wonder what it smells like in a smoke.
Ugh. Like
What do
smoke,
smoke
I'd
grenades
assume.
look like in real life? Do they look more like PUBG smokes?
Yeah, like all the smoke like it like puffs out at
Trails
one
off with the
side.
wind.
Yeah, it's
Right.
not nearly as thick. It doesn't hold its shape like that.
And do people chain smokes like you do in PUBG to get across a field?
Probably. Yeah, that makes sense.
That's pretty cool. That'd be pretty intense knowing that you could just get like what if one kid just spams you down while you're crossing the field, you know?
Oh, I mean that's war, bro.
Yeah, like
That's-
the
yeah.
real
Yeah. I think smoke grenades might actually be used more for markers than actual like cover. Like, you know, if you're like,
lucky shot.
yeah. I mean, there's some guy out there who's definitely. I mean, you know, there's a soldier out
Yeah.
there that's died to just some random wall
Yeah.
bang.
They threw the perfect smoke and got freaking wall banged on the cross. It's a shame.
His friends just told him unlucky, bro.
Unlucky, really. Yeah. Well, I let the smokes in CS:GO are nice and
Nice and thick.
thick.
Yeah,
plump.
they're.
Yeah.
I actually, you know, some of the best smokes in
I think they look
FPS
great.
games,
Yeah.
just in general.
I like the bugs too.
Yeah, keeps things, you know, keep them on their toes. The HW goes down, nipple, and we're expecting this one to just get shredded, unarmored, CTs all across the map. Navi Jr. quite sharp this evening, may I say. Fear and, you know, any day that Fear isn't at the top of the board and things are still going this well is a day that y'all could be happy. But remember, this is the head-to-head that they've already won, of course, beating Apeks Rebels on Vertigo. It's the only win that Navi Jr. have, and it looks like it could be their second as well. 3 away from the victory as Apeks will buy back. We don't get an op for the defense, though.
Yeah. I'll make it a little harder. Nice game from Frozik. Saw has holds over on that first half over on B and head trick over on A. I think it makes a lot of sense.
Triple nades. Unfortunately, finds nothing for Apeks Rebels. And Tapeware, ooh, ambitious. Just runs out the doors. No flash there, nothing. Thought
Just the nades to bait. But yeah. Just hoping Navi were doing something quick.
all the hope in the world. I don't know if that's going to be enough for Apeks Rebels. They'll try again to aggress onto the doors. Demon still sticking around.
Yeah.
Keep an eyes on it. He goes, anybody else? Third time's the charm.
Not believing there's three.
Yes,
Okay.
sir. It's a numbers game. VHW gets one. But in the meanwhile, with him pushed so far up, it's the A site compromised. Frozik could just gun down the two CTs right here in smoke. Sure enough, gets the first one. But at the very least, Brave will trade. VHW has no vision because the smoke covers the plant. And now they've got terrorists in between them. Tough spot if you're VHW and Brave. So tough,
Brave.
in fact, that maybe you just go for the save.
Yeah, Brave was like running around in B site, and then it looked like he was being followed by Fear, but now Fear's lost him, and he's gone through spawn. He went back. So, but yeah, he's looking to save this. I mean, VHW can fight if he wants to, but there ain't no retake happening right now. You're better off alive, kid.
Alive and kicking.
Did you watch Band of Brothers?
Yeah, I've watched the YouTube highlights.
The YouTube highlights. How condensed are those?
It's most of the action scenes and some of the dramatic ones.
Okay, that show's
Yeah.
that show's insane.
It's with the same actor from Friends, isn't it?
Yes, Ross.
Yeah, Ross. What's he doing on the battlefield?
I know he's like a clown.
It's funny how people get defined by certain
David
roles like
Schwimmer.
that. David Schwimmer, yep. AKA Ross. Nice
Ooh.
shot from head trick.
Oh!
Ooh! Berserk.
was a
See you
statement.
later.
The straight re-peek,
Yeah.
ego peek.
But they can't handle that ego.
Yeah, damn.
That's the 22nd frag for head trick, so he's tied with Frozik at the top of the board. for NAVI Junior.
Junior. Yes.
Ooh.
Oh,
I was
wow.
going to say
Great.
Fear, he's going to get caught,
Oh,
but head
no
trick gives the
flick.
cover.
Yep. They all died in mid. This is a full gun round right here. And it's just the op dominating.
Demon freed up to go for the peak, and that's where this one ends. So that is
God
the
damn.
15th from NAVI Junior, just fighting through mid doors. All 4 CTs. Look at the radar quick, folks. All 4 CTs just dying on the same line. Rocked
Yeah,
by head trick. That second kill was nice.
Oof. He had to hit a flick, and he peeked right into an op holding the exact same position that he was in just then. Ooh, that's not going to feel good. Well. I wonder what Apeks Rebels would say about their season so far. Like, we don't have thoughts about, from them directly, but I wonder how they look at it.
Probably not too positively.
Yeah. It has to be realistic, right? Okay.
Yeah. You'd hope. Sense trying to charge down into the tunnels. Ooh, he gets away, so we got something for Apeks Rebels. Kill inside of tons. Smoke for the cross. Tapeware FAMAS looks to hold on that little bit of a gap, but the second smoke plugs it. And Demon, yeah, I thought so. He just caught a glimpse of him. Molotov's going to spread. Tapeware has to go back. Dies inside of the fire to Demon, but at least he brings Fear with him.
Yeah. That was the best he could do, really. Had no smoke, so that was good.
Takes one to the grave. Jumping MP9, perhaps? Nope. Stopped by Head Trick, who just hidden Carr long enough. Sense literally watched Carr first, saw nothing, thought, I'll go for this. And then the Opera comes out. Nipple, late lurk, and that's where this one ends, folks. 16-6. NAVI Junior, despite only having 1 win so far this season, ensure us all that the gap between them and Apeks Rebels is wide.
It is, yeah, and that is important because, yeah, look at the standings. You wouldn't be able to tell a difference between these two, but now it should be definitely clear. I mean, respect to NAVI Junior, even like when they were owning right there, they were taking every round very seriously, even towards the end. Throwing their mollies down on site in that 5v1, waiting to see if the peak would come out, not giving away any positions. And even though they had a few missteps in the first half, I think it was a symptom of the exact style that Apeks were bringing. They were trying to win in a specific way. It was just too one tone. Like if they had that style, then that fits really well with them. If they had a few different types of approaches outside of that, then there might have been more rounds there. I mean, that would have actually been a considerable half. Of course, no shame losing to the T side of NAVI Junior, especially not that one. That was good. So, yeah. I think one problem of using any one style too often is, let's say, the walkout style. Now, specifically, NAVI Junior on every single choke point are going to be constantly trying to update info, make sure they're watching their smokes, even more so than they would be versus another team. They're going to be throwing pre-nades all the time when it's quiet on the map. They're going to be basically making it as hard as possible for you to get away with that one thing. So even if that idea or style is valid or it could be good, it just can't be all the time. That's the only thing.
Stats at the end of this one, we take a look. 10 kills here for Sense Tapeware Brave. No crazy, carry attempt versus NAVI Junior. And today we look at Frozik and respect the fact that he was able to add himself to the top of the list, right? We've seen flashes in the pan from the 3 newcomers of NAVI Junior, Head Trick and Fear, usually the consistency, and Fear wasn't even needed today. So that's how you know it's a good day in the office for the NAVI Junior camp. Of course, Apeks Rebels, they have 1 game left in the regular season, and that'll be versus Astralis, which means maximum amount of wins will be 2. NAVI Junior, this was their 2nd win, and with that round differential as well, it's going to mean Apeks at the bottom of Group B, regardless of that final game. So, they'll have a tough run in the play-in from the very start all the way to the very end if they want to have any hope at playoffs. it's a bit of a dire situation, but at least it's not as dire as Group A, where somebody just heads up gets eliminated. So they've been given that little bit of a grace. And, tomorrow's another day. Apeks Rebels trying to piece it together as a very, new roster, new pieces. But there's always room to improve, and we mark that one. We'll throw this one away, folks. And when we come back, of course, we've got the FURIA Academy Astralis talent game. So things really kick up a notch. These are two squads that I think will be bringing the heat today, right in the middle of the pack as well for Group B, where the standings are still susceptible to change. Catch you guys in a bit. Welcome back, everybody. We've got Astralis Talent, we've got FURIA Academy. That one's getting lined up next. And this is an interesting game because it's a turning point at the very end of the season. If you're Astralis Talent, you have Big Omen Academy already ahead of you at an 8-1 record with 1 game left to play. If they lose that, they're 8-2. End of story. If Astralis Talent win their last 3 games, starting right now versus FURIA, who are the 3rd team right behind them, then Astralis Talent will also be 8-2, and we get into maybe a tiebreaker round difference type vibe. So Astralis Talent, if they don't want Big to run away with this, assuming Big don't go 9-1, they got to win from here on out for the last 3 games of the season.
But I mean, FURIA Academy are in the exact same situation. I mean, they have the exact same record.
Yep.
Would you say Astralis Talent are officially better than them?
Ooh, I don't think I would. I
Yeah,
genuinely don't.
I
Yeah,
don't
I
know.
don't think I would.
It's yeah, I mean, honestly,
Ooh,
like they
good
lost
point.
Apeks
Ooh,
Rebels at the
curveball.
beginning of this, but I like genuinely they've yeah, because you know, the brand of a FURIA Academy is not one we've taken seriously across the seasons, but this season they really have picked up good wins. I mean, we just saw what Navi did to Apeks Rebels. They beat them. They've clearly beat some strong teams here. And they've also lost directly to FURIA Academy, which means that in the round differential, if it comes down to a head-to-head where they're tied in the standings, FURIA Academy will win, or it'll come down to this map in specific. So there are definitely good things to say about both squads. But I don't know. I think this one really could come down to the map if we're talking about who is better. So this video
Okay.
could be incredibly interesting.
So to make, the extra interesting piece is that Big's last match is versus FURIA. So
Okay.
everything I just said about Astralis, which you've mentioned applies to FURIA, except for that FURIA would be the team that have to do the same thing and beat Big. And if Big are victorious in that game, then they get
Well,
first place anyways, and both Astralis and FURIA miss out on number 1.
yeah.
Ooh, so this is very good. This is a very good best of 1. It's
Okay.
actually got,
Let's
now
find
we
out.
can see the end of the regular place, the regular
Are they gonna
season.
are they gonna play Mirage? There is a chance that they play Mirage. I actually don't think they should play Astralis on Mirage. They should probably they took out Overpass. I don't know. They could. It
Uh-oh,
could be it could be Nuke though. It could be Nuke. Oh, they are gonna play them on Mirage.
Mirage.
That's okay. I mean, it's a confidence play. It's a great map for Furia. It's just I think Astralis Talent's definitely their best map. I mean, they
Yeah,
look pretty damn good on it. Um, I guess they have like good stats on Vertigo and Ancient, but I think they're pretty scary on this map. Lots of maps played compared to Furia Academy, but a team that's undefeated right here. At least okay, they've only played it once so far in the Academy League and beat Navi Junior. Super one-sided game, and let's see, maybe that was earlier on in the season. It was. Oh, wait, where's the win? I actually don't know exactly when that win was.
it's
Okay.
gotten away.
Well, it's a big win. It's a big win. So okay, real risk here for Fury Academy, but playing into your strengths. Never a bad strategy. Always advisable, but this does mean that they will have to try their damn hardest. So no telling who's going to win Mirage. We've seen huge amount of consistency out of Fesser on the map.
Yes.
When it comes to playing inside a connector. And in the last map, Breezer had a super strong map alongside Fesser.
Yep. That was his finally had like his right-hand man, right? Because we saw Fesser try his absolute damnedest, and it still wasn't enough when he's on his own versus Big Academy, right? That double overtime game. Like the fact that they got Big Academy to double overtime on Mirage, I think that should strike a little bit of fear in Furia's heart. But
Yeah.
then you get this contrast that young ninjas with Slap in the server were able to get 12 rounds.
Yeah.
So, I think there's going to be a question around who else when it comes to the Astralis Talent camp. Fesser, we know will deliver, and if he doesn't, that'll be a surprise as well in and of itself. He gets the opening kill towards middle. Important game for both these teams if they want to take that top spot in Group B. Fesser looking for another, but Cowes able to take this back. So for a second, we had man advantage. Furia connector fights with 2 players each end. CMB throws that flash over top, and they're going to still try to challenge this A site where the Danes sit back, relax. Altex, kill towards window. Trades once more.
Man, be careful while Cows is still alive. This guy, even in low numbers, he is fine working completely alone. Insanely good aim, and oh my god. Yeah, you got to be so careful, man. Cow has 3 frags already. Oh, and they might run into Breezer here. Oh, but they're going to go through mid. Oh, through underpass. That's so smart because they left one in. Oh, that is so good. That is so good. I mean, the fact that he runs is part of the strategy. Koala is trying to get him to emergency rotate, and you can't really tell if 2 people had moved or not. Cows just waits. He can late flank. He can catch him if he comes out of connector. He has that wrapped up. Beautiful round from Kawaz, and great mid round there in the end.
Clinical execution. Tap to the back of the head. FURIA Academy win pistol. They're very back and forth at the start of it, right? And they tried to put their stars in the right spot. Fesser locked in underground. Got that quick tap top mid. Wasn't able to really, multiply the frags. Not like Kawaz could. Into the exec on the A site. Wallace smokes up in front of connector. Breezer tries with the blind spam. It's just Mr. Inside of all this within the pocket. Fesser comes in, though, with a kill. Curious turn of events, but still 2 back the way of FURIA. Little boost here to try and catch one on triple. Altex, he punishes that deep CT push. So the counter-terrorists are here with numbers. In front of the flash, the MAC-10 could have been, but Koala, he'll take down that little bit of pressure. Still, low health on Koala and Kawaz. Vigo and Breezer both working up through connector. They've got 2 players tucked in underneath Palace, and they look away for a second. ZMB regains that line of sight, and with it, control the situation. FURIA, 2-0 start.
Looked a little scary in a couple of parts there, but the flash in a CT was enough just to get him to turn, and that was good for the opener, and they had to fight for a little control, so just enough here from FURIA. Smoke down A ramp, they're not scared of it. No one playing in front of it. We've seen Astralis talent pick up an eco or 2. And the last time they played on Overpass, remember, it was FURIA Academy 10-0 start versus Astralis talent on Overpass. That was, of course, when I think we saw Towson for the first time and Fesser's back in. So a new challenge. Kawaz has been incredibly impressive across the entire league, I think, this season. I think that's fair to say. Koala closely behind him, honestly. Like, if we're talking about players that, not that there's any reason for FURIA to make a move, but could actually get a chance at a move up, I could totally see Kawaz fitting into the main lineup.
Okay. Ow. Insta headshots here across the board for a multitude of players from FURIA. Ooh, even the USP.
USP.
Damn. Koala going to send Fesser a message. You're not going to have an easy one today. And we get Brunino to close it out. 3-0, 5 up. That's honestly, that's really good for FURIA Academy, just because of the losses they sustained in the last round. I think that one makes up for it. And so we're right where both teams should be. 3 rounds deep. FURIA converting off of the pistol. Op immediately in the hands of Breezer. Will he be at the top of the scoreboard alongside Fesser by the end of this game, like he was versus Young Ninjas? That's a big question, I think. And FURIA Academy going to try to keep this as fast as they can.
For the connector pick, late flash is good though. Pressure on Breezer, and he dies. Vigo will trade back off Cat. They crack open this, but they don't steal windows. So, wow, Mister. Oh man, they came through with the Palace lurk right away. That's
3 players out.
Yeah, that's CT control. They're still getting picked off, but they have the whole left side site. So this could be a formidable close plant, and we got Kawaz setting up a support flash. Ooh.
Trying to go
be
for
careful
that
about
boost.
checking this with the boost, yeah. But this is 15 seconds. CTs, can they even wait this entire thing out?
Trying to inch through it. If they see nothing, they're just going to not wait it out at all. Start pushing through the side of it. Oh, Kawaz didn't see the second player in Altex. Descenti from Sandwich in the 1v2. Oh, he's out in the open. And they trade him at that last possible second, but there's no kit. No kit on the play, so they really couldn't afford to go for that boost and wait out that smoke. They just, led all of FURIA to the grave, but the bomb pops for the 4th to the T side.
Yeah, and that's like, no kills in that last round. That could result in no kits. Any little thing at that point. So That is FURIA Academy with a great rounds. Out mid, getting traded down, but winning positional control that actually mattered more than material. And I think it was Bruninho who came out of Palace. That or A ramp, probably Palace in that spot, and took down the A anchor when there was heavy mid control from the CT side. That's usually the weakness, and they did a good job of just playing off of that. Uh-oh. Well, this is interesting. I mean, do they actually want to go through it this time? This one might be a little scarier. They threw a lot of their utility, but they're getting smoked in Palace as well. And now they're going to spread out. I think this is very advisable for FURIA Academy.
Oi.
Oh.
Mister gets cheesy on the smoke.
They seem very uncomfortable with the idea of going back to the rest of the map, but there is no push over on B.
Cows could be a dead man in a second, but doesn't come around the corner just yet. We're going to come through with another volley of nades. Breezer not liking being in the open any longer. And Fessor gives good cover from the top of stairs. Descenti's got the trade. A critical kill as Mister looks to lock on the cross, but another peek that comes over from Palace. Descenti, he is the space maker. Yep. Enables those players to get over and plant on the opposite side of default. So these nades, not going to do anything. Vigo will not allow Descenti to do anything else, but the dink comes through. Altexen trying to push in from CT. It's all they've got to work with. Bruninho's going to double back around middle. Cowes just cutting him down, distracting Vigo as he peeks wide, clears the guy off Tetris. Another close round, bomb halfway there.
No
Bruninho.
Kit's on stairs. Oh.
Little
and
jump
Bruninho
across.
calls it out. Running back for it. He could try to tap it if he'd like to. He's on it. He'll get spotted, and he's dead, man. Nicely done. Descenti, as you pointed out, space maker.
Guy.
Yeah, that was huge. I mean, the fact that he won that trade off the corner of a molly inside of Palace is what allows FURIA Academy into the site. That's another super close position. Stralstown were doing very well in that spot. Breezer did take a risk of coming back with the op and going into the front of ramp, getting flashback and ended up dying. Any kind of safe positions there, of course, in retrospect, look like it would be enough to stop that attack from coming in. But it was all that pressure in the first place that made it hard for FURIA Academy to get up the ramp. But a good pause from them. 5-0, man. Wow.
Just the pistols, and they're already getting iced out down at underpass.
And I swear Kaz has, like, dragon armor. Like, I swear he gets into duels where he just has, like, 60 health and he just wins consistently versus 100 HP players. Yeah, I made a Minecraft reference. I didn't even play that game before.
Is that a Minecraft reference? I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know. You made me think Skyrim. Like, this guy's talking
maybe it's
Dragonborn.
Maybe it's Skyrim. I haven't played it either. But
yes, the helm of the dragon horn. Very Viking-esque. But it's the Brazilians wearing that armor, not the Danes. Fessor, that one M4, gonna have to deliver here. Catches Descenti, gets dropped to half health. 2 kills from Fessor, and Koala keeps it clean. Breezer and Mister, they're trying to hold on for this. They at least kill that player on the flank, so they can focus their eyes forward. Low HP for Koala after his fight. And ZMB maybe needs to be the player, but a missed op shot is going to give a little bit more space to the CTs. It's still a difficult exit, and he goes for that second, a different angle, and a different result. Now Breezer, oh! Baby. Double D! Yes, please! Astralis find their first.
Easy for Breezy. That's the round he was looking for. They try to come through the double swing, but it's not perfect. And that half second between the two is enough for Breezer to get his frags off. Oh, and he even hits the band jump at the end. Style points for it.
So Fessor does do enough. Sets him up.
Yeah, yeah. That was a
big
insane
clutch.
Second kill. I mean,
love that.
Don't let this kid's ego get too big.
Still a long way from catching up to FURIA Academy.
In my chat last night, hey, you watched me play? You watched me play? When he got the 25 kill.
Breezer round 2.
That's nice. I mean, that's with some money. That's FURIA without money.
Gonna keep it posted as Fesser finds the kill in mid. The deadly double ops. Vigo keeps his posted. We got 3 players inside of the ramp room. Kawez, curious to see when he decides to come in with his strike. There's a critical fight between him and Fesser being set up in mid. Vigo comes around the side of Triple. And with Mister, they start to lock down this bomb site. Sure enough, he is enough. Oh, and Kawez gonna drop the ball with that one. Goes back in for the spray through box, and Fesser swipes him away as he's firing at a distance. So 2 for Astralis talent, 3 survive. And we get a little rebound already here. It was never gonna be a blowout. Hate to spoil it for everybody else.
Could have been. I mean, they had a 10-0 start on overpass the last time they played against each other. That was a really important clutch. That was just one on the eco. It's now off the full rifle. They are completely broke, despite having a couple of good, like very strong anti-ecos in there. Uh-oh.
Yeah,
Okay.
they get pinched. So caught in the open of the A site.
Astralis talent are like they're like the team that I feel like Apeks Rebels should try to model after a little bit more in terms of like the Danish style of calling, because yeah, it's like a nice balance where they play kind of similarly. I mean, it's really simple. It's just nice and optimized. Solid rotations. There is a good amount of walking. There's not too many executes, but then they have more of a balance, more utility, more tactics overall. In terms of players, it's not exactly 1-to-1. Probably Astralis talent are above, but as a team.
If there's anybody to copy, I suppose. Get that overlap. But then you'll need execs. Can't forget about the execs. Ooh, Vigo burned down to half. That won't help his cause. As the smokes fade towards mid, we get a little bit of activity here from Astralis talent. I like that. Mister starts going and clears out the ramp, so the B player on high alert lands his nade. Breezer gonna miss the op shot from Cat. Altex dead. Ooh. Bruninho insta headshot. And then we get a little bit more utility here just to cover the cross. Kawez, he could plant and still leave a bunch of bodies up in the apartment, so nobody actually has to challenge Breezer, and they'll just wait for this eventual flank from Mister. If he goes down, then this post plant is going to be incredibly strong. Mister, though, he's trying to push forward, and Koala catches him off guard up close like that. Breezer, I don't know. Now it's down, but I feel like we could have been halfway there already.
Yeah.
They still managed to hold on to the apartment's control, but the double ops look to come in from back market and catwalk. Bruninho boosted in the bomb site. Catches Vigo off, and with that one, you can just see it deflate. Astralis talent, even with Fesser getting the fadeaway M4 headshot. He sticks around for a little more, of course. It is going to be that 6th one. So Bruninho getting his feet into the bomb site, that insta-kill, and the player by bench. Even though we get weird and wait, it still goes the way of FURIA.
Yeah, that comes down to a beautiful entry, and I can't help but feel like that's just because Bruninho knew exactly how Altex would play it. And Altex has been kind of a second star for the team, I feel like, behind Fesser in terms of his impact. And I was actually going to say that having him play B anchor is such a boon to the team. You know, the fact that they can keep A under lock and still have him as a small side player, which is typically not, you know, one of your best individual performers, just someone who's good enough because you don't get that much action on B. So that's kind of changing these days. But he doesn't stand a chance. And unfortunately, in that setup, you know, there is a little bit of space for the op to get a kill, but not too much. It really does come down to the one guy who's in the back of the site. If they were sure it was going to be B, it would be more like a, you know, market van setup or something like that.
Caught in the underpass. Descenti up next. 20 damage on the frag's not bad. Gonna prime him nicely for an A1S headshot.
Yeah, they make a bit of a mistake here if they don't put any pressure on top mid, of course. No, Fessor can sit in there. If the CTs get to top mid control and they flash them across, then, of course, they're allowed to stand in the window and look at underpass. Fessor takes a nice little risk of watching it, but also finding a timing to get eyes on under, and another kill comes their way.
I'm not really having that, you know, fury of ferociousness. I'll wait out the clock. 30 seconds left over. ZMB hoping for somebody to peek into him, but
They look so much more human after that Deagle round, huh?
yeah. Stunned. So they'll save. All right, we concede. A gentleman's agreement. Good day, sir. Keep your weapons, yes? You may live. For now.
Have you seen Eastern Promises?
I have not.
This was Viggo Mortensen. He's actually a Danish man. He was not Legolas. The sword guy from Lord of the Rings.
The sword guy from Lord of the Rings.
Not the bow guy. Shoot.
Not the dwarf guy. Not the Harry.
Not the hammer guy.
Aragorn.
Yes.
I mean Aragorn.
Yes,
Mads
yes.
Mikkelsen, right?
Yes.
Is that the same guy?
Mads Mikkelsen. No, it's
Yeah.
Viggo Mortensen, but
Oh, Viggo Mortensen.
yes.
Sorry, I guess my Danish people mixed up. Yeah.
Is Mads Mikkelsen from Dark? I keep forgetting this. Mads
I
Mikkelsen.
can never remember.
Is Mads Mikkelsen in Dark?
Breezer. It's
Yes.
just the Deagle, Breezer. So, easy does it for the Opera here of Astralis talent. And if my question was, will Breezer be able to keep up to Fessor? I think so far so good. We've seen some nice ones from him.
Yeah.
We've seen, like, you know, the signs aligning that that the formula that beat down young ninjas could still be here for FURIA Academy to deal with, but it's obviously still early days, 11 rounds in, and we get FURIA starting to lean back towards this B site where the counter-terrorists are now throwing their util and leaning themselves. The other pistol player goes down. It's just the guys who walked in with rifles that are still standing, and they're going to have to push past the Op of Vigo, and of course, Altex jumping out from the window, getting into position right in time for this. So, util comes through. We'll see if they can do it with the double man disadvantage. It's a tough task, but with the smoke in front of Vigo, things get a little awkward until they run into Fessor, who also throws himself just alongside Altex. So no op from Catwalk needed. It's just the M4s to lock this one in, and Fessor delivers beautifully. 3 kills in that situation. Doesn't even give Altex a chance.
Yeah, easy, man. That was a really good spot, and I like that Fessor is just very comfortable where, you know, he can compete from a couple of different positions, but if he believes in the spot he thinks they're going to lurk incorrectly, he's going to play there, and I think that really helps keep the map big, basically, for Astralis talent at all times. So, not tons of counter pressure coming down towards connector. We've seen that game plan fail sometimes.
Oh, nade to Bruninho. Fessor going to clean that one up easily, and then goes into ZMB as he was trying to change out guns. So this one is just rinse and repeat. GG go next.
Has it been 6 straight then with this round? Oh no, it was 5-0, right?
I gotta check.
5-0, and then Furia won a B round. Yeah.
Yes, 5-0.
Okay.
5-0 to the 6-6.
So not totally mentally rocked, but just a touch.
Guys are having a good time.
Yes.
He is outside of the 2 stand-ins in the league who have only 1 game played each. Fessor is technically number 1. He's only played 4 league in comparison, 4 maps, excuse me, in comparison to like Hyped and Regali and Exertion, who are up at 9 and 10. But you know, he also has a 1.48, so a 10th higher rating with a few games less. Breezer off of the staircase again and again, peeking straight up into Furia as they tried to, you know, charge this one down a little bit, right? We just seen them kind of fizzle around the map for a few rounds. This time they try to get a bit more aggressive, maybe stun Astralis, and it's they themselves that just have a concussion after walking into the brick wall of this A-hold. Solid opping from Breezer as he ends it. 3 kills on the round, and we have Astralis talent in the lead.
Yeah, they get murked on the walk up. This time with no mid, they try to come up through A, out of money. Oh man, they have really started to, I guess, speed up, and then also they're trying to rely on these really fast entries. But we've seen some quite heavy A setups here from Astralis talent, and Fury Academy haven't run through too many nades in the past. They've did it on 1 round, waited 1 out. I do think back to mid makes a lot of sense, but this is just a low econ buy. Looks been interrupted here in the window. Great nade from Vigo.
Yeah, fire on Koala. He gets fed to the Desert Eagle. And Descenti, the only person so far from Furia to get anything going. Altek's going to lock in on these last 2 kills. And this is Furia Academy starting to run into the realization that they did take Astralis talent to arguably their best map.
Yeah, they did. Especially the CT side. And they nearly dealt with the CT side, right? Like they almost got the 7-8 rounds at least to make sure that Astralis couldn't get a ton. What's that?
I said they came out swinging.
Yeah, they came out swinging, but now, I mean, with 9 rounds, it's like it never happened, really. You know, it's
Auto
such a fast start.
Auto
Let's
sniper.
go. We like to see this. An auto
He's gonna
sniper.
juggle it. Oh, extra sweaty. Not just playing an auto, but keeping an AK nearby.
Oh, perfect. Go B.
Yeah, get the hell away from that thing. Quick jumps. Koala already inside of the site. Breezer, you got a player behind you. Koala's able to trade that. Meanwhile, Altex, he still goes unchecked. That smoke helps him wonderfully. He shaves off Bruninho, who tries to wrap around the arch side. Altex, the guy of round number 15 here. Cowes, he's got 1 spotted, but Altex is behind them every step of the way. In fact, changes position, gets more of the same. It's Fessor at the top, Altex on 12, Breezer and Vigo right there with 11, and a total turnaround from that 5-0 start to a 6-9 half.
As soon as they got 1v2'd on the eco round, man, right here. Oh, that really brought him back into the game. That really
Snap
brought him
back to reality.
And suddenly they weren't scared, and Fury Academy started playing a little different. They changed up. So they'll have to be happy with 6. And that still might be okay. We don't know exactly how their CT side will go. Looking at when Furia played against NAVI Jr., in that match, we had we had both a strong T side and strong CT side. They won both pistols. They won 16-6, and they went 6-1 in the second half on CT side. So I think we don't even know what their CT side, how good it can be. But now it's going to have to go above and beyond. I do think Astralis Talent's T side is not insane. So it just comes down to if they'll. In some ways, it's like Furia, but slower. Like they do try to catch people off guard. They will maybe pull off a walk outside Palace, but they're going to try to sneak into connector control a lot and not too many running execs, which is a little unlike Furia. But for Astralis, I don't know how much they can read into Furia Academy CT side, so that might be a benefit to Furia. This has gone from, wow, this is going to be an easy game for FURIA Academy to, man, this would be a big win for FURIA Academy.
Yeah. And only one of these teams will be able to try and challenge that top spot from Big. Whoever wins this one has the possibility. Whoever loses it, no longer a chance. And then suddenly, even if Astralis beat Furia, they'll be hoping that Furia are still good enough to beat Big themselves. So there are emotional layers to this one. Koala, a one and done, and Bruninho comes off of the box. He loves this spot.
Yeah.
T side, CT side, find Bruninho on the boxes. Find Fesser up catwalk and the bomb plant on B. 2 T's in this, and it's going to be full-on market here from Furia's retake. They've got a smoke, they've got a kit on Kawez. But the thing is, if we've got ZMB and Descenti, 6 kills between them. So it... Oh, and then Kawez just gets popped. Breezer comes through with another. Descenti, nice long-range tap with the P2K, trying to come around these corners. He gets hit for 99, picks up the kit, and goes down as the Danes take double digits.
I thought there was 3B earlier in the round, but apparently not. 2 in the site with Bruninho both boots it up, and I think that was Astralis talent putting maybe a touch of pressure on Connector in the beginning with Breezer, and that's scaring FURIA Academy out of their heavily overstacked setup. Just loosen them up a little bit so that they could come in and hit B. So no investment here for FURIA Academy. They'll wait this one out. They press up quickly for mid control. Don't see a single target. I think this would lead you towards B. CT's not exactly making any noise, but they're about to find no targets off a cat.
Ooh, they're going to swarm him. Yo, run for the hills, mister. An entire pack of Furia players trying to catch that 1 kill. Try to do something in this one. But round 17, it's Astralis's now. Ego's going to be unleashed. It's all about just moving all the AKs. You know, Mister has the expendable MAC-10, so that could just still be picked up if he grabs the gun inside a jungle, but any further deaths from here on out, Furia will actually be accomplishing something. Ooh, there it is. So, a Galil and a MAC-10 will be lost.
Pour one out.
For all my Galil homies. Oh, now that's actually just an AK-2. So, about 3 kills just trying to chase unarmored
really good.
USPs.
Yeah, that's actually fantastic. So they won't even have, it looks like, full grenades off of this buy. Not that they need them. No, they do. Maybe they do have enough money. Let's see. MAC-10 purchased up here for Mister. Does he have a spawn that they're going to follow? Where is he at? Okay. Not really. Definitely forward towards B. Oh, this jump is actually key right now, considering the lead towards this side. The mid is going to get disrespected for Kawez, so this one tactic could make the difference. They'll spot him. Oh, Paul is a little late on it, though. Oh, just as the molly comes out.
Rock.
That's rough. He was jump spotting. They threw the molly, and he does one more jump spot because he doesn't see them that last one. Uh-oh. Things are getting very hairy now.
Problematic. Cut your losses, though. Let it slide. You know, it's a 12th round. It's money in the bank accounts of Astralis talent. It's definitely going to be a more difficult position. No doubt about that. Can't underplay it, but at least it's just one guy dead.
Once every 6 months, I shave my whole body.
Really?
Yep.
I've known you for what?
Not my eyebrows.
Not your
my
beard.
hair. Yeah.
Or your hair. So just everything but your head.
The neck down. Yes.
The neck down. Fully shaved.
Yes.
Smooth as a baby.
Because, especially for the summer, I need to be aerodynamic.
All right. I've known you for 5 years, so that's 10 times.
Yes.
I've
It's
never
on
seen it. Never seen it happen.
I don't do it in person.
It's not a spectacle. I
No.
thought you were a streamer.
I am, yes. Man, people have tried to give me money to shave parts of my face. Someone, what's his name? Remember Crow,
Yeah.
the gambler
Yeah,
guy?
like
Came
the
to my
crazy
stream and said
the crazy
$1,000 if you
guy.
shave off your eyebrow, and I had like blast next week. I was like, I can't do that. I don't think I would have done that anyways, but man, no thanks.
Yeah, keep the eyebrows. I could see you with a buzz cut though.
It's getting shorter and shorter.
Yeah, right?
It's way easier, honestly.
Yeah,
Like,
it
it's
is
way
dude,
easier
yeah.
with short hair. Okay, explode out mid. This is an important one for ZMB to hit, and we've got
Let's
a little
go.
pressure on Cat. Yeah, for Cowes.
Comes through from connector. 2 kills, 3 kills. Cowes. There it is. Furia Academy. They lose that last round off with a single B kill. They give it up. They take a pause, and they come out here swinging for the fences. Cowes, 4 kills from connector. He knew what he wanted. He got what he wanted. Furia have at least answered.
I am willing to say that that last round was a little unlucky, even though they could have still lost. There was still only 1 in B. Because Furia did a good move of having Cowes go Cat in that situation right off spawn, so they wouldn't fall for mid control, and then the jump spot being a little late. Like, that's why the site got run over. It comes down to the minutia very often, of course, especially versus rushes, but that was a very good response. There's a canyon between Astralis and Furia at the moment, but quite a clean round to show us that they have still stuff to give on CT.
Chris Angel taught us anything, it's that you can cross those canyons.
Yeah.
Jump him in a doom buggy. Ooh, but getting run over right now is the Furia side. 2 kills. You know, that's where they got their fights last round, from the bottom of connector, and this time Astralis talent, they just go hunting. Furia slow it down a little bit, right? They're not going there and looking to knock off heads.
Oh.
Called
Look
out
at the
as
lurk.
well.
Okay, let's contrast
Beautiful.
this to Apeks Rebels, right? We have a default towards mid. We see this get kind of equivalently lurky, but they still use some nades to get the map control, get a couple of fights that are in their favor with the smokes and the flashbangs, and then they turn it into a lurk afterwards. Like, that's like a nice balance, you know?
Yep.
Let's turn a default into
Layers.
Yeah, very well timed here from Altex. They won't be getting out of this, and Astralis immediately clap back. And this was kind of something that they couldn't get over Fesser in the first half, right? Whenever they tried to do something towards connector, he wasn't really dying without kills. In this spot, they do a good job of immediately kind of dismantling the connector setup. And while they're getting crushed in this save as well, the Senti last up, they know where he is. It's like they feel where he is.
Yeah, they're
Sort
sizing
of.
it up at least. You know, and this, I think, could be a chance for Astralis talent to take back some of the money that they were afforded when all they did was lose the B jump spot and then kept 4 alive. Money is still very good here from Furia. Even better with Descenti hanging on to the AWP. So 13, of course, for the Danes. On Furia's map pick. If we can call it that in a best of 1.
They did ask for it.
Yeah, this is their challenge.
Yeah, it isn't exactly, of course, the map pick just because, you know, someone starts off the vetoes. They still get the ban, their least favorite maps. But Furia did have the choice to avoid Mirage. That was given.
Top mid. And Descenti missing his first chance. Fesser swinging the AWP. Gets knocked back down to 20 HP. Oh, but Altex comes out onto that A site, and Astralis talent, it's just fluid, right? From one attack to the next attack with little amounts of time in between. It's like as the rotates coming in from that middle fight, the A players activate. They don't group up, clump, and then go in as 4. They just lean on the 2vx, and they get an A site under wraps for it. Deep util, gonna keep Koala back. Nothing Furia can do here but save and watch those rounds continue to grow. Astralis 14-7.
They see the Aubon Cat first of all. So Not only that, but they see the op on cat and they see a 3 mid setup. So they have the Palace Lurk activate, just like Furia does them in the first half, off of that knowledge, and they know there's no op in CT holding. So this comes down to one rifler on ticket who can make or break in the setup, and it is kind of a risk to come out of Palace, but he knows it's a one-on-one, and there's probably no one even stairs to stop this. So a huge move. A huge move here for Astralis talent.
Two ops, ZMB, Descenti, 3M4s. Again, Furia able to get the buys. Round losses racking up. That one round they survived. It's like, it's gun rounds, but that's just the element of all this that makes it more impressive that this T side has just dominated. 5 out of the last 6. 5 of the 6, rather. All the way of Astralis talent. Majority versus guns. Breezer opens up shop yet again. That T side op finds a pluck off of the apartments. There's another player still up there, and ZMB with an op in underground. Him versus Breezer. He tags him on that second shot. Now Breezer has a little bit of pocket. Koala, him and Kawes start to lock in this B site. Because the apartment fight doesn't go the way of Breezer, because he gets pulled back, he's not able to help them on that bomb site, and ultimately Koala holds. Big questions. How does Altex get back into the equation? Breezer. What is ZMB up to?
Why would he do that?
And then the headshot. That is an uninspiring 2v2 that gives Astralis 15.
Oh, come on, man. That was a little bit like the smoke is down. It's about to come up, and there's just no rush. I mean, there's a teammate in the site who hasn't been killed yet. Yeah, he could have flanked him at the end of the halls, but like, look, that smoke is literally just about to fade.
Yeah.
And Breezer is the one who's uncomfortable, right? There's a guy sitting at Van, potentially waiting to shoot him as he scales. He has the time on his side. So I feel like that was two styles clashing. Furia Academy trying to rush the situation and, calm the setup. Astralis talent. Let some good trades back and forth. Unfortunately for Furia, that's a little scarier for them. But I love how Cal just runs back out. It's okay. Let's just find out what's going on here. If they take any amount of time whatsoever, I'm going to go help Bruninho on the big flank. And Bruninho with pressure gets his.
Back to the Furia side.
2 mollies. So they can molly default 10 under balk if they'd like to. And they molly default. So Professor try to get into this, and he does off the ladder. 6 health, but the kill, and this is that early play from Kawes coming into fruition.
Flank's coming wide. Oh, he's going to double them down. So, nice and easy for Kawes. Looks sketchy for a second, but hey, that's 8. Furia Academy. Even though the trade train and middle kind of goes the way of Astralis talent. Astralis talent. It's all good. Game keeps going. Rebuy easy.
Yeah, because the cow is his heads-up play. Doesn't want to sit around and wait. We've seen them leave mid before too. As soon as they feel like they're done there, they don't hang out too long.
Ooh, Breezer gets tagged. Ops, exchanging shots. Both survive. Breezer wounded.
Now they're just lurking, and we don't have any utility to get Fester off pop boxes, so he's got a very strong position. This is not the place you want to see to leave themselves. Oh, an HE with a little spam damage, and that's enough to take him out.
To the face.
3 have moved over. Cows will drop back out, not believing this. But it is in fact the case. You can see the flasher in the back waiting.
Koala just beneath the ledge of Van. Descenti on the arches. Follows Vigo down. Trades out versus the second. Bomb stopped. Op missed.
He crossed in front of...
Oh, Altex makes that one a little bit uncomfortable. And a 1v4 here for Altex. Not going to be able to stop it. Furia Academy keep the game going. 6 more. And another jump from Cowes. Style at the end.
Let's go. It's unfortunate. Altex was a flasher. He's just coming in. It literally comes down to, like, you know, a moment in timing where that could mess him up. Doesn't want to shoot his teammate. And Furia pulled back. Reading correctly. Dealing with Fesser in mid. Being nice and prepared over in B. Fillet with some pistols.
Yeah, get these pistols out of the way.
Immediately peek to draw, overreaction. Hanging out here on the ramp still.
Still fighting. No real threat back the other way. Everybody's here. It's comfortable for Furia. Altex dropping the bomb towards ramp. It's going to call everybody else over. Reinforcements have arrived. Smoke down in front of Palace. So poor Fessor is going to get nothing. Sitting on 26 kills. Little sidearm fight. These are so ridiculous. And then he charges it in. Ends it. And the ramp player also crumples. That's 10.
Yeah, 10 is dignified, but I'm loving the Astralis talent T side today here on Mirage. I think it's been very well balanced, pretty fearsome. A couple rounds here for Furia Academy, but the key rounds won from Astralis, so at least the ops in play once again. Let's see if they go back to mid control once again here for Astralis, just to try to get a reread and update on what Furia might be trying to work on in the future. Well, actually, this ramp default with potential underpass lurk, no pressure from the top of mid. I don't know. This is definitely punishable from Cowes, and yeah, he will grab one. Very smart of him. Not seeing anybody there.
Smoke on top. There's a pinch here from Altex that could net them something. He's on the other side of the smoke wall. The jungle player is a few steps back.
I love this move from Cowes. I mean, he gives up connector, but he just calls it for his teammate. And he's doubling up in sight.
Smoke spade. Look at this. Look at this. Altex comes out from the smoke grenades, turns his back. Couple shots fired from Palace. That's going to be heard.
Yeah, now it's scary.
Koala, you can't stop him. Bullets whizzing by his head. Altex tries to find the duel, but Koala's going to survive that. The wall bang nearly enough. 2 HP left over. Everybody trying to get him out of this position. He's just hanging on for dear life, and Decenti comes through with the jungle kill. Bruninho even over the side of it. They cannot deal with Koala. He serves up such a distraction that they will get nothing beyond that, and Furia Academy are keeping this one competitive. That's 11 in a gun round with 4 survivors. Even though that looks scary with Altex getting in towards jungle, man, it's just Koala holding the underground, waiting to be saved.
So early 5v4, I mean, I love Cowes' movements around the site. Here, of course, he's a little unaware of the smoke timings when it's coming up in the jungle, and that gets him killed. But it is all just a bait anyways, doubling up with the under balcony player. But not staying there, right, and then just forcing them both to get mollied out instead of floating. And that draws enough attention. So even though Cowes gets spotted, the delay is good enough. And there was solid cover overall. DMB looking for a couple of ecos for the confidence. Okay.
Ooh. Down goes ZMB.
Oh, did you have to shake your face to make that noise?
Magician never reveals his tricks. Koala, come on, boys. Not to the pistols. Anything but the pistols. Koala, he's going to be all right. The survivor, back-to-back rounds. Freezer. Oh, he's going to find it. 2 more to take. Op shot missed by Decenti. Bruninho's still in the back. He saw them both. He knows if he just hits some beautiful Deeg shots, then Astralis talent, oh, he hit that. A little bit of damage here. Playing with him. He gets tagged by Descenti and swept away by the Deagle of the other side. 3 rounds the difference. You know, a CT side here from FURIA Academy it's respectable. 25 kills for Cowes. He's trying to do his best Fesser impression. He's got Bruninho with him. Koala, 2 critical rounds where he just stays alive. You know, it's not the most impressive kills. It's not the most impressive mechanical aim, but it's impressive in the sense that he keeps them standing and keeps them close enough to keep our interest.
They messed up a touch in the the first half, but they ended up dropping the second pistol on top of that. So, you know, FURIA pulling back against like the 12-5 start is actually pretty impressive here. Something like 11-7. Altex though opens up, and he answers back, and they come out of Palace. Well, 3v3. Best they could ask for, given the situation.
Fesser's deep. Critical retake. This is actually a winnable round. Oh, ZMB finds Vigo. That's going to pull Fesser off of the CT hold. Sees the guy on stairs, deals with that, keeps himself fully health, goes for the trade, and Fesser, the X Factor. Highest rated Dane in the league, 12 HP, and an op peak that he nails. 4 kills for Fesser, a grin, and a shout, a flex, as he keeps them ahead of FURIA Academy. That is them officially in second in the standings, right behind the likes of Big. If they can continue to sweep away the last 2 games of the season, then Astralis talent could maybe, just maybe, challenge that top spot. But this, on Mirage, is a formula that is consistent.
It is, yeah. It's very good performances. Fesser's a constant, and a big win for the standings. A big win to prove something versus another team who have had a really good season overall. And FURIA tried to stick it to them, but that lead in the beginning meant almost nothing as Astralis talent got that 1v2 from Breezer, then got comfortable, got to 9 rounds, won the second pistol, gave themselves this, you know, really nice security blanket where they could chill for a bit, and they had a solid T side overall. I mean, even though it came down to this 1v2, I think there was a chance for them to win in almost every single situation. So some good stuff there from FURIA for sure. It did feel like OT was becoming a reality, but at the end of the day, Astralis talent played well in both halves, proved they were better, and won on Mirage again.
Little life left in it. ZMB, unfortunately, a bit of a quiet game. I think the op department definitely leaned towards Denmark. Fesser, I think, emphasizing that in this last round. It's not every day that we see Fesser start picking up ops, but there was a multitude of rounds where he did it, and he ends the game with 30 kills. So all the way at the top. It doesn't have to be Breezer that's next to Fesser, it seems. Altex actually having a nice little standout game. 23 frags to him. Cowes, as we come to expect, up there. Bruninho trying his damnedest, but the floor of FURIA Academy was lower than that of Astralis, and I think that's why we can chalk this up to the 4-round difference.
I think that's very fair, actually. That is something important to point out, that at the top, between especially Cowes and Koala, these guys are matching up against the very best in the Academy League. But throughout, they are getting a little bit outmatched by some of the teams that have more talent overall. So, yeah, Astralis talent is in the name, I guess. Here it is, the comparison between 2 beasts in this game. 81% headshots for Cowes on this match. That's pretty nuts considering he had 26 frags.
Owning. ADR, Fesser, 128. That's we got them thick numbers this evening out of Fesser, and it's really cool to just see him kind of continue to be, just because we saw a little bit less of him, right? He was out of the server for a couple best of ones. We weren't sure, you know, just the depth of him, but he is the best Danish rifler on Astralis talent, no doubt in anybody's mind now. So next up, folks, we've got Prospects versus Fnatic Rising. Very interesting game. Very important, again, for the standings of Group A. Kind of comparable to this one, but we'll get into it once we come back from the break. So enjoy a few minutes to yourself, and we'll see you soon for Map 3. Welcome back, everybody. Fnatic Rising, 0-0 Prospects. That's what we've got queued up next for y'all. And Prospects already have a map win over Fnatic Rising. I don't know if people would expect that, but it was on Ancient, and it was one of those games that, we started to give more attention to Prospects afterwards, not only because they beat Fnatic Rising, but because it showed improvement after their loss versus Young Gods. Prospects have had a bit of an up and down. We had higher hopes than what they first showed us. As you can see, 2 losses to start the season. But since they've had those 2 losses, they've won, 6 games and lost another 2. So recovering, I would say.
Yeah, definitely. They're definitely just a very respectable team. They should be taken seriously in almost all the matchups so far, and in this head-to-head, have already seen success. So I think that gonna have some reservations about calling this one too soon. I think a lot can come down to the map, and because of course they've already played on Ancient, I wonder if this is one that Fnatic Rising are going to be comfortable trying them again on, which I think they have every right to. I don't know if it's one that they necessarily would want to, but um, they can. They even beat MOUZ NXT on the map, so it's not like they shouldn't just rematch it.
Mm.
But yeah, they are going up against a team just honestly one more win than they have,
So
which
they're
is
tied.
really
One
awesome.
more win. Yep. Fnatic Rising 7-3, Prospects 6-4. But here's the curious one, right? Let's assume, just for the sake of argument, MOUZ take top in this group. Then it's Fnatic Rising and Prospects right now fighting for that second spot. If Prospects beats Fnatic Rising right here, right now, then they'll have 7 wins, just like Fnatic Rising. But Prospects' last game is versus Eternal Fire. That would be
Oh
8. And if they get that 8th, then we could get into a position where, Fnatic Rising have to beat Young Gods to have the same score. So I feel like
yeah,
Fnatic Rising, they'll have a
then
tougher
then
job
it'll come down
following
to head
this.
to head in this matchup.
Yep. Yep, exactly. So
So
Prospects, big chance here to take second in their group, really set themselves up nicely for the play-ins and possibly playoffs.
yeah, so yeah, I mean this is a game where they got to go. Not only are they looking to win, but try to win by a margin because it seems like actually, yeah, there's a very high likelihood it could come because they probably will win their individual maps. It's not guaranteed for Fnatic Rising, but
Mhm.
all it's important is they win, not so much the round differential in those matchups specifically. So let's see. I guess it's maybe it comes down
Vertigo.
head to head if the RD is tied, but okay, we get Vertigo. Ooh, okay, Vertigo. Well, that is quite curious. I think we've seen we've seen a 16-7 win for Fnatic Rising over Eternal Fire on the map, and this is kind of Prospect's best map that I don't even remember casting them on. No, they haven't played it in the Academy League yet. So they have been I mean, they beat the Young Ninjas in Missed Games Heroes of Tomorrow and Anonymous 16-1 in,
Anonymous,
Elisa Invitational. Yeah. So some
16-1. All right.
big
So,
big non-endemic wins here for
yeah.
Prospects on
Well,
Vertigo.
Well, then, Fnatic Rising got to take him seriously here. Did we see Fnatic Rising play Vertigo? Yeah, 16-7 over top of Eternal Fire. And that is the only showing, only showing of Vertigo we got out of them so far in the Academy League. And unfortunately for Eternal Fire, everybody beats them. So it's hard to really, draw too much from that one. This is going to be a good game. It's cool that we get right to the tail end of the season where these head-to-heads absolutely matter, and we're still getting fresh maps, sizing each other up in certain places so that going into the play-in and the playoffs, we get that little bit more data. So I'm
Definitely.
all aboard. This will be a
Yeah.
this will be a fun game. I'm curious. We had the Fuzi NIP stand-in that just blew everything off of the rails. Same thing happened with Prospects in their last game because they brought in Sly.
Oh, that's true, man. What a performance from Sly. He didn't end up taking, he didn't have, a Fuzi map. He had a Fuzi start. He was so
Yeah,
nuts on
not
that
far off.
beginning
He's third highest rated over the league because of
with
it.
that win. Yeah.
1.39 rating. Yeah. It wasn't
Okay, yeah.
1.89,
Yeah, he
1.39.
stole the show. I mean, he started out the first rifle to 1v3, owned
Mm,
all map long, was really good. He just looked really good. He looked like a really good player. He was very aggressive. I think there's one HLTV stat that stands out is a really high DPR
Yeah.
because he's quite an aggressive rifler. But when it works, clearly, he's going to have a huge impact. So this is a super sick match, actually. Really good. Get to see Vertigo going down. And I think both teams should be able to understand the stakes. I mean, it's pretty quick to be clear to us exactly what this means for their chances. I mean, genuinely, this is a map that could determine whether or not you survive the playoffs because of just the place you're in. So Huge.
Very important indeed, man. It's cool to talk about Sly just because, we started doing a little digging, found out that he was, a part of the old Apeks Rebels, now playing for a team called 777. So, floating around. But he's no chump. He's no unknown. He just lost his spot in the other Apeks Rebels lineup, and then instead of representing the Norwegian organization, he comes in on the prospect side of things. And look at him go. He's flying, at least in that one map. I don't know if we're going to get him today, so maybe we're talking about him for no reason. But we will be jumping into Vertigo between Prospects, Fnatic Rising, a head-to-head that absolutely matters in the battle for second place in Group A.
No kidding. Sweet. I'm excited to see it. Let's check it out. Vertigo.
He's here. Sly.
He is here. Okay. Then I guess I got to check his Vertigo stats.
Urson, Lax, Sly, Jimbo, 8x, Volt, Pepsor, Banjo, MOUZ, Regali. The same Fnatic Rising we know and love, and a fresher face for the Prospects. Despite them already playing well, they get Sly in.
Looks like it's a
things. Yeah,
pretty decent map for him. This last game
Okay.
was 28 and 14. Don't know some of the teams that they play against, so just to put an asterisk on that, but showing some comfort.
So a completely open B site,
Wow,
completely open
holy.
mid, an entirely stacked A ramp from Fnatic Rising. So 5v5 in the post play.
That is an interesting setup, man. I mean, there's one thing to stack, but look at how much control they gave up while they stacked. 8x is looking to take an early fight, but MOUZ, well, it's a MOUZ in that rotation, and yeah, he finds a good way to approach that. Players coming up from both sides. CTs are fragging out.
Lax, though, connecting to the heads, almost has a chance to get around the corner. Could have maybe separated himself from Volt, but Volt 2 kills and a pistol win for the Fnatic boys.
They had to frag, but they did. 8x took the risk right there of figuring out if someone was rotated in from elevator or rotated in from heaven first, and there was one guy on each side, but MOUZ made sure to peek that, and that was only quite risky just because they didn't even have anyone spotting inside of middle in a position like that, really heavy on the A ramp, but they came as fast as possible over to that site. So super solid, but the 3 AK buy is up right now. Eagles to pair with it, and Jimbo with all the grenades. What a good IGL.
That's what he has to, Jimbo's also been putting up numbers as of late.
Yeah, he had a good ancient, right?
Yeah, a little Shuhei light.
Shuhei light.
Ooh, 8x gonna walk around the ramp, gets owned by MOUZ as he snaps it down for the headshot, and that's a denial of an opening kill for the Prospects camp.
Uh-oh. That was actually a pretty good fight for 8x right there with the amount of body he could see. And he got swatted off like a fly. Regali chilling, taking advantage of the fact that they are low grenades. Cam all in him. Ooh, but they've scaled. Got into a good spot. Now there's another AK there, but they all have guns left over. Lax puts one between the eyes of Volt. Well. Look who has the good guns now.
He doesn't find anything. Smoke. Deny MOUZ any little bit of vision. Banjo waiting for a chance to attack from the back. Oh, but he gets caught. Lax comes around the side of it before the CTs are able to push out from their spawn as well, so it's not even, very well jointed together. Separated and silenced. Forced by victory here for the 0-0 Prospects, despite losing 8x on that first hit. I thought, he gets the kill, they isolate the sandbags, but when he gets snapped down on by MOUZ, it was looking like a comfortable spot. No, sir. No conversion. 1-1.
Yeah, that was the one of 3 guns. They just didn't expect the re-aggression to be right there. Regali peeks a bit too wide. Sees 2. And yeah, so it was fnatic rising with 3 rifles as well, even though Prospects had 3 rifles themselves. So the 2 MP9s kind of get exposed. Less of a chance for them to fight back. Nice steal here for Prospects.
P9 to the top mid. Pepsor gonna try his damnedest. Left. Falls back a bit. Who's up next? MOUZ with the M4. Almost catches Lax. Almost, but doesn't even hit him with a bullet, so no confirmation on the position. He's going to push up
forward, yeah.
Yeah, he wants to catch him on the fallback. Gets around into short. They're going to duel each other. Oh, but he crosses behind boxes, and it's still not enough for MOUZ. Lax recovers, also low HP, so both of those fights could have very well gone the way of fnatic. Instead, Prospects survived the first 2 tests. MP9 pressed up close, bomb dropped, but there's no multi-kill there for Banjo, so the B site crumbles, and we have Prospects with a clear take of the B site. 2-1 as Regali looks to attack from the back. He could hit Sly, steal the gun away. Now the question is, does he want to take the chance? And no, sir. He's going to concede this one. Prospects pull ahead.
Can't say it enough. This game is really important. Prospects look good. Lax is having a day. Solid kills so far from him, and that's even a spot where he kind of gets caught out by MOUZ. But unlike on that second round where MOUZ killed 8x, even when he wasn't really looking at him, right here, he has an edge over Lax, and Lax's spray is just a touch better. That was one of the only guns once again. Probably will save up for next. But next, oh yeah, he's probably going to be the only gun next. Regali was also in my chat yesterday, and I asked him about MOUZ. I was just like, you know, seems like a really strong IGL. He's like, yeah. He's the Danish style of calling, keeps it simple. Whoa, that one gun is actually picked open mid, but Banjo doesn't get his, and this is B side open.
Regali on the recovery here, tries to run back with MOUZ. Volt gives up that little bit of space that they need. Trying to bring that bomb into the A site, but the rifles are moving over. They're both inside of elevator. Urson is on a flank, of course. MOUZ keeps keeping eyes behind him. Regali's going to face forward, comes through with another kill. Of course, this is the bomb stuck behind sandbags in a world of pressure, but that's going to be Urson slowly lurking behind MOUZ, executes him before anything can go wrong. Lax pushes up, well aware of the fact that short's been taken by Regali. Regali, 3 kills in this round, would need the ace, and he's only 1 away. Taps it, Urson, half health down, nearly an awesome round out of Regali. Still impressive, but can't find that ending fnatic certainly needed.
Yeah, don't even call him an opper. He can do more than that. With the save gun, that's pretty impressive. And it'll cost a lot. But still, Prospects, at least they win the rounds. Good confidence shooting here from Urson, not shying away from the battle, making that even more complicated than it needed to be. And regardless for his efforts, can buy himself an op. I actually don't even think he can buy this op unless he gets all the kills. Look at the money.
Oh my god. All them flashbangs and Banjo still shooting down ramp.
Uh-oh. That one was quite costly in terms of the resource expenditure from the T side. They at least squeeze for mid control, and Jimbo's got a kind of a lurk off here. He can run containment. There are 4 CTs in the B site, but he's limited on the info, and they'll eventually expand back to see what's going on. So he goes down. So much went into that one exec, and there was just no faking the fact that so many people were throwing nades. that it felt like for sure a B exec was coming on. There had to be majority there.
Bolts. Yeah, catches Urson. Thought he'd be further back on the corner where Sly just shocks us.
That was fast.
MOUZ, though, returns the favor right back. The AK headshots back and forth. 8x, 1v4. Gets away from the Regali peak, but bullets just go a little too high over MOUZ. And Fnatic Rising keep 3 up for their second round win.
Not too bad, man. Not too bad there. So that they counted the utility. I think they smoked down the ramp onto the stairs with Banjo, and he gets the spam kill. And again, Prospect put so much in that B-side hit, I think it was kind of deflating to have to walk away from it. And their last out was kind of Banjo, who had to lurk off in mid, but immediately got hunted down as they rotated back out. So, at least on this round, there is another investment here for Prospects. It's not quite as good, but 4 guns is still could be worse. They have opted to favor these guns, go very, very light on utility.
Ooh. No. Thought maybe Urson wanted to fight this. Stick around. It's going to be towards middle that things could get interesting. Pepsor
Spot him.
tucks back into the B site. MOUZ instead tries to find himself a kill or two. But now Sly's looking to wrap around CT. Oh, man, keeps it fast. Slices right through him. Missed shot from Banjo initially recovered. But Jimbo with the P250. I mean, he had to deliver that. If they want a chance of winning this one, it falls on him with just the pistol. They get the bomb plant with it. Sly on 22 health. Jimbo finds the upgrade into the AK. And now he's just tucked on green. Volt's going to attack from the back. Sly standing in the open. Low health. Volt. Yeah, snaps it up into him. Jimbo going to get pinched. He could fight either direction first, but needs to make that decision as to which way to go. Regali gets around. Tries to 180. Oh, hits the headshot. 9 health left, and because of the damage he did to Regali, he could close this clutch. Jimbo, left or right. Oh, and he doesn't see it coming. Regali pushes beyond with time to defuse that bomb. 2 seconds to spare. Ties the game at 3.
Yeah, down to Regali there on the USP, of course, is a huge round from Volt. They walking the entire flank, making sure to be very careful, not taking a spot of damage as well to allow himself to get the dink and set Regali up nicely. And Regali kind of played that very well. It's a round for Jimbo. Jimbo played it well too. Hard situation to read. You know, if he's going to push all the way around the right side of Jenny, that would have been quite a play, but he would have had to call out Regali entirely. So off the 4 guns, it comes down to the 1v1, but Fnatic win, equalize, and force the save.
Flashes and peaks and smoke down 2.
So it's definitely one where you shouldn't be shy with your grenades or your spam.
Uh-oh, Volt. Oh, man. Oh, he goes unchecked. He's inside of all of them. Kills come through from MOUZ. 4 frags versus the Tech 9s and P250s.
Great cover. I mean, I think because he took first contact, they didn't even check the horner. So even though he was full blind, MOUZ was happy to peek. Important of him to do so. Cool idea there from Prospects.
Tippity tapping away. All right. Nice. It's delivering. It's what we want for the games that matter. I suppose they all matter in the end, but now the pressure's on, right? The pictures has unfolded 80% of the way. Oh, Sly tagged down to 50. One of the last few bullets that comes out of MOUZ. 4 CTs inside this site. Peek from MOUZ over Jimbo. Lax will trade back. Pepsor, Sly back in. Double kill from him as Urson clears out the short side.
Wow.
And you did not know which way those trades were going to go
Seriously.
until Sly comes through with the 2. Regali into the clutch. And they lay down the smoke grenades.
That must have been a filthy 2K right there. Say, surely no chance. You can hear him back. Oh my god. And one went,
That's
what, sandbags, or is he close? If he's close,
on
it's
ramp.
scary.
One close, one ramp. Close guy goes back around short. Golly, trying to figure this one out. First shot sets him up. He's 12-3 off the back of that one. Flashes go out. Nah.
Okay.
Once he touches that bomb, Sly spams through. So Sly, man of the round, 3 kills. A disgustingly quick 2K within the middle of that. And Prospects keep the game tight.
Yeah, no kidding, man. This is ridiculous. The amount of trades that they won right there. Fnatic were trying to fight on the ramp. Let him get to that critical spot, though, right at the corner. And wanted to fight him at that moment. Still, some beast entries on the T side to keep the money honest. Very honest. That's what we're going to be playing Heaven with the Deagle. Trying to set up a net here on the ramp. Let them come up a bit. Drop some timing nades. And they're actually good. This will honestly help out a lot. Very good attack here so far. Wow.
Ooh, dunked on.
Excellent. I mean, that's good utility.
I feel like we come to expect nothing less from the likes of Fnatic Rising.
Yeah. They stretched that out. I mean, look, they even have 2 HEs left over. Missed their smoke on the ramp, but they have the sandbag smoke. Slow things out. Oh, man. Every single piece of utility is, like, resulting in a kill here.
He's up first. 2 inside of the elevator. Banjo very slow on the flank, so Prospects still can just focus forward for at least another 20 seconds. But they've only got 30 left to play. So smoke grenade out from Apeks. Cuts off the support of MOUZ. Ooh, but he drops that bomb. And now Apeks, desperate position for him to have to push around Crane, grab bomb with 3 players in sight. He'll be lucky if he even gets to live, because he's already got Banjo breathing down his neck. And sure enough, stopped in its tracks. The knife did land. He just lost 50 health for that.
Yeah.
That would have been funny. Just jumps around the
was
corner,
low.
slices him down, runs away, and saves the op. But no, sir. Fnatic Rising, great utility, great team play, great 5th round win.
Yeah, that was amazing. I mean, they didn't even have a molly, I don't think, did they? Maybe one? I don't know. But it was mostly HEs, the flashes, the couple of smokes that they had. Put the MP9 from Bolt in a good place. Didn't show anybody on the ramp as well to let Prospects up, and they preyed on the fact that Prospects have been taking the free space really quickly. Been very aggressive on the ramp overall. Really earned that one. Quality gameplay.
And now tough spot for the Prospects. Unarmored pistols.
Banjo looks okay. He's had a couple of bad misses so far this half. Might be a place they can get back into this.
Jimbo dumps the nades. Oh, Regali takes his flash out at the worst possible second. But Banjo delivers. We do get a T inside of the CT spawn. MOUZ clamps down on that one. Catches him off guard, but still, Tech 9 not enough versus the armored AK. Who's got 15 kills now? Who's?
That's Regali. It always
My
is.
God.
How does he do it? Yeah, that's a good one from Banjo. Actually, when he first joined the team back in Season 2, that's when I felt like, oh, Banjo, I like how he played. Very pragmatic, side anchor, some solid nades, clearly watches his demos, and I think we've seen games where his aim's just a little bit off, some games where his aim's, like, very good, and I think it kind of makes sense. The spots he plays doesn't take a lot of space on this team, but does his job pretty well.
Ooh, Jimbo. Insta headshot. Banjo back from behind green. Stops any flood of T's over top of construction, but they will still have that mid footing for a second. Adek, Rex, Urson, he's next. And Banjo tearing them up now. That's 3 kills this round. little bit of impact in the last one as well. So we thought maybe, you know, he could be compromised inside this B site, but in back-to-back rounds, we get clean examples of it. Not just versus pistols, here versus the guns on top of it. To give Fnatic Rising 7 on the CT side, and no real sign of prospects breaking through yet. All right.
Yeah, all right.
All right. Rising are they've taken the test of Vertigo, taking it well so far.
Well, I mean, they've hit some crazy individual things here. So Lax also great game so far. You know, not going to be an easy hold, but outside chance they could do this. Let's see what the flash from Jimbo can offer up.
Goes for the peek.
Oh,
Lax
not
takes
bad.
one. Jimbo in with another. A 2v1 left over. Jimbo in the open, but MOUZ clamps down on him. That is a 7th, sure enough. So 4v2 just flexed. Man advantage works out. The numbers roll with Fnatic Rising as they keep that lead growing.
Maybe one day Jimbo and Banjo can play on the same team. 2/5 of an NA roster right there.
Me and my friend Jimbo and Banjo gonna head on down to Europe. Y'all like Counter-Strike?
Those names look so funny to us, obviously,
Yeah.
but in like a cute way.
Quick peek. Ooh, MOUZ under a little bit of pressure, but he's got so much support here from Volt.
Oh!
Or did he? Tech 9 straight to the head. MOUZ on the recovery. Regali's still stuck behind sandbags, but Pepsor getting the smoke spam.
Jesus.
You know, that's a lot of impact, a lot of oomph behind just pistols. So
I know, man. These guys are
respect to
scary.
prospects.
I feel for our observer right now. That's I have no idea where these kills are going to come from myself. It's so hectic. You're doing a lot with that chaos. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, man. These rounds are so rambunctious. Trade's coming through fast. It speaks to the spacing. It also speaks to Fnatic Rising, the fact that they have 8 over prospects. I feel like they'd be destroying another team right now.
Like Urson's back at the LAN cafe.
Is he?
Looks like it.
Okay.
It's the same room.
But did he change his shirt? He has a match day shirt. It's I'm single and happy.
Hey man, you gotta let the people
Wait,
know.
was it Urson? Oh, that was someone else. Who had it? Are you sure this just isn't his spaceship?
Oh, it could
Did
be.
you ever think about that?
Oh, you're right. You're right. Now, how rude of me to assume.
Yeah.
So human-centric of me.
What? That was the longest bounce ever. How did it go so far? Am I crazy?
That's a flubbernade, man.
That's nuts. Flubbernade, is that a real thing?
Yeah, I don't know.
Halo.
No. That's it's the movie with Robin Williams. Flubber.
Oh, okay. Flubber. I haven't seen it.
What? Google
Rest
that
in
right
peace.
now.
All right.
Yeah, rest in pieces. Damn. You know Robin Williams loved video games, eh?
Yeah?
He named his daughter Zelda.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah. Yep. One of us.
Let's go. The man of taste.
2v4. You know, we're getting to that point in the half where I got to point out, Prospects 1 pistol converted for 3-0. Now Fnatic Rising are winning 8-4.
Yeah.
Like,
It
yeah,
looks crazy because prospects have hit these insane shots, but yeah, they're just kind of low-key getting dumpstered somehow.
yeah, yeah. Which makes it even more impressive because the individuals are here, but Fnatic Rising on Vertigo, they got retakes on retakes.
They didn't win the pistol. Fnatic Rising won the retake on the pistol. Oh, they won the second round.
Oh,
Yeah,
second.
they won.
Sorry. Okay. Yeah, force buy and convert. That smoke just bounced far too. Low grab on Vertigo. 8x. Oh, Pepsor turned his head. He turned his head. They cover through the smoke. They just stick the defuse. 4v2. 8x.
Oh! Oh, he's dead. Okay. Oh, and they get the op. Oh, these rounds are crazy.
9-4.
Yeah. It feels like prospects would beat somebody else right now, right?
Feels like they'd beat everybody else right now.
Yeah, yeah.
If in fact, it feels like Prospects would beat Fnatic Rising right now.
Right.
But
Maybe
no.
on a different map somehow. Crazy how Fnatic Rising have done this.
They're just riding the wave, baby. Again, in the important game too, right? To decide who gets to be MOUZ NXT's challenger.
Playing Battleship.
Boy. Get a little trade back. Still stuck in the corner down there's Lax. 8x tries to walk in, and Pepsor just wins the 1v1.
No more of that.
Straight up duel. Tries to block smoke. Flashes come wide so that he can continue to try and gun them down. Lax sniffing out this open B site. It is very much open, and as they sprint over to it, Lax will be a critical piece of this. If he goes down, then the CTs are right in the spots they need to be to stop the bomb from crossing. But they actually don't take too much of a chance here. Volt sees Jimbo, and Lax does a good job of just staying alive, keeping him back. Albeit, I will say, halfway offered here. Molly on the bomb site.
Molly. Yeah, for back Jenny. That's a big one. They don't
then
scale
take
with
the
it,
place.
so they walk back into it, yeah.
So Jimbo on green, Lax in the site. Volt rounding the corners, gets the dink. There's the trade frag back from Pepsor. Needs to be sly, and he needs to be slick. 1 kill deep in the 1v3, smoked off from the bomb. They're going to try to get that defuse through. Pepsor, he needs the trade frag. Oh, it's a bunch of damage. Slides on the reload. Pepsor can't find it, and there is no time. So sure enough, Prospects finally sink in a 5th.
Damn, they do that off the hunt from Lax to get in the site. Lots of time, and that's the risk you run on the retake. Bro, those retake flashes were extraordinary, weren't they? They, like, first of all, got the Jenny blind. Second one here to help him scale. As soon as Jimbo came to, he got the trade, but seriously, that was really hard to deal with. I liked every idea there, but sometimes you've got to be careful about smoking out the cross like that standard as opposed to on the stairs or whatever, because you just have no view. I mean, you give potentially, as long as a T can line that up, which is not that hard, but you give them a chance where they might not have had any. I love the way they're playing the ramp right now. Hunting down the spams, making sure that Fastler can't come out, which was a problem for them earlier on in the game. And having kind of 3 CTs ready to just explode on the ramp if anything goes wrong. Considerable pressure here, both on A and B from the CT side.
Gap to work with. Meanwhile, B fight. Sly gets dinked. Oh, and spam through. Banjo tracks it. Hacks him.
This is an important move from Pepsor. Allows Banjo to reload comfortably. And Urson's about to get baited. Yeah, that's huge. Nice play. Woo!
Damn, Pepsor, dude, he is on one today.
Yeah.
And even with that, it's only 7 kills, but I just feel like every time we see him, it's like the critical ones.
Yeah, definitely.
Just content to be in the thick of it. Lax trying to walk this one up, but it's looking double digits here for Fnatic Rising. Triple hold, nearly the exact same angle. 20 and 7 for Regali, 16 kills on MOUZ, 14 frags on Banjo. That is a 3-man core that not many teams in this league can even have a chance of hanging on to.
Yeah, seriously, that was a really beautiful half overall. I mean, yeah, Prospects individually looked incredibly strong, and they just got smoked. So that was a very high-level CT performance here to show off that they can beat more than just Eternal Fire on Vertigo. And you should be worried if you want to take it into the veto in the future.
True, right? 16-7 versus Eternal Fire, so we never really saw it challenged. But I feel like, you know, this version of Prospects, now we know. Now we definitely know. Yeah, it's the real deal here from Rising.
Yeah.
Strong stuff. Regali, good to see him comfortable on another map. You know, it's like sometimes we see these performances maybe taper off on in certain places, but not for him. Just consistent every single day, every single map, every single challenger.
Seriously.
No scoping Urson like it's nobody's business.
Yeah, this is like, you know, by far Prospect's best map. They've lost 1 out of the last 7 matches, and it was in overtime.
See if that CT side can offer us up a change. So, Rising 1 first pistol, lost to the force buy. 3 of the 5 rounds from Prospects by way of the very start. And they're still trailing at half of the round count.
Bonkers.
Bananas. Double flash kit for Jimbo. Sly on construction right with him. 3 Ts, bottom ramp.
We've got eyes in all the right locations. Ooh, interesting utility. And we're splitting A.
Apex gets that freebie down the ramp.
Okay, he
MOUZ.
grabs it. Oh, he stays here. Oh, he stays.
Whoa! They forget about Apex. He gets iced out by Banjo. They're going deep. MOUZ comes back.
Ooh.
Now suddenly these CTs, they feel swarmed, they feel surrounded, and they should because MOUZ, he's got 3 kills, looking for the 4th. Urson up close, bomb plant in from Volt, 1v1 on the site, and it's Volt to make the difference. fnatic Rising, a quick 11th.
That was a huge round from Volt. All right, sorry, from MOUZ with the play that he made. That's his own smoke, of course, that he's coming through, and instead of going through elevator, which he was allowed to do, right here he could have snuck to elevator after this kill. If he goes to elevator, he's going to die to the guy, 8X, who's standing on jump up, waiting for him. He's low HP. But if he stays on that side, and they don't rotate through heaven, it's such a problem for them. And he knows there's still rotators, so lets his teammate, trusts his teammate to do the rest, and even picks up a 2nd kill. And that was a setup where Prospects covered kind of every position perfectly, right? They had 2 eyes on mid. 8X with the early peek and kill.
It's another one that just feels like Prospects didn't do anything wrong particularly. There's no glaring issue. It's just Rising that much sharper today.
Yeah.
Double MP9. Triple Deagle.
Apparently, Regali's lived in Denmark for 7 years now.
7 years. Oh, shoot.
In Odense.
A Denmark classic.
Yeah.
Nice peek, but Regali that much sharper. And they all flood in. MOUZ with the plant in the cubby. Ah, Mac 10 through it. That's over and towards mid. There's construction that must have gotten hit. And more smoke grenades to really keep Prospects back. So they already have to accept the fact that this one is done. They got no juice left in round 17. 12-5 fnatic Rising. You could maybe grab some of those MP9s, but Deagle's going to have to be saved, and they'll have to wait, of course. No rebuy in the next. This is looking like 13-5. This looks like fnatic Rising. What if they beat 0-0 Prospects worse than they did Eternal Fire?
I mean, if they do that, that would be it for 2nd place, pretty much, right? Like, if they had not only the win, but also a huge round differential here, then they would almost be a lock. So there is a lot on the line in that regard. They don't want things to get testy. They're playing good CS, man. They're coming off a MOUZ NXT victory.
Yep.
I mean, they're looking awesome.
And if it wasn't for that, you know, that double OT loss to MOUZ on Mirage, We could be looking at Fnatic Rising actually first place. But,
yeah, wow.
It would have been. It would have been. Straight into the top 4 of Season 4. Right to playoffs. No play-in needed, so you get a little break as well.
Is there a chance that they can tie or no?
I don't think so, because MOUZ still have
MOUZ.
3 games. Yeah.
Right. That's 3 losses. Just capping around.
Who do they play? Well, you never know. They play Spirit Academy, OG Academy, and Young Gods. They've already lost OG Academy.
You never know. Adds more excitement to those matches. Interim boost here.
Sees a couple.
Vision. Yeah, I'll do some damage, but that's it.
He sees the ones in the back. It's the front runners that are already too close to him to really hang on to that A bomb site, even had those shots connected. So Fnatic Rising. That's 13-5. We'll get a couple of gun rounds out of the prospects no matter what, and hopefully for their sake, a win or 2 within it. But Regali keeps it sharp. 2 kills for Pepsor, 1 there for Regali. That's going to push him to 22-8.
God damn.
Farming.
You're getting worked. This would be the chance, though. No, lost the second pistol, so saving up for this moment. Playing back from 13-5. Will it only be dignity rounds? I don't know. We don't know. Full healthy buy. Make it count. Ooh. Counters that specific ramp pick that Apeks wants to go for. Urson floating around. He's got to be careful. He's got someone right above him. Apeks does find his. Banjo with a little jump.
Ooh, weird one.
Finish the frag. Oh,
that's
my
crazy.
God. He thought he got the kill.
All right. Well, Fnatic Rising do bleed. MOUZ on the recovery.
Nobody makes me bleed my own blood.
Blood. Poor Pepsor. Oh, yay. There it goes.
I just
Jimbo.
don't understand the psychological process when you think you've killed. I don't understand how our reaction times are even that fast. You know what I mean? Like,
Yep.
that we recognize on what
He is dead.
bullet we think he's dead. Yeah, for sure. That always blows me away when I stop shooting too early. We've all done it, and it's like, what? I didn't even know he was dead, and he wasn't. But
Right.
I was just so sure.
Your brain just betrays you.
It's crazy, but it's like it's also amazing how fast our brains work.
Yeah. Improperly.
How fast our brains can be stupid. Yeah.
Yeah. God, I'm
I
so
got the
impressive
dumbest
with how
brain, but
fast
it's
I'm
also the
wrong. Yeah.
fastest. Yeah. Exactly.
Whoa. Oh, okay. Okay.
Flash was good.
Sly spinning around. Catches the headshot. Prospects, not too late to make something of it. Bottom out the banks here, and we're all good. But fight through the floorboards, maybe. Banjo versus Urson. Banjo gives up the angle. And he'll tuck back. They're going to lean towards A for a second. Looks like they're going to boost to player B eventually.
Interesting. That smoke could be good because he smokes the side where there's actually no player for the lurk smoke. So they have to kind of go around to make sure no lurk is coming out. No molly. Oh, molly on default. Yep. Full
Urson
exec
finds a
coming through.
little
Minimal damage
pocket.
on that molly. Yeah.
MOUZ is actually pressed up. Yeah, Urson, he gets drawn back into the fight. Regali, he'll ultimately be the one to kill him. But MOUZ is still in a good position. CTs know about it.
No mollies.
Jimbo, doesn't
MOUZ.
expect that.
Oh.
MOUZ goes hard. 2 kills. Not to mention that deep position that set up Regali's up. So, Fnatic Rising beat their way through a B bomb site. Regali, a key factor, but MOUZ really that space creator, as he is almost caught up to Regali. You know,
I think
47 kills between the two.
True. I think he threw the right smoke on the ramp. Just the Elige, lurk smoke on the ramp to make it seem like he could have gone short. And I think the CT setup got a little bit scared, not terrified, but it looked like they were starting to peel back off B slightly. And then the full exec came in. Just enough space to make sure that the default guy doesn't hit him when they're running up the stairs, which is the nice fight that you want to take versus the T's. And then, this is all 4v5 as well. Look how little utility is. They use every single bit, and then MOUZ gets into 2 different positions for these frags. Man, he could fit in as a IGL or just a fragger, honestly. Crazy how they barely need Volt this game, and they're just decimating prospects.
Front, he goes down first. Sly locked into the sandbags. They're gonna pressure him out of here. He puts down the smoke and tries to leave. Oh, nice. Takes Pepsor. Lax puts a fire down on short. They will lose Sly. The re-peek around the side of Crane from Lax. 40 health left, and he gets 2 to close. Ooh. Prospects fighting on the ramp. Sly sets that up. The fact that he gets Pepsor, I think, is the added bonus. Makes the job much easier for the rest of the boys to close down. Still a long way to 14, but Sly sets him up for 7 at least.
Yeah, 3 in the round for him. Beautiful stuff. Gets a smoke down right as the molly comes. Finds a spot to re-aggress. And Fnatic Rising are scrambling a little bit to make sure he dies. And in that time, Prospect's already thinking about how to help Sly. So that's one thing. I mean, they've got 2 out of the last 3. Back to pistols for Fnatic.
How far off?
Oh.
MOUZ catches Sly.
I was just thinking he made some noise dropping down. I feel like Apeks is really good in spots like this, even though it's scary. Oh, how far is that scope coming out?
Oh, keeps it tucked.
Playing it well.
Banjo, yeah. Missed shot. Could have cost them, but Lax, this time, 4 kills. From 14 and 16 to 18 and 16. Positive 2 after that one. Nice. You know, Sly takes a chance by going and tucking into the corner. So again, trying to throw himself at the front of the A ramp. Just like sandbags the round prior. But recovery from Lax. 8x. I agree. Usually good for those. But,
yeah.
You know, at least Lax was serving up a distraction, so it's the back of Banjo, not the front. It's always easier to shoot him in the back of the head.
He wanted to give him it. It was a gift.
Here, sir. A bullet for your troubles.
Oh, man. They're looking for Sly, and they found him 2 rounds now. Had him full blind on the other one. Nice shot, 8x. Needed that one.
Little recovery.
Oh, he needed that one. Wow. Whew. They escaped from the corner. Oh, and Pepsor will kill Lax. Lax had the angle on Pepsor, but Pepsor was the patient one. And the same lurk smoke to cause some nervousness towards short. And MOUZ is actually using it. Oh, 8x will come back. Very nice. They didn't know where 8x escaped to. It could have been off to short, right? But he went to the right. Played off the sandbags.
8x back to mid. Good timing here.
Wow.
He loses Jimbo at the exact same second, but they've got the 2v2 and they've got 30 seconds. Urson, oh, he's going to round the corner, catches him the wrong way. They were watching sight. Urson, unsuspected, comes around the side of Tetris, gives us a 9th here for prospects. It's a CT side with life. It's a T side with economic problems. It's an important game that prospects are trying not to let slip through their fingertips. Off of the back of 8X with the op. 3 kills this round. You know, Sly's getting countered, but at least the others are offering us something.
Yeah, love this from Apeks. I mean, the whole way he played it. If he gave up all that space after 1 kill, I mean, they could have easily won off of that. But instead, he didn't make the natural rotation. He decided to go the other way. They tried to counter him with some of his utility, but they read his rotation incorrectly, and 8X made all those kills after the first big one look very, very easy, very chill. And 8X is that guy. I think we've seen him a couple of rounds. We had a round on Ancient the other day, a round on Dust 2, where he's taken over by himself, made a really heads-up move, clearly kind of calculated and synthesized all the options very fast, and just calmly taken out multiple riflers in 1 round.
Realize that the Polo logo on his hat is green screened. You'll notice next time. Whose face was it yesterday that was so bright that it was getting meshed in with the CS logos?
That was Regali.
Regali. Ah,
I don't.
see, that's
Yeah, there's no green screen behind them. That's weird.
no, but it's like the
Yeah, I know what you
WePlay
mean.
something. I don't know how to describe it. It's magic.
Magic, right?
You know, it's the real gamers. You know, they're intertwined with CS. Little lineup, Sly. Yeah, this is his recovery. You know, he's trying to throw himself down on ramp, gets iced out a couple rounds in a row. Farming the anti-eco friend, you've earned it. Taking up a tough job. 1 kill left to find. That's Banjo, and he's gonna get tapped back by Jimbo. 1 kill to him. Another round for prospects. They're within arm's reach of Fnatic Rising. But
Yeah, they have to work. They have to work. We've already seen a couple of good T rounds here out of Fnatic Rising, so it's definitely still not going to be plated and handed over to them, but they can do it. They are sporting a 67 win percentage on CT side across 7 maps. That is prospects.
okay.
That being said, they were still looking at 57 T round wins, so that's below par in the first. And that explains how Fnatic Rising have still got some T rounds over them now.
Fnatic Rising are just thank their blessings they were able to win pistol in the conversions. Or else this game would nearly be tied. Nade onto Pepsor. He's on 80. Lax. Oh, gets headshot by MOUZ. CTs weren't really close enough, so Jimbo's just going to throw himself at it. Insta-killed by Volt. Now Sly's trying. It's the same angle, the same attempt, and the same result for the first 2 CTs. Sly gets back. You'll have to try and come at this from a different angle now because of the util that's down. There's a flank. This could be huge from Urson.
Uh-oh.
But he gets nothing, and Fnatic Rising with that should have a 15th shoot in. They've got Pepsor still on top of the bomb. 8X hits the op shot to get the retake rolling. A 2v5 attempt. It's going to be a tough one. They're going to try their hardest. Volt, well, he gets 8X, but the 2k in from Sly. 30 health left over. Only 16 points on MOUZ. Banjo, 100 HP. Smoke ahead. Short peek. No time. A 15th for Fnatic.
Oh, everything goes wrong. And that's honestly... Oh, they do. They stay alive. What? That's so
No
well
way!
timed. They were this close.
No way!
I was like, my God, they needed to do that. They wouldn't have lived.
That's so sick.
They did it at the same time, man. That was like Matt Damon and Tom Cruise all at once. You kidding me?
That's so sick.
Hell yeah.
For 15.
To get match point?
For 15. That's so sick.
Wow.
That was the coolest save
They
I've
don't even
ever
have
seen
money.
on Vertigo.
They don't even have money if they died.
Oh my god, dude.
What the hell?
Oh my god. Wow. That's fun, but reality check. It's 2v5. So No, enjoy the save from the last round because you just got a drop kick back in round 26. But at least you got that 15. Little pop up here.
Oh, neither die.
Nope. Fire on their feet though. They're gonna get swarmed by the counter terrorists. 2 kills
be
back.
Careful, boys.
Oh, nades excellent from Lax. Pepsor on the wooden wall.
Top of the wood wall.
Still fighting, but he's gonna fall down, get caught by Slide to survive here for Prospects. 4 more match points. Fnatic only need the 1.
Bolt on that last round got hit to like 20 HP with the molly, and then got 3 kills, I think, on the entries after that. So that was a very scary round because of MOUZ walking up to the ramp. But that was Prospects, right? They have to play so many more CT rounds because they messed up in that first half, and they want to be aggressive. They want to use 8x. They want to use Slide going down. But we have seen a number of times that Fnatic Rising been able to counter Sly on the ramp. 8x has been super solid, but they just don't want to be aggressive for this one time. And then Fnatic Rising take that space, walk all the way up, and put tons of pressure on them. And it can be exhausting, right, to want to take ramp control, but do it every round in a brand new way. But that is sometimes what the map demands of you. So I think Fnatic Rising have found a sore spot. But, yeah, still some room to climb. Lots of rounds won here for the Prospects. Ooh, 8x with a banger.
Oh, AK goes into the hands of Volt, but only 3 health. That's 12. Queued up. Not yet locked in. Regali. Bangs the face of Sly. Lax.
Uh-oh.
Gonna get tagged down to 50. Ooh, Regali. Shooting him through the edge of the ground. Regali has managed to put a little bit of life back on this. Now, he doesn't have armor. MOUZ will, but MOUZ only has 14 health. Volt only has 3. Not even 100 HP between the 3 of them. But a minute to get weird. If those 2 players, if they jumped off and saved like that at the major, I bet you that's a graffiti.
Yeah, true.
Right?
You get a little plate.
Yeah.
Don't tell them that. They're going to listen and be so sad.
You're going to have to wait a few more years before they try it again.
Damn, you think it's going to take them 3 years? Uh-oh. Wait a second.
Not like this. Please, not like this. Not like
Wait
this!
a second!
Regali has made this happen. The two Deegs to kick it off on ramp. Now, listen, Urson can still clutch. Doesn't have a kit. He's got a smoke. He's got a Molotov. And he's got a player that is a stiff breeze away from death. The molly goes over to where it's not going to affect anything. The smoke is not necessarily on top of the bomb. They're still going to have vision, I think. But they both come around, and he sprays them both. They jump on it, get a little scared, and it costs them. But thank God for Prospects. Thank God for their souls that they don't lose this map like that.
Yeah, to Regali with the 3-piece. I mean, this is insane. The wall bang. After the collab start, too, and 1 gun. That was a nice shot. Second one was even crazier, I think. This is funny, because they come up and see the bomb's not even actually smoked. But I guess ironically, it actually does give Urson, you know, he sees him sooner. So it helps as long as they peek.
Molly on him. A little bit of chip damage. Sound definitely heard here, so they know they're ready. Lax preparing himself, but
this is
at
very
least he doesn't die.
Side. They're falling back into passive spots now. This is an enormous opportunity for Fnatic Rising. Uh-oh.
Oh, these 2 guys in the pocket of short.
Yeah.
Heart's throbbing. Sly gets back.
Are running back. They're spread out into a default again with no A control. This is a winning position for Fnatic Rising. We've got some utility. Not much. Jimbo better hold that smoke.
Needs to come over top. It's there for the taking. 2 T's push in.
They got to apply pressure, man.
None. Not even spamming. Flash goes over. That's what they're waiting for. It's the trigger to push through. Oh, misclick from Sly. Oh, no. The right click silence. 8x. He's looking for something. A 2 versus 5 retake needed, or Fnatic Rising will be shooting for the 2nd place, if not top of this group. And Pepsor closes 16-12. An awesome map of Vertigo. Super glad to see that prospects give us a little bit more. Start to bring that one back some bit. But a problem trying to push through that smoke. The 3 players go through. The flash doesn't really net them much. And then poor Sly playing with the silencer.
Yeah, that's needs to be you need to be able to disable that. It's such a silly thing to force on. That's unfortunate. The right click there. And man, I mean, what we saw here was, yeah, prospects have a very good CT side in a sea of good CT sides in their last 7 maps, but Fnatic, they had an amazing pistol. You know, they earned, like, it's one of the few times where I'm like, they straight up earned the pistol rounds. They looked very good in both of them, the retake and the second. So on top of that, giving themselves a good lead in both halves, they had an excellent CT side themselves to make sure that even if prospects did have one, that it wasn't going to be enough. And they got some crazy ass entries. And this was with prospects having individuals showing up in a way that they haven't always done all together. So a very hard version of prospects to beat, a super one-sided scoreline to start, and enough round to play with to survive a team that scores 67% of the rounds on CT side in all of their other matches.
Yep. Fnatic Rising, I'm actually very hyped to get more Vertigo out of them maybe once we get to the best of threes. This is cool. We haven't seen too much of it this season, but it looks really strong. And I want to shout out, you know, again, emphasizing what you're saying with the pistols here from Fnatic Rising. Just thinking back to yesterday versus MOUZ NXT. Remember they did 4 players inside A site, inside Temple, waiting for MOUZ to come through Donut. Like this is kind of 2 days back to back where we've had exceptional pistols from Fnatic Rising. A little prep goes a long way. And so they'll win both these pistols, convert the second one for a full 3 start on the T side, and they get victory here. But play of the map, that double save jump off of the building.
Yeah, that was sweet.
That was cinematic.
That was amazing. I mean, it came down to milliseconds, really. You
so
could feel
sick.
Like you thought they were going to die. It was like about to happen. But what a win. And honestly, what an important win, too, just for the standing. So not only a great map of CS, but statement game for Fnatic Rising, and it kind of cements their place as, you know, pole position for second at least.
Yep. And then, you know, there's a chance that the top spot in MOUZ NXT could get fumbled. You've got to be right there to pick up the ball if it does get dropped. And I feel like Fnatic have done that. They've put themselves in the right position. After the break, we'll be coming back to see whether or not MOUZ can just stuff them and keep far ahead. It'll be them versus Spirit Academy in just a few minutes. Welcome back, everybody. Map 4 of the day queued up. It's MOUZ NXT, it's Spirit Academy. And if we were at the start of the season, I would look at this head-to-head and I would just say, yeah, MOUZ have this in the bag. It's a write-off, right? We're talking about a Spirit that was 0-4 to start the season. Their first win versus Eternal Fire was a 1v2 in round 30 for a 16-14. There was no real indicators that the team was going to get their improvements under wraps and that we were going to get the Spirit that we've come to expect now, which is one that has a more consistent art star. It's got the like of Zonk and it's better now. It's better now. Art Frost, yeah.
Art Star is the
shout out Art Star.
Yeah, shout out Art Star.
Yeah. Art Frost though. Yes, of course. Two very different people. And only one of them is in the server today. Of course, that's Spirit Academy's Art Frost. So MOUZ NXT, they've got 3 more games in the regular play. If they win all 3 of them, they'll have 10 wins, and nobody can challenge that top spot. They're going straight into the playoffs, one of 4 teams to be in the playoffs. You get to dodge the problems of the play-in. If they don't win all 3 of those games, then there's a chance they could tie with Fnatic Rising, and then we get into the murky waters. But ultimately, win all 3, you're good to go. Today, it's Spirit Academy that they've got to topple first.
Yeah, I think you set it up really well. I think we talked about a week and a half ago. I'd say this game is over. It's a wrap. There's no chance that Spirit Academy can win. And even still, it's incredibly lopsided best of 1 that doesn't feel like they should win. But it's more like 30% as opposed to 5%, which is an amazing improvement for Spirit Academy. They definitely earned the respect of the league, stolen my attention, and recovered in a way it can just feel like you're in this pit, down 0-4 to think you even have a chance to make it through. You're thinking about, am I going to be last in the entire league? And now they're thinking about how deep in the playoffs can we get? So this is, no matter what, been a great recovery and something to think about for Spirit Academy. And if they play their absolute hearts out today and with a little bit of luck, there is a chance that they could upset in this match, even though it would still be a pretty massive upset.
Yeah, certainly would be, right? There's no doubt that MOUZ are favorites here. So we see Nuke taken out by Spirit Academy. That's where MOUZ beat them in their first head-to-head. Pretty dominant scoreline as well, so no shock to see that one go. But it is still going to be MOUZ's decision as to where they take this. So we've got
Mirage.
Yeah.
Like Mirage.
No, Overpass Mirage.
Oh, Overpass,
Mirage.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
MOUZ NXT, I think, very happy with this.
Yeah, this is very comfortable. I think this is exactly where they want to go. Spirit Academy. Okay, the pre-match stats. They won 1 out of 3 games, and obviously don't have any wins that. Oh wait a second. No,
they beat Fnatic Rising on it.
They beat Fnatic Rising.
Yeah, but then lost to Young Gods and lost to Prospects in a close 16-14.
No shame losing to Young Gods or Prospects.
Nope.
16-14 or 10. Young Gods are really good at Mirage, and Prospects beat Astralis Talent like 16-10 on the map or 16-8 or something. So these are respectable losses and a really good win. So you know what? This is something. This is really good, I think. I didn't even realize that we could rate the Mirage of Spirit Academy, but with that win over Fnatic Rising, they proved a ton. MOUZ NXT, they went to double overtime and barely beat Fnatic Rising, right? So it's not like they're completely perfect on the map. This is sick. I mean, maybe this raises their odds even a touch more, just because, quality teams, and their most recent one is a big win.
I'm down. I think we'll get a better show. Hopefully. Okay, not that. I think we could get a better show on Mirage than we would have ever gotten if we were to go replay Nuke again. Spirit decided to take the match to Nuke the last time we were there. Between in this head-to-head, big mistake. Spirit Academy absolutely had to pay the price. I think they learned their lesson. They took their whooping, and now today there's no surprise to see them get it out of the equation. So let's go, folks. We got Mirage in line. We've got Spirit Academy on the rise, and we've got MOUZ NXT now officially in second place because Fnatic Rising just won that game. But MOUZ have more games to continue playing. And if they take this one, they're right back at that top spot. 3 wins between them and a quick ticket, the express lane, straight to playoffs.
Sorry, our
Spirit Academy
done?
No, they have 1 more.
They have 1 more. Okay.
They have 1 more, yeah. And MOUZ have 3 more, including this one. Last game for Fnatic will be versus Young Gods. It's fun now. Every game, it's like
Yeah.
sometimes at the start of the season you can't really see the finish line, but now we're in that final sprint, and people are passing each other on the way. Here we go. Pistol towards the B site. MOUZ NXT jumping out. What's the form going to be? Because even though Spirit Academy have promise on the map, there is just a world where we get the best out of everyone from MOUZ, and it could be another stomp.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that is important to point out that there's still a situation. And I mean, for Spirit Academy, they might sense the opportunity, which might create nervousness in a spot where MOUZ NXT, they're champions. They're used to this. Even though it's like the little league for CS, they have stood up to the most amount of pressure. They have survived roster moves, still continue to be an excellent team. So yeah, it's very true that Spirit Academy could be left in the dust if they don't play their absolute best. And on this round, no shot really. A little scary to run that early off the defuse, but there's no CTs to come on in. We're quickly off to the second round.
Keeping my eyes on Jimpat. I think he is a
yeah, right?
Yeah, he is a real heavy hitter when he's on one, and he brings something to the roster that is, a nice little bit of clutch factor. Like he's a high impact player, and he's getting comfortable with it. The game that they did lose, or one of the games that they did lose now, because they lost twice, was when Jimpat had his worst performance of the season. A mere 5 kills, I think, by the end of the game. Not putting it entirely on him, but just saying if he's not there, then it's they're mortal. When he is on his best,
-1 for 10 rounds.
Aye, that's not bad. That's horrific.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, horrifically hilarious. Deagle's going down inside of the B site. Donk shredded. And we get Quail coming in from the catwalk. Deegs from downtown, not enough. So they'll move these 2 guns left.
I've never used a paper shredder before.
No? Honestly, kind of a one-trick pony.
It's not fun?
It literally just shreds things. That's all it does. And you can't even put anything other than paper in it. So, a wood chipper.
Yeah.
Now, that could be fun.
Yeah. Have you seen the show called 1,000 Ways to Die?
Yes. Yeah, old classic.
Someone got put in a wood chipper.
Ugh, God. That's horrifying. I was thinking you could put a watermelon in it.
Well, you know what? Legs first would suck.
I think head first would also suck.
No, it wouldn't.
It would suck for less. It would suck for a less amount of time, but
I mean, it would suck for 1 second, right?
Depends on how quick it
you
gets
go legs
through you.
First. I'll go head first. We'll see who's happier afterwards.
Yeah, you go legs first. At least you got a chance. Maybe you can,
Oh, to live. Wow. I wouldn't want to live at all. No legs?
Hey, man.
I mean,
I sit in a chair and game most of the day.
Yeah, that's true, actually. Damn. Take me away.
Robot
I'll game in heaven.
Yeah. I bet you that's what they're doing up there.
Gaming.
What else you got to do?
Yeah. They have the Starlink internet.
Yeah.
They get a crisp signal up there.
1,000 up and down. Ping does not exist.
Yeah.
Scout here for Art Frost.
And no one's toxic because they're in heaven.
Yeah, right. That's true. Yes, you literally filtered out half the matchmaking teammates.
Yeah. If you queue up in hell, you're just playing against basic players.
Yeah. 4K solo queue.
I know you.
Yeah. People who call GG 2 rounds in. Art Frost waits with the scout. He's got a good scout. But he's almost dead already. 3 health left. A couple players tagged here. The USP of Quail comes through with the Shuhei kill. That's all him as well, right? No assist on that, so just the USP kill. And more damage, but they're hanging on. They're going to keep all these guns moving forward. They could still afford to lose a Galil. 3-0 to the T side of MOUZ NXT.
Exertion, finally when the dust settles, the best, highest rated player over all the maps that MOUZ NXT have played. Which that adds up to me. That adds up to me. Spent a lot of time this season talking about a lot of the new players, but Exertion is a constant for the lineup. Quite a mystery, actually, how he, wasn't kind of the first person to get called up, actually. I mean, Torzy and him, basically, at the same time.
Yeah, it really felt like it should have been, Exertion instead of JDC.
Yeah.
Not the way it went down.
Yeah, but this way they keep I mean, either way, these two players farm in the Academy League, but yeah, I don't know. I just kind of sad that they didn't, honestly, just flip the whole roster. It would have been a
Bring
risk.
them all up. Yeah,
Thing
but,
is, you got Frozen on the team. That's the one thing.
Right. MOUZ take risks. You know what I mean? It's an org that I feel like we've seen it in the past. Wouldn't have been too crazy. Plus, it could have been like, it could have made history, for the first time ever.
Ooh.
There's a marketing campaign there.
I mean, besides Gambit? Or first time in what sense?
Oh, yeah, okay, fair. Yeah, no, I forgot about Gambit.
Well, that's the thing, because it was like they already did it. They took the big risk, So it's like they followed suit. Everyone's like, what do you mean you're flipping the Gambit roster? You can't do that. There's no way these noobs are ever going to hold their own versus experienced veterans. Oh, okay. Oh, the molly gets missed.
Not ideal.
Here. Still smoke up.
Gets over 28 HP left on MHL. Bomb is still on the ground. Shane tries to duel on the side of the smoke, and that's going to be costly. Only Shuhei comes through as the 3 remaining Ts get ripped apart one after another. We've got Spirit Academy on the scoreboard the moment they've got guns.
That's the thing. I mean, MOUZ, they won all the easy rounds. Spirit won the hardest round of the game. Easily. What's that mean?
It means that the score is 3-1. And there are 12 more to play in this first half.
All right, okay. What, I can't get ahead of myself?
You can do whatever you want.
All right. Well, if they win this round, it'll be a save and 3-3.
My man speaks in facts. Art Frost set on fire for only a second.
This is a game where they need Art Frost. They need that kind of 20 kill half Art Frost. Maybe if it's not quite those numbers, they need that same guy in spirit.
Yes.
And Donk as well, honestly. Donk is dead.
Down he goes.
They bullied him pretty hard.
MHL thrown to the top of middle. Get a crawl up the catwalk from Quail. The Dark Room Gamer. What's Art Frost want to do? Press up close to ramp. He's got a teammate with him so they could throw him forward. Quail's still going to be keeping eyes on Khan.
Quail.
If he dies, Art Frost is going to get pinched. Smoke goes through the connector. They're starting to clamber through the windows. Oh, Exertion gets the headshot onto Quail. Smoke fades. Art Frost tagged down to half health. Flash into the connector, but still, remember, window compromised. Jungle wrap coming. 30 seconds left. Shane is up in Palace, and they've essentially squeezed the CTs off the A site. They've got to hide and ramp.
And this is Shane, who, I mean, he could literally molly them A ramp. I don't even think he'll read their under Balk, so we'll see. They're spamming it. Art Frost looking to take the cross. Oh, they peek right into him.
That's bomb drop. Hasinator comes through. This is getting awkward. We've got 10 seconds on the clock. Both CTs still ahead of this. They're trying to fight. The peek comes in from Shane. Denial from Hasinator, but bomb gets picked up and planted. They know they're both in there. Oh, an Exertion.
Wow.
Headshots Hasinator. Leaves it on Art Frost. A 1v2 to keep the ball rolling off of the first gun round win. MHL so close to dying already. Exertion's offered us some crisp headshots. And that bomb beyond the halfway point. Looks like Art Frost is going to concede this. Let this slip. Keep his AWP, but a 4-1 for MOUZ. That got sketchy when they were fighting off of stairs.
No, it seriously did, and I'm actually surprised that they tried to fight so heavily towards it. I mean, you often see in spots like these, you don't get much utility coming into the ramp, and that's, I think, partly because it's hard to actually throw utility at the ramp with exposing yourself to something. The only spot is behind the stairs, but you can't throw it from the top of the stairs. If you throw it from the balcony, like where Shane was, then somebody could be sitting Tetris. You can't clear that angle unless you have the sight. So maybe that's why, but No trades coming down here. Actually gave them a chance to fight back. That was their only rotation. It was a natural rotation, so I think MOUZ knew they were going there. But it was also basically the only way that they could stand and fight, and it almost worked.
Almost.
But the round before that, everything was so good from MOUZ. Wow.
Quick little pistol push here. Trying to throw something at them. Shane. Wrong person.
Yeah.
But Jim Pat can't say anything because he was -1 in 10 for 10 rounds once.
Yeah. Donk.
Oh, Deagle into the bomb. Shane a little preoccupied. Donk comes in with a second, but then Exertion wraps around triple, alleviates the pressure. Here comes that op. It announces itself. Misses MHL, dodges the flash. Oh, lands the first one, still has the cover. Exertion's got to keep it clean. Art Frost, oh, he's right on the edge, and he misses his full up. So Exertion's 3 kills 2 times in this round. Exertion comes through with some very clutch impact.
Yeah, it's a triple wrap. That's the perfect counter to the default player, and then he spins it around as he does, takes out CT. Damn, Art Frost was like 1 jiggle peek away from the peak coming. Like he was waiting. He didn't know Exertion was that close. He was probably thinking he's swinging from the back at triple, probably based on the way he was standing there. But Exertion did come into that fight. There was a chance to flick it hit. Very close call.
Oi. Op pick up. MOUZ gonna still have to fight here. You know, these rounds are coming close. We've got life on the Spirit side. Quail. Oh, Exertion. What? Are you kidding?
What cover is that? That's incredible.
Oh, but he pulls out a nade. So still, Zontix able to get the edge. MHL,
Ooh.
time to clutch.
What's he gonna do? In danger of getting smoked out. Wait, are they
Throws a smoke of his own?
Oh, they threw a bad smoke on the ramp, man. This is a one-way. Oh, okay. They take him out.
Drops there. And now we've got that defuse through Spirit Academy. 2 survivors. Exertion. Crazy cover on the guy who first peeks through those 2 smokes. But then the fact he pulls out his Molotov and the guy who was planting bomb, who he had already saved once, was still busy and didn't have his gun out. I mean, you can only save somebody so many times. Shane comes in with the entry. This was it right here. Fatal error.
A second push through the smoke.
Yep.
They needed to.
Got to get crazy.
And they made it happen.
That's 2 to the board for them.
That's the mirror push from Spirit Regula. Pillow Fort. Beehive blinds. Chicken
Rubber
Man.
chicken. Chicken Man. You know, IGLs are kind of like rubber chickens. Make a lot of sound.
I'm going to let you explain this.
They make a lot of sound. You know, they're always squawking and gobbling and flapping their gums
Oh, because they talk a lot. Okay.
like rubber chickens.
Okay.
Have you ever seen those videos of somebody pushing down like 100 rubber chickens at the same time?
No.
No? Okay, you got to do
The
that.
TikTok.
Yeah, something like that. It's on the it's out there. It's like when you go to a pen of turkeys. Hassinator MP9 up close on the palace. That's a total shutdown. 3 kills for the Hass.
Nice.
As Quail comes through smoke with Art Frost. Very quick reaction from Spirit Academy to get themselves a 3rd on the board.
What do we know about turkeys?
What do we know about turkeys? I used to live next to a turkey. I don't want to call it turkey farm, but I lived next to a farmer who had probably like 30 or 40 turkeys, and they're very gullible. Like you can prompt them. So if you ever see a pack of turkeys, you walk up.
E on them.
No, like you gobble at them, and they'll all gobble back.
Oh, okay.
Like you can trick them into thinking you're a turkey. They're very
That's kinda
stupid.
like you.
Yeah.
If you hear a noise, you make that noise.
Oh my god.
Turkey
I'm not a
boy.
turkey, am I? I am also flightless.
What if you heard them gobble and that's why you gobbled and didn't realize you were the one who got outplayed?
It's exactly. I mean, why else would I walk up to the pen full of turkeys? It's because I want to gobble at them.
Oh, here's the new smoke, the major smoke right here. Let's see if it works. Shuhei's fighting over it. Yeah, it gives him some space.
Zontix has him locked in. Art Frost waiting for the peak. Yeah, Shuhei feeling a little uncomfortable now, but still win the window fight. Insta headshot, gets underneath the Opper, and will try to find some contact elsewhere here. Art Frost is going to try to smoke it.
Oh, they know the ops on cat. I don't know, but they no windows open. That's a freebie. And stairs.
That's next, or it could have been.
Yeah. The thing was right there. That was actually a really good play. But if they had Palace presence, that would have been huge. Cat stairs guy would not have been able to swing on that. So they were kind of disjointed, not exactly ready to attack. Now they have to look for a new course of action. Nearly got away this round, avoiding Art Frost entirely. But it looks like now he's found himself on the right site. Eyes peeled.
Ooh. Waits for the second. Oh, but misses that one too. Art Frost's going to give him the space. Comes wide through the doorway, though. Gets into the combat op. Oh! Tracks Jimpat for the second. A recovery here from Art Frost because he doesn't play the easy ones. But Shane's in the clutch. Gets attacked from Cat. Had no time to plant regardless. That is a fourth to the CT side of Spirit.
Yep. That was kind of like a... What's a moment like that? Maybe like an old Hampus moment or something where he's maybe a bit too far away from his teammates with what Shane was doing. Like it was a really good play. Or sorry, Shuhei. It was a really good play. It was just there was nothing with it. So if you got the kill, I mean they just win. They literally just win. The site's open, ops on B, it's over. But they could have still won. They had something to support it or refrag.
Now they're on pistols, and Spirit Academy are going to tie this game up.
Yeah. Wow.
Again, if MOUZ want that #1 spot of Group A, they need to win all 3 of their remaining games to guarantee it. You know, fnatic could still drop the ball versus Young Gods, but you don't think about your opponents, you think about your own doings.
Does that mean that if fnatic win their game, then MOUZ
then
would
they'll
need
have
2 losses? Sorry, we can check after.
Yeah. For now, we're gonna watch pistols get wrecked. Donk comes through, 4 kills. The fire gets it. Come on, he can get the ace, but no sir. Art Frost has that intuition, turns back towards Murder Hole, and 5 sure enough.
Yep. And how is he? I mean, he's missed a couple of shots, but he hasn't died so much for them. He's 10-3. It's a good pace. Donk behind it. That's a good sign.
Okay, so fnatic beat Young Gods, they'll have 9 wins. MOUZ will need to win 2 of the remaining 3 just to get 9 wins. If they lose 2 of their 3 remaining games,
they won't win the head-to-head against fnatic.
Imagine that.
Oi. Oof.
So just win all 3 and you're fine. It's as simple as that. Simple. Maybe not for Spirit. And they're trying to keep it complex. Smokes all over this bomb site. Zontix, you never know like which angles are being created here with so many smokes layering each other. Zontix. Oh, the gun goes dry, but it doesn't matter. His teammates are in. And that is a collapse from MOUZ NXT. They just got rocked by Spirit. Zontix for 3 kills, and then the rotators 1 apiece.
It was the 2 smokes that the CTs threw in here, right? One from CT and one from Jungle that really messed him up. Allowed Zontix to have these easy kills. Super good lines of sight, and that's 4v5 that they're able to pull that back. So MOUZ now, they're not winning and they're saving. Ooh. 5 straight here for Spirit Academy. Oh my god, no way Xerxes gets that. Oh, he went to get the gun. He got the gun.
Got away?
He got the gun and got out. Yeah, right.
I don't know how.
His Steve stat, it must be maxed out.
I don't know why.
And they're gonna boost with it. Oh, they're big in the window. Oh,
That
my
would have been
God.
sick.
This guy
But,
is so scary, man. Exertion moves fast.
Sometimes I wonder if the only reason he didn't get picked up and JDC got the spot instead is because you have to remember Exertion is still only 17.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
So, you know,
damn,
leave him on the
nuts.
NXT team for another couple years. Travel will be easier. You know, you got other life stuff sorted. And,
How old is Torzy? Is it 19? Let's see. I guess JDC's a little older, right?
Yep. JDC's 22.
Right, so then he wouldn't have even been able to play in the Academy League next season, right? So that probably played a factor as well.
And Torzi's 20, you know, so at least both of them are double decades. You know, it all closes down here in round 13, but the point of that is just more so like Exertion will get a call up at some point.
Someone's ringing the phone, man.
I'm sure there's already calls, but
thing is, like, MOUZ could use it for their own roster because they definitely need to do something. But they also have the ability with these basically all 5 of their Academy League players to sell them to different teams that they'd like to. I wouldn't call for it. I still am a proponent of them staying together, but
there's options.
Yeah.
From an organizational business type point of view, I obviously have different opinions.
It's a X-ray on the rubber chicken. It has no bones because it's made of rubber. I would be horrified. You know, it's just screaming at you the whole time.
You just gotta, I mean, you can look up, that thing's looking at you the entire game.
I know. It's not cute.
It's too much pressure.
You just want to impress it so bad.
It's probably a reminder that his webcam's also on, so there's even more rubber chickens in Twitch chat watching him too. Hassinator opening kill. It's the quick ramp play. We're watching Spirit Academy start to kind of...
They're owning.
Start to kind of own. Yeah. Kind of, sort of owning. Oh, but Shuhei. Yeah, just a reminder, okay? You better keep it consistent, Spirit Academy, because an early lead here doesn't mean much. MOUZ NXT, they've been in worse spots throughout this season. They've recovered from those worse spots.
Mm-hmm.
You know, this is a team that has a lot of resilience, a lot of experience.
The most
thrives under the pressure. They've had a target on their back for 3 seasons. Still win every single time.
This is the nice shot. This is the first season where they haven't had, like, Torzy. Was he play last season or no? Shoot.
Maybe he got to call up mid. I want to say no. I feel like it was right after season 2 that change happens.
Oh,
I could be wrong. Donk's gonna round this corner. Ooh, nice headshot into Shane. 30 seconds left over here. He could keep up the pressure. Bank nade. Oh man, that would have been enough to kill MHL. Imagine that. Then the bombs dropped. Wall bang. Almost.
So close.
So close indeed. But MHL comes off that plant with impact and MOUZ's 6th win.
Torzy's last game was season 2.
Okay. Donk, nice attempt. Would have loved for that nade or the wallbang to land just to see how the connector player then has to play it. But that 6-round spree
first game
ends.
is season 3, so there's something missing. Oh wait, no, there's nothing missing. That makes perfect sense. What about season 2.5?
Yeah, platform 9 3/4.
I was just thinking that.
Yeah.
How do I do a Harry Potter here?
Leave it to the nerd. Coil. Oh, he's got crosshairs on him. Ooh, Exertion's gonna go clear it. Okay, yeah. You don't blend in that well. Jump up as the man advantage is recovered. Art Frost worried about Connector because of the way he just ran up it. And Exertion gonna get caught as he tries to go through that murder hole. So at least now CT's bring it back to even ground. Jimpat still floating around bottom middle. Zontix, he'll go out wide and catch that kill. But then Shane just stomps on the Haas as he tries to get himself up through the ladder. Donk again, back and forth this round. Finally starting to stabilize the wave. Spirit, we got Shuhei in the clutch, leading by example. He does the damage, but Zontix has him dead to rights. An 8th for Spirit Academy, a 1-off for MOUZ. And they're going to have to buy everything they can in this last round of the half to shoot for a 7th on the T side.
Dude, Exertion's playing his heart out when it comes to these real impact frags. And unfortunately, they're kind of going unnoticed on the rounds they're losing. But look at this. I mean, take out the Connector player. He gets in a window, finds another, tries to turn it into 3, and that's the confidence. But of course, that's where he dies as well. Maybe they needed him to stay alive, just keep window control while his teammate works on things. I don't know. But there's been a couple of times where MOUZ have been overextending, right? Shane, Exertion now in these different spots. And they're having big rounds, but they're still dying afterwards. And, you know, it's not really about the blame game. It's just about if you have a strong position at a certain point, do you need to overplay it?
Oh, overran. Oh, missed shot from Art Frost as well. This time he won't pick it up, right? We've seen him allow for the entries to happen and then just push up close and close. But this time, MOUZ NXT just going to puncture through the B bomb site with a 2-man advantage to try and close out the half. Bomb plant. Plenty of time to spare. Comfortable post-plant positions, including a late apartments player. Shane's close corner occupied. Jimpat's the only one who's susceptible, and he can just lock in on bench. Let the others do all the heavy lifting, and sure enough, they will. So 7 for MOUZ on the T side. Nice little couple rounds at the end, because Spirit Academy gave us a nice chunk of defense right in the middle of all this.
So chunky that they have majority rounds. I mean, that's super good. This is a very good map so far for Spirit Academy, all things considered. MOUZ CT side will be very hard to get through, but this is a good start. I think we did see, I mean, you just can't ego Spirit Academy these days, even if like they're just too strong individually at the very minimum to simply swing upon. They have some good counterplay, some good individuals, good awareness.
They like to fight in the frantic situations, like that one we just saw with like the smokes. Like, you know, like they'll.
Art Frost is better when there's more going on. Like when there's less going on, he's missing. When there's a chaotic situation, he's doing a lot better. And I know players like that. That's actually something that they should try to lean into, especially on T sides. You know, exploding with a pack, getting into clutches, that kind of thing. But even with Art Frost missing some shots, he still had a good half. Gave himself lots of chances, and couple of rounds he missed, they lost off of it, but again, I think it was still overall a net positive.
And so with 1 round in between them, we get Spirit taken to the T side. Smoke flash for Quail. P250 on the Art Frost. And Donk at the top of the board. Always a good scene. Quick stack towards the B site. Couldn't be further away from reality. Spirit Academy just going to come through with the exec onto A. So maybe Shane gets an early kill, but he's actually flashed off. They start to cross, and he will shave Hassinator off of the pistol. They still get deep jungle control. Oh, Shane. Wow, that's Shane. Beautiful. Peeks into the murder hole. Smashes Zontix. Exertion is right there, too. So it's a bomb plant here for Spirit, but they are losing bodies. They're hemorrhaging. Donk deep into the jungle. He loses Art Frost. He's going to have to clutch the 1v3. Bomb planted in front of Connector. Jimpat's going to get into the corner. Oh, Donk comes wide with the kill. They're trying to stick this. Shuhei's on it. His back is exposed. The reload's needed. And the defuse. Oh, it's close. He gets it. He gets it.
That's so close, man. That was, I mean, Shuhei defusing, turned around, looking down. No headshot possible. for Donk, and it looks like he has armor too. Just how many bullets he took right there. I didn't see for sure. Yeah, he had armor as well. That probably made the difference, man. 80
Look at him
health.
twisting.
Yeah. Damn. A nice try from Donk, but ultimately, that's Shane, right? I mean, Shane, as a one player on A, he's trying to get one kill. Most of the time, you don't even get one there, and he gets two, and even takes window back from them, and Exertion jumps in the window to make that even worse. So there should have been no chance. Oh, nice shot, Art Frost. Perfect clear here on MHL. Guess there was still hope for the eco. Look at the guns.
Straight to B we go. Jimpat, best of luck. MP9 underneath them. Oh, Donk clearing the wrong corners. Very frantic. And so that allows Jimpat to get away with a second.
Yo.
Dives right back into them with a third. His teammates show up, but we've got Art Frost in the clutch. 2 kills already. AK upgrade, not nearly enough. MOUZ NXT just continue. 9-8.
This dude really dropped his smoke and went in front of it. That's Jimpat being, yeah, as annoying as possible, making the most amount of money possible as well versus all the good guns. So very reasonable decision to go for the B split, but you got to get through the Jimpy. If he was Danish, would his name be Pimp Hat?
Jimpat. Actually, that's what it is. He is Finnish.
Swedish.
Yeah, never mind.
Oh, okay.
Pimp Hat. It's actually a pretty sick name. I feel like you know, I see the branding.
Yeah.
Oi! Quill, he's rocking the Deeg. MHL's pinned into the corner now. Teammates on Cat can make sure nobody can cross over at him, but he's still just getting chipped down. Damage by damage. Sits on 33. Jimpat comes in from CT peak. Ooh, Zontix gets it in the end, but Jimpat recovers it. Art Frost, he's going to get that bomb on B. Another plant. Because you know what? Art Frost, he's a survivor. He survives longer than everybody else. In this case, to plant the bomb and try to give us a Deagle show, but no fireworks here off of him. It is a 10th for MOUZ, 10-8.
Very easily done. You know what's really nerdy?
Yeah.
When Harry Potter the Sixth Book, The Goblet of Fire came out, I lined up for the midnight release with my mom. And then I got it. And at recess, there was like a regulation in Toronto where you have to go outside for our students. But I used to bring the book underneath my shirt into the group right before they opened the door. I'd sit underneath the stairs and read all recess. That's how much I loved Harry Potter.
Well, that's great, though. You were, you know, you were doing something you enjoyed. I used to go outdoors with all of my Magic cards and then play Magic in the playground.
What a nerd.
Yeah, well, at that time it was Yu-Gi-Oh! So, you know, I don't know. Is that better or worse?
Better because I played it.
Oh, okay.
Pass!
He's got that first one. Gun's important. Oh, and Donk. Gonna survive. Barely, but he's standing. And Shuhei isn't. Flat on the ground at that A site. We get the T's start to peak, but will they anticipate 2 CTs in their spawn already? Will it even be a problem? They could plant on the opposite side. They've got full connector control.
They're good.
Goes down.
A hard one to get back into, man.
Nades flying over top. Zontic's down to half health now because of the utility. And MHL hasn't seen anything bottom connector, so maybe they save.
Yeah, they're done. This is too tough. That's a two strong entries. Like the answer back right there, if they got Donk, I believe, or whoever, I think it was Donk from default. That trade dictated, I think, whether or not that was even possible. But smokes are perfect with con control. Everything fell into place. Spirit Academy quickly win back into the second half. This game is so alive. It's the proto molecule.
Terrorists win.
What's that? Yeah, I'm gonna ask you to
Show
explain
called The
proto
Expanse.
molecules.
There's a show called The Expanse, and well, I'd be spoiling it, but basically,
Oh, don't do it. Shut up.
okay, you can watch it.
I wouldn't have asked. You know.
The acting sucks, but it's great.
Okay, Spirit Academy. 1 round early on this T side, just like the CT side, right? First gun round, boom, they win it.
Boom.
Flash, boom.
Flash, boom.
Call that the Kerrigan special. They crawl back. No underpass presence. They know it. They leave it. Apartments can now be sought after. 3 T's sitting outside A. Top middle will be checked by Donk.
Dude, they're going through the checklist. I mean, this is good. Then CTs aren't really doing anything special. They're going to keep con smoke to the bottom of it. Worried about underpass at this point. Light smoke to mid is standard. CT rotate over towards A, though. MHL's clued in. Right side smokes one in the belt. MHL opens up.
Vayne, inside fire, burned out by Hasinator. Shuhei could challenge bench if he wants to. Palace players still trying to keep that vision so that the ramp players can push out. There's the possibility of the Zontix lurk. He peeks into exertion with that kill. Now suddenly heads can turn back towards the front side of the site. MHL ops down Hasinator. Still they're able to get outwards. Oh, but no sir, no further than that. Art Frost into the clutch. Player up above them. That's one. Expects the peek beneath, but Shuhei right into the same angle as the first kill. Gives MOUZ 11.
Now, this is a very curious round because MOUZ NXT didn't have any presence in middle. They watched for a late underpass lurk. They didn't peek B. They didn't have top mid. They were rotating through spawn. MHL made the perfect rotation to CT. But I'm not exactly sure what gave it away here for Spirit Academy. So they have some tell that MOUZ NXT used against them to get that perfect rotation in. And from our perspective, you know, with what MOUZ NXT could see, Spirit Academy did work the map well enough that I don't see how they could have been confident that it was one side or the other. But they see something. So Spirit will have to cover their tracks in the future.
Oh!
Yeah. Wow,
Art Frost.
that is very fast. That is a tough shot. Nice, nice, man. He's just super patient there. There's 2 different jump spots coming in. He just chilled. I got nothing else to do today.
Gotta love a little Art Frost. Now they're going to leave one at the bottom of mid in Zontix. There is no appropriate rotation just yet. Not with that op pick. Sets them up nice. Do something over towards the B site to prevent them from overstacking A as they did last round. So weird smoke there. Zontix, he's going to start coming up from top con. Oh, he's looking to flex on this. Shuhei clears him out. Donk to the top of stairs.
Oh, they did miss their
Still,
smoke.
CT player comes through. MHL, he's a problem. And Shuhei, he's going to get one off of the staircase. Now suddenly bomb needs to be picked back up. And it crumbles. MOUZ NXT. That must have been a miss smoke for Connector.
No, it was on the roof. It was on the roof. They smoked jungle and con. But the Connector smoke landed on the top of Connector, which is the absolute worst case situation.
Look at this.
That was a great shot by Art Frost, and this setup is fine. The smoke's above him here.
Zontix almost comes through with, you know, if he gets one more kill there, then they recover from that missed smoke, but
You can't be missing smokes, boys. Not in a game like this. Not in a round like that.
yeah,
That's a swing round.
fantastic situation they had themselves in.
Wow. And then the 2 con guys, you know, frag out totally. So free opportunity here. for MOUZ NXT with the 2 straight.
MHL, good opping from Ticket as well. Kept up the pressure alongside the connector guys.
That one was weird because on the mini map it looked like the smokes landed well, and it's just because it was literally right above where it was supposed to land.
Yeah, about 20 feet too high.
Yeah. Toffee save comes after. Buy again next against 13. Still some expensive and shiny deagles to try to win with. I don't know where they'll go. We're looking at 1 round in the second half so far. May have been 2. Maybe they lose anyways. You know, who knows? But Shane 6 kills, but he basically won that pistol round by himself. Any donkers?
Always a couple donkers in the chat. Donk comes with dinks. Both of which are dank.
Also one of the youngest players in the league, 15.
Doing his absolute best to bring MOUZ down a peg. Ooh.
What?
Do that again.
What?
What is Quail made of?
I don't know. His arms are made of titanium, I guess.
Still, the ramp player goes down. And there, Quail, finally dead. Cat-like, 9 lives. Ooh, Art Frost, yes. Clean Deeg, little damage versus exertion as well. That'll keep him on his toes, but we get the peek into the palace. Low HP for 2 of the 3.
Oh.
Zontix is the guy.
Uh-oh.
Exertion should come clear this.
Oh, they're going to know. I mean, he's watching. He just has no reason to actually look in CT. So this is a free timing. Take your time, Zontix. No one's checking this. They have no reason to. They just won Palace. That's the tough part. But right before they come up ramp, Shane's going to have to win this. 8 op can be picked up at least.
They're watching. Rifle's watching.
Oh, he's dead.
Eagle.
Oh, he stops a bomb.
Gets picked back up. Art Frost trying to cross over. 7 HP. Exertion and Jimpat. They don't have any nades to get them out. They've got a flash to work with. Zontix gets back over towards Ticket. He is the puppeteer of this one. He has pulled the strings he needed to get them on this spot. Zontix starts to go over. Exertion's been seen. Killed first. Jimpat can't finish Art Frost, and now he has 26 health. Both of the remaining T's are low. Jimpat gets Art Frost first. He's got the kid already. He just needs to kill Zontix. He's got to go for the frag. He's got to get him off of this. Zontix toying with the peak. Oh! And he comes out wide. 3 kills on the round. Spirits dreams alive.
And that's Art Frost's Deagle in the window to open up that window for Zontix. Does Quail eventually die? He does, right? He does die to Shane, I think.
Dude,
I don't. That's insane, dude. That doesn't hit. But this is Zontix making the play. I mean, most of the time you're going to be in that situation. He finds a way to get to A. As soon as Exertion gets into position, there's like still a gap in timing, but no real reason for MHL to check his flank there. It's a very small window. So huge play from Zontix. Miss window smoke. If they're going B, I think this is on purpose. In this situation, I don't think so, but it doesn't matter. There are no guns, man. There are no guns here for MOUZ. So even though Spirit lost off of miss smoke themselves, they win the next round with just Eagles and have broken the economy of MOUZ NXT, which is maybe what was supposed to happen all along. This will be the biggest win of the season for Spirit Academy and probably the biggest upset, too, in general. In fact, I definitely would, actually.
Oh. Exertion gets out. The guns are just going to run rampant. Sure enough. All clean kills. Perfect. Exactly what you want if you're Spirit Academy. You've got the chance. You make the most of it. Keep all your money. Make a bunch more. Body bag these CTs. Keep this game within one. Ooh, and Art Frost, the cherry on top.
Well, I think we know at this point this won't be free. MHL no op on this round either. There's literally a chance they could just fly into the lead if they pick this up as well. Little fake pressure on mid. Doing their due diligence, though, once again, and setting up for the B attack. Quail taking this over. No pressure on Cat, but the way they're set up in B is actually good for the B attack instead of trying to gamble towards mid. However, they now start to peel back after the double nades come in.
Boy.
Oh, what a find.
No op needed.
Oh, but look at this. They've still got one underpass. This is all still guising this kind of oncoming B attack. And this is why Spirit Academy are winning rounds. But can they get through Jim Pat?
Push him off his first angle, but he still kills Haas. Exertion quickly in from Cat. We got no answer here from Spirit. Op shot connects. Art Frost. Oh, the deed straight into Exertion, but he needs to do so much more. A wonderful attempt, but nobody else offers up kills, and so MOUZ survive.
Yeah, so much pressure there came onto Jim Pat, but a nice pickoff on Quail from MHL in the corner of window, just in between smokes on mid. The shot is ridiculous, but it's only at the end, yeah. Need somebody else to do something there, and MOUZ NXT will take it back, but there's still money here for Spirit. They even have an op. I like the way they're playing right now, man. It's a good T-side.
Still got chances.
Great.
Still got time. Nope. Decides not to. Tense little standoff here in middle.
Yeah, they know what MHL is trying to do. Oh, they're trying to figure out if this is safe to get into connector. Can be hard to throw their utility, but finally the window smoke will come down. Uh-oh. Oh. Okay.
Duhei pushes. Art Frost had nades in hand. Zontic spams through smoke, gets the trade back. Oh, MHL.
Bomb does
Clips
go forward.
Quail.
Exertion
He's able to get around. 2 at the top of connector. Bomb still smoked off. Can't exit. Zontix has already gotten out. Flash, they waited for it. MHL, world of hurt.
Ooh.
Exertion going to try to wrap. They're pushing deep through the murder hole. Jimpat buys time, waits a second, allows Zontix out. This time they've got to clear it, and they will. Zontix tries to do the same thing. But last time, Exertion just stayed inside of Market. Ticket control for Shane. A smoke, a flash, and a Molotov on the way of Spirit Academy. They both just sit back. They're going to give the space over to the CTs. Bomb's halfway gone. Retake has to come through. Smoke goes onto the bomb. Hastinator peeking out. Can't catch Shane on that gap, and Donks only got the one. So sure enough, a retake connects from MOUZ NXT. And the biggest difference, finding Zontix on the attempt to wrap CT.
Yeah, he tries the really unlikely play twice, but this time it's a misplay because not only is it going to A, they're getting the bomb down, right? And it's a situation where they know it's going to be an A play. So Zontix is asking to die to a rotator. If he gets the CT spawn, it's round over. No way if they let that go. But for Exertion, I mean, he's literally just going towards A to help him out. He's already seen this before as well. So pretty enormous risk. And that's a spot where he gets by Exertion. he could have actually held and killed Exertion as a rotator, and that could have been the kill to help them win the round with the bomb plants, no less, and window control. So, you know, huge risk. They wanted to go for it. It's kind of a genius or madness play. And if Exertion was playing off of Cat, then it would have been safe. But, you know, he's cluing into the patterns he's already seen. Honk, honk. And I guess it's more chill now for MOUZ NXT with the 3-round lead.
Yeah,
they win a tough one.
Put that space back between them and the challengers. MHL having a day. That's cool to see. You know, we knew he had it in him, but this is I think, you know, him versus Art Frost. Pretty cool head-to-head. Up very much alive on both these teams. And Jimpat just runs right into the Art Frost scope. We get Zontix in from Connector. 5 versus 3 for Spirit. MHL tries to draw this back. Now, Bomb's still top mid, so there's no clear path anywhere just yet. Just a strong opening out of the Spirit camp. And if they lose a 3v5 to give MOUZ 15, oh, it could hurt. But Quail, better of Exertion. Frag deep. MHL lies in wait.
Looks like they can kill this off too, but I'm just going to have to kill him while he's rotating back. Oh, maybe not. Uh-oh.
What the hell?
The op shot goes through that. One through the wall as well.
Shane clears it, but this is it. Spirit Academy from 3v5 straight into the B hit. They didn't really overcomplicate things. Tried to throw a player through Connector. Jimpat walking into the Art Frost scope to kick this one off.
Mm-hmm.
And that comfortable 3-round lead, now a less comfortable 2-round lead.
Yep. Perfect place to start the op off. Obviously, rolling the dice on deep B control. If there's no one there, then yeah, no fast A is going to be possible. That's the nightmare. But in that position, smartly, and why again, Spirit Academy of winning rounds. They've been giving the whole map a lot of love on T side. Their defaults are pretty thorough. They've been called out in a one round really fiercely by MOUZ NXT. That makes me wonder what their tells are. But outside of that, I think they've kept MOUZ guessing. I mean, that was a situation where they definitely did. Ooh, no money. I mean, little money, and next round, absolutely no money. Looks like he missed the window jump to Cat on this round. They'll cross off it. But he'll take over B. There's no one here. Wow, even though they don't have guns. Look at the play that Exertion's made.
Nerves of steel. Oh, but Donk kills
CT.
MHL first. That's a big one to fall. They could pinch the guy in con. Nope. Quail comes through. Weapons make the difference. Exertion's flank could be the end-all of everything. He's got 3 players looking the wrong way. He starts to come up. Sees them jostling. Doesn't kill the first. Gets back. Oh! If only that first one was clean, then maybe he has a chance. But he has to go back to the bomb plant, and because of it, Spirit follow through.
Damn, the trades are really fast, to be fair. That he got the dink off. It looked like he got the 2 bullets. It comes very close. It's still kind of desperate at the end. The entries are insane there for a Spirit, and they move so fast that the big flank doesn't even matter, right? That's around the give up B control totally, but they move at a pace where it's actually okay. How often do you see teams wait too long, and that flank actually becomes an enormous problem right at the beginning? The spam down in CT helps them. And this one's going the distance, man. This is MOUZ NXT on 1 upgraded pistol in this round. I don't see Spirit losing this.
So 14 all, huh?
Yeah, that's pretty intense.
Perfect. I don't want the rest of MOUZ's season to be too easy because I want that first spot on Group A to be, you know, it's got to be questioned.
Yeah,
it's got to be challenged.
Yeah, definitely. And it's just very impressive that Spirit, again, I mean...
Such a recovery.
They just... Yeah, it's like a recovery. It's like a... They've just become so much better live. I mean, that is the beauty of the academy. That's the absolute favorite part of the Academy League, is watching how fast these teams can become good, and Spirit are the shining example of that this season. You know, sometimes I find it hard to talk about Eternal Fire because there's like a lot of downside, or, you know, teams like Apeks, Rebels, and Spirit to me were one of those rosters. And I hate to be a negative Ned, but it's very nice to be able to contrast it with a team that started that way, that I definitely felt that way about, that I found it hard to watch. And then they do this.
Little lineup deep in CT. Yeah. USP's made into mincemeat. Give Hasinator his ace. He's going the wrong direction. Exertion sitting in smoke. So as you would have expected, the 14-all. Art Frost, yeah, sizes up the situation. What a peculiar smoke. Ends him. And we get the buyback. So here we go. The 2 rounds that matter most. The entire game leading up to this one. Spirit's 0-4 start to the season transitions into a challenge to the three-peat champions in the final 2 rounds of regulation. Tac pause called. The last tac pause they'll have.
Yeah, they've
to
been
smooth
trying
out
to
everything.
orchestrate some pretty convoluted rounds. So good that they have a tac pause here in round 29. I think I would be worried if I was MOUZ NXT. They've had to deal with layers of pressure, dynamic setups, and they've been pushed to the limits. And while they can keep up, they've also given up a lead in the second half. This is also a team that's missed a couple of smokes, and it's cost them a round, and they've still brought it this close. You know, MOUZ, this is one of the games that they're supposed to lock in, and that is just simply not the case. The new Mirage was serious when it came to Spirit after their win versus Fnatic, but MOUZ had the confidence to take him here. Oh, they're repeating this round where MHL picked him off inside a window. Jimpack going up top, getting into a deep angle. No spams coming down, and they're playing with Exertion here close to Cat. If he gets too far, he might be sitting behind a wall. And they get out of mid this time, so no kill for Exertion.
Donk's got the off now.
Up to the plate once again. He's done well.
They're scouring it. Waiting for a jump up, clearing the corners. Jimpack can tell them they're here. Oh, Hasinator, quick clear of the corner. Exertion, while blinded, still finds Quail, puts the smoke down. He's got a little pocket to play around. Zontix dead to Exertion, but Donk on the lower HP still comes in with the op impact. We've got a 3v3, but low health. Spirit, it's starting to slip. Exertion doing everything he has to. Art Frost gets cleared out by Shane. We've got Hasinator 10 health back on bench. Kills the guy in market. Exertion peeks right. It's been seen. It's been spotted, but Hasinator loses track of him, and Exertion starts to run in. Down he goes to MHL. It's 15 for MOUZ. Exertion with the impact.
What an unbelievably clutch play from a Cat player who's sitting behind smokes. Your sight anchor goes down like that. You have every excuse in the world. And Exertion makes the heads-up maneuver, and he's thinking 2 steps ahead, right? As soon as that comes down, he gets a spray off. He moves right into the smoke to go for his spam. Instant next kill.
Yep.
And Spirit Academy are so happy right before that happens to think, okay, we know where Exertion is. Yeah, he got one. But we took Jimpat down for free. That was our primary goal in hitting the B site. They set it up well. They went through with mid this time. They didn't lose a player. And the coolest part about this round win is we still have enough money for Spirit Academy to buy again. We even got Pharmacists here for MOUZ NXT.
Yikes. But they go underground quick. Ooh,
Well, that's a cool
Shuhei's
way.
gonna have to be bigger than he really is.
This is interesting. I mean, they can stay in underpass and be fast rotations to A, or they can push through and send one back.
They do. They do. They catch Quail. There's nobody else in middle to deal with this either.
I know
Now they're starting to get ahead of it. Shuhei calling for the help. Art Frost posted on the jungle peak. Shane gets killed first. That's one con guy down. Art Frost nails the jungle frag. Famas and Shuhei. Double AK, full belt of util for Jimpat. Oh, Exertion! Peeks into the Opper. And is he going to save them in round 29 and 30? Donk tries to fight back. He gets tagged to 40. Shuhei is still waiting, and Exertion decides it is his chance. He strikes Haas off of the bomb site. Now it's man advantage, and Exertion doesn't stop. His teammates need to pick up this last one. Donk, oh, he turns it. 2 kills in the 1v3, but 16-14, MOUZ NXT.
Oh, man, Exertion is a machine. Exertion is a machine. A fourth quarter to remember, though. Those last few rounds, unbelievable impact. Kill after kill, man. He set up a sequence in his mind every single time, went through with it. Took out Art Frost, holding stairs. That is the freest kill ever.
Wow.
He was so fast.
And Art Frost so ready. He had already cut off the jungle guy.
Yeah, man.
He's waiting for your peak.
He hit the harder shot already, right? He earned that station to be there to take out stairs. God damn. That's why Exertion is the the player in top 10 in the out of these two teams right now. Wow.
That's why we talk about him every time. It's why even though the roster has changed around him, it's why as a 17-year-old, we had already called for him to be called up to the main team.
Yeah.
This is someone who just continues to show that despite, the difficulties of new teams, the pressure of these kinds of games, Exertion is always there at the top of the board, and he wins. He wins 2 rounds back to back, essentially. Donk needs to be shut down in the 1v1, but Exertion set them up for that. And they didn't have much.
That was him as a rotator in both of those situations, right? He saves the site. The anchors die. That's the double entry, right? 2 rounds back to back from Hassanator. And even though they lose a player in mid and Quail, you have Art Frost grab a second. Like, this is both favorable situations, really good setups, no over rotations from the CTs. A nice play to play into underpass for that first kill and get the info, but still, Spirit Academy have been making good pace in this T side to get ahead of these big flanks that could come in later. So honestly, a great half from Spirit Academy, a fantastic attempt, but they still get outplayed, and Exertion has to get so much credit for that.
That one right there. That's the clip, right? This right here, this highlight, last round, prying for more. And Donk, piecing that together.
He needs 3 there because Donk almost wins.
Yeah, he flicks 90 twice from stairs to the ticket and almost back for the second connector player. Shout out MHL as well today. Op presence was very much felt, I think, by MOUZ NXT, and they had a challenger in the form of Art Frost on the other end of that. So for MHL to be putting up numbers when Art Frost is still swinging the big green, Donk's rifling, supreme, but ultimately edged out 16-14. Another 14-round loss for Spirit Academy on Mirage, unfortunately. But again, the best thing about Spirit Academy is even though they're not upsetting the rankings by the end of the regular season, they're putting enough faith into themselves. They're earning the belief from us that when the play-in comes around, these guys have a chance. They absolutely have a chance. They can take down the rest of this pack, no doubt. But not everyone's got an Exertion. So nice to see him put the head-to-head, the riflers here on the stats. Just sick game. Really, really, really delivers. And obviously, I think Spirit Academy, they could have gotten blown out of the water, and we would have just said, MOUZ doing what MOUZ do, 3-peat champions. Great match. So thanks to both teams for that. One more game left on the day, folks. We're going to hand this one away, and it's Young Gods Eternal Fire Academy to close out the broadcast in just a little bit.
Welcome back to the WePlay Academy League Season 4. My name is Icon, and that beautiful man over to the left-hand side of your screen is Sneaky. It is our pleasure this evening to be running you through the final game of the night, which of course is going to be Young Gods against Eternal Fire Academy. What are your thoughts on this matchup, Sneaky?
Well, I feel like the Young Gods definitely have an advantage coming into this one. They actually have something to lose going into this game, unlike poor old Eternal Fire. I mean, they've had a very rough run of it this tournament. They obviously also have something to prove, but it's in a very different sense. Young Gods need to improve their ranking in that league table. They want to get as high as possible before the playoffs come on in. But looking at Eternal Fire, they are 0-9 right now in terms of wins and losses. And so this one is just going to be for pride. But when there's pride on the line, who knows what's going to happen? Well, first of all, Ancient and Overpass are going to be banned. That's fairly normal. This team is not an Ancient or an Overpass team. In fact, they're not really a team of much at the moment with a 0% win rate since their founding. But moving on from that, we've got a Mirage ban coming in as well, and that's perfectly reasonable. That is the Young Gods' best map by far, followed up by a Nuke ban, which is one of this team's insta-bans, and Inferno following as well. Bit more of an interesting one, but at the same time, it is Eternal Fire's most played, so they're trying to get their best map out of the pool as well.
Yeah, a Vertigo pick coming in there, Dust 2 being banned out finally there by Young Gods. And that's an interesting one, to be honest with you. Not one that I had picked out from the pre-game research that I was doing. It looked like their most successful maps, as you just previously mentioned. In fact, it was Inferno. We say successful. They weren't able to take any wins there, but at least the matches that they've had on Inferno have been close games. So we've had 16-14s, 16-13s for the Eternal Fire Academy side. So they have been pushing it close to that point where they may be able to take a win on Inferno. But, you know, that margin is the difference between a win and a loss, unfortunately. So looking at the Young Gods, yeah, their most successful map being Mirage, and they've won 2 out of 3 so far in the group stages. The loss that they took was to OG Academy, 16-14, so a very close one for them there. No surprise we see that one banned out. So, headed into Vertigo, we're expecting a lot from these two sides, to be honest with you. In fact, they haven't shown us so much yet, but Eternal Fire Academy, they need to show up now at this stage. As you said they're playing for pride, Sneaky. They need to get a win this season. I'm pretty sure they've already guaranteed the fact they won't be qualifying for that gauntlet stage. So they just want to get some experience together. You know, they're a new roster, so we'll cut them some slack.
Well, we can cut them some slack. We also have to remember that Young Gods are a fairly new roster themselves, but Kenshin doesn't give a damn about the statistics. He's going to start things off strong in the pistol, and this is looking good for Eternal Fire here. They open up onto 2, Venom Zero with the trade. Burns finds 1-2, 3v3 ensues. Venom Zero fires back for more. It's just a cataclysmic field of trades. Venom Zero doing so much work here for the Young Gods side. Already a 3k to his name, and as that bomb goes down, it's just Dougie Versus in the 1 versus 2. He's stuck in a tough spot here, dancing around the scaffolding. He just can't find either of these two players. They're not giving him the fight, and as soon as he sees one, he's the one who's taking all the chip damage. This is perfectly played by the Young Gods. And Dougie Versus, I mean, valiant effort here, but he needs to find a kill within the next 5 seconds, and instead it snows in the incredible 15-year-old to get it over the line. And just another thing I quickly want to say before I throw it back to you, I love how young this Young God squad is. Everyone except Lineko they're children. It's incredible how good at CS they are.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. When I saw Snowzin on the webcam, I thought, wow, that guy is a young-looking 15-year-old. But yeah, an interesting turn of events in that first pistol round, Eternal Fire Academy. They get the early trades their way, and then Venom Zero shows up in a big way. Able to get that 3k, the well-played 1 versus 2 from them as well, and a great start for the Young Gods. Now, we do see a Force Buy coming in for Eternal Fire Academy. They've got 2 scouts in play, in fact. So, a lot of chip damage potentially to be dealt by these 2 players in Wicadia and Kenshin. So, Colors on the MP9, maybe his responsibility to mop up some of these tag players by the scout. So far, though, there has been a tag, in fact. Snowzin's been chipped on down to 30 HP. Leneko's taken a bit of chip damage to a grenade by the looks of it. but ramp control well in the hands of the T side. Ooh, potentially a little bit of a boost being set up here. But in fact, no. Dougie Versus trying to get the cheeky spam through the wall, not hitting the mark this time round, but that's one we see a lot these days on Vertigo. The spam points on this side of the map are very, very important. Nice utility being laid down to allow Young God to get closer. M-Star good for a kill, but immediately traded out by Next. And a second onto Dougie Versus is going to allow for a safe bomb plant. Venom Zero just covering off the close angles to allow his teammate to get that one down safely. And now from this situation, Eternal Fire Academy are in a bit of a tough spot. 15 HP on Ricadia, 2 scouts in play on this retake, and the only automatic weapon now hitting the ground. It's up to Kenshin and Ricadia to make a decision, and they've already made it, Sneaky. They want nothing to do with this round. It's going to be a full eco going forward into round number 3 anyway, so at least they'll be able to bring these 2 scouts forward into that round.
Yeah, I was going to say, I like the iteration of the Force Buy they were going for there. They had the SMG to help out those Desert Eagles, farm up a bit of cash should they get the opportunity. And with the 2 scouts as well, it's quite prominent to split them across both sites on Vertigo. But yeah, they just weren't able to get things done. They were overrun by the Young Gods, who are so far living up to their namesake. I know it's early doors, but it's a good start for them. And with that bomb plant, with those weapons saved over, yeah, their economy's looking great. I mean, Snow's in, he can get dropped over if needs be. And yeah, they're going to go right into this 3rd round with confidence up against just a very weak buy from the CT tier.
Yeah, what do we expect from a round like this realistically? What we need to see from Eternal Fire Academy is at least some damage. If they can get some kills, force some rebuys, then it will stop the Young Gods from building up that early economy, which is going to help them in the mid stages of this first half. Dougie Versus has taken 2 nades to his feet, and he's not even seen a single player before he gets chipped on down to 29 HP. Venom Zero, aware of the potential of a boost over this wall, is just going to play things a little bit carefully for now. Now the safety of that one-way smoke comes in. Leneko given the responsibility of playing the point man, and he's got 2 fights potentially coming his way. Both of the scouts over towards the A bomb site for the CT side of Eternal Fire. And look, we've got themselves a little cheeky short stack here as well with the Deagles. Potentially, these fights could get messy, but now reigns in the utility. Double Molotovs towards that back site position. Headshot no longer a playable angle, but M-Star's going to open things up with 2 quick kills from the short position. Venom Zero and Leneko trade out, but still 2 players to deal with on this short side of the map. Colors will take down Burns, and now we find ourselves in a 2 versus 2. Given the fact that both of these CTs are extremely low, it's going to be a tough one for them to win, but M-Star's still going. 3 kills to his name so far in the round. An awkward 1 versus 1, and Leneko able to win it out. Very well done on that low investment round there from Eternal Fire Academy. That's exactly what they wanted in that spot.
And look at him getting cheeky on the webcam. Was that a Batman mask he puts on after that clutch? My goodness. I love this. Keeping things pretty fun early doors. As the Young Gods, they do pick up the first 3 rounds. As much as they weren't the cleanest rounds, especially towards that last one, at least they're smiling all the way through. Now, Leneko, he is the lowest rated player on this team, despite being the most experienced at 25 years of age. But I suppose he has the excuse that he is the IGL here. But even being the IGL, the fact that he's able to step in when it is required, get a frag like that as the frags fly on through towards the A ramp here. M-Star doubling up, and Colors finding one more. Well, Young Gods, they're not smiling as much in this one as they were in the previous. Now, Colors has to deal with Nexts as he pushes on up above the plank. And Colors, well, he just cuts him down cleanly. Now a 1v3 for our Young Gun, and Snow's in. And as he peeks around the wood, nobody's offering a fight. Molotov drops on down, and Snow's in uses his opportunity to advance, peeks around the corner and sees the first player. Colors, though, doesn't want to take this fight alone. He's got a teammate towards scaffolding, and as that smoke is deployed, Snowden continues to dance around. Slowly being encroached upon from behind, Snowden makes it to the bomb site. He does have the opportunity to plant here, fakes it out, misses the shot, and that will be a round 1 for Eternal Fire.
Yeah, unfortunate miss there for Snowden, but in the 1 versus 3 AWP in hand, it's a tough situation for him. So it would have been good if he could have at least got a bomb plant, but The only thing worth noting, I think, in that round is that Eternal Fire Academy, they did a great job towards A. They got the trades that they needed early on. The mid lurk was dealt with by Colors as well. So, good stuff on the first gun round of this game. And now headed into, well, not even a gun round. In fact, the Young Gods, because of the fact they lost 4 players in that round prior, Sneaky, they've got no buy in this round. They're just down to the Glocks.
Yeah, looking a little bit concerning for them, as M-Star cleanly cuts through a couple towards the bottom of A-ramp. They're into the 5v3 with Thrust, and it's highly unlikely these pistols are going to get anything done. If they can take away even a single weapon, that would be fantastic for them.
Yeah, definitely. So far, not so good for them, though, unfortunately, as they've lost 2 bodies from the get-go here. They're trying to line up somewhat of a boost towards the B side of the map, perhaps get a bit of a forward position, but Venom Zero caught out on his mission there. And now we've got, well, 1 player on a Deagle still remaining in Burns. As he hits the ground, it will just be Snowsin on the block. And nothing to say for the Young Gods in that round. A very clean one for Eternal Fire Academy. And they're looking good now, considering the guns have come out. They've won that full eco without losing a single player. Now they can start building up that economy as we get to the mid stages of this first half.
Yeah, and the economy on the CT side of Vertigo is so important because it's such a util-heavy map. You need to keep as much money as you can in the back pocket, so winning that round flawlessly is great. Not a single full reinvestment is definitely going to put a smile on the faces of Eternal Fire. And something else that I have noticed, they started very badly this season, but also this is a pretty bad start for Next in this round. So we'll get back to that point in a second. Already a 5v4, and as that util rained on down, look how much damage is dealt to Snowsin. It's an absolute fire fest in towards the top of a ramp here. Beautifully done by Eternal Fire, stealing away those early frags. And look at this from Dougie, incredible confidence. Just now a 1v4 for poor old Burns. And it's over in a flash. That was a full gun round from the Young Gods.
Yeah, a very clean full gun round there from Eternal Fire Academy. I'm loving that little re-peek there from the gap side. It bounces the flash off the wall, peeks off the back of it, already knowing, of course, that his teammate's wrapping around behind. So, yeah, Eternal Fire looking really strong on this CT side so far. And Young Gods once again find themselves in an awkward position money-wise. They're going to have to drop back down to the low investment round here. We see 4 Deagles out in play. And realistically, they need to be hitting some crispy headshots here if they want to get themselves anything in a round like this. We already see AKs recovered over on the other side in the hands of Arcadia. The AWP, of course, on the back of Kenshin as well. So Eternal Fire already putting all the pieces of the puzzle together here on their CT side to set themselves up for success and potentially, Sneaky, a first win in the WePlay Academy.
I mean, that's the goal, isn't it? What I was trying to say before the action picked up in the previous round is that Eternal Fire, like they started very badly. Don't get me wrong. Like, they had a string of pretty poor games. But as they've gone on throughout the season, they've had multiple 13-16s, 14-16s. They just need to go that one step further. They need to be able to close things out towards the end. And once they can finally get over that hurdle, I think this whole experiment will go a lot easier for them. They've got a couple of games left, so they may as well make the most of their time here. Get as much experience as possible as a squad, because that's only going to benefit them in the long run. Whether or not they stay with the Eternal Fire squad or go into future teams, playing up against other guys of this level who are going through the same thing as them, it's invaluable experience for this roster. So any win on the board would be fantastic.
Yes, absolutely. So we do see the AWP come back out in the hands of Snowsin, but it's Burns to find it the first pick of the round onto Kenshin. Traded out, so mid-control being held here by Eternal Fire for the time being. And it's going to force Young Gods back into a recommitment. Potentially, they think they were trying to set up some early mid-control so they could go for a late round split. Now, that's fallen flat. They need to get some control elsewhere. First of all, they're headed over towards the B steps, clearing out their close angles, but now regrouping over towards the ramp side of the map. And it's just Dougie Versus here on the jump spot. Now, he's going to have information coming his way and backs off the sound cue immediately. He needs to get out of here quickly as Leneco's hot on his heels. Colors rotated into a decent position to support his teammate here as well. So far, I like the rotations from Eternal Fire Academy. They've read this one well, but Colors has lost the duel to Snowsin on the 1 versus 1 there. And things are going to get interesting for them as the entries all go in favor of the Young Gods. Venom Zera putting 2 quick kills on the board, and it's all onto Acadia in a 1 versus 3 situation. He's got plenty of cash in the back pocket here, Sneaky, so he's going to have a crack at this one. But sneaking just around the corner is Venom Zera. He gets away. Snowzin shuts it down, and that is a first full gun round for the side of Young Gods.
Yeah, that's something that they desperately needed to get themselves back into the start of this game. As we said, they won the opening 3 rounds, and they won them, well, up until that third fairly convincingly. That's when things started to get a bit worrisome. They got demolished in the preceding 2 gun rounds, and obviously the clock round in between, which gets us to this 4-4 scoreline. But looking at the scoreboard so far, Venom Zera, he's definitely been putting up some great numbers. But M-Star up in that gun round and a couple of eco frags to supplement. Yeah, he was just looking really strong. Good stuff so far from both teams, and I'm excited to see whether Eternal Fire can at least make this one competitive and maybe steal away their first map of this tournament. Because I think that's what we all want to see here.
Yeah, absolutely. We want to see any of these teams building upon what they've originally set out to achieve. I guess for Eternal Fire Academy, coming into a league like this where there is no missing talent at all in a league like this. You've got so many skilled players. But it's good to see that Eternal Fire have been, as you say, building upon what they started out with. They started off getting absolutely smashed by everybody. And in this round, Colors is going to put his name in the kill feed first of all. A 1-man advantage going the way of Eternal Fire Academy. They look to continue their success on the CT side if they can convert from this situation.
I mean, honestly, I kind of think the most unfortunate thing for them is the group they've ended up with, because, you know, Group B is definitely not looking as strong as this Group A.
That's true.
And M-Star's 4 positioning certainly not looking as strong as it was, as 4 of those Young Gods pushing up the A ramp. He's got Colors to crossfire with him, as the util looks to be raining on into this site sooner rather than later. And Young Gods, look at how much presence Linico is taking there, fearlessly marching forward. Doesn't get caught off at all on the cross, takes a bit of chip. But that's the bomb site game for Young Gods, at least for the time being. And looking at this retake utility for the CT side, they've got 2 flashes, 1 already expended, and this is where the action picks on up. M-Star entries, Venom Zera to trade, and it's a 3v4 on this post plant, but the positioning is good. They may not have the util, but at least their opponents don't either.
Oh, Vex has done a good job here on the ramp, but he's got a few more kills coming his way. Unable to win the second duel, leaves it up to Snowzin in a 1 versus 3. Able to pick up the first 2 frags. He's got the last man coming his way, but Wicadia able to win it out. He's got the kit in the back pocket, and he'll have no trouble punching in the numbers to get that bomb defused. A good try there from Snowzin. He almost had it lined up for him there in the 1 versus 3. And that would have been a great one for Young Gods to pick up in that situation. But we go back to the fact that Young Gods, since the early pistol round wins, the conversions, they haven't had the strongest showing yet on their T side here. They need to, you know, go back to the drawing board a little bit, perhaps save some utility for these afterplant situations instead of taking the jewels in the fashion that they are. And we'll see a full buyout once again for both sides here.
I mean, they're going for the traditional Brazilian style. Very, very fast, very aggressive.
Yeah.
And just go kill, basically. And that's exactly what they do in order to get the bomb site originally. And that's great. That worked wonders. But where they're failing is they continue to regress past that point. And as you said, they didn't have the utility to fend off a retake, even though the CT's utility was very limited in itself. Snowzin puts up a valiant effort, picks up 2 of the last 3 kills, just can't quite land the flick as he pushed round on his left angle peak. Now, Colors, pushing into middle here instead, doesn't catch anyone early doors, and so Burns won't find anyone to fight to start off this round. But with 1 minute and 5 left on the clock, Kenshin, he's going to see the util thrown down towards the bottom of A ramp, but for now it's just a smoke. It's Leneko. Well, he's getting ready, and that flashbang is good, but it also blinds some of the Young Gods, and they don't expect Donkey Bursters to pick up a double. Venom Zera, man of the hour for this Brazilian squad, does bring back 2 though, and we're straight back into even numbers as the bomb, well, it's joining up, and Eternal Fire have no idea where to put their manpower.
great trades there from Venom Zero, and he's someone that stood out to me a lot when I was having a little look at HLDV. He's the highest rated player on this Young Gods side so far. He's sitting nicely at a 1.12 rating over 15 maps played so far. And in this game, he's had a lot of impact already. In the pistol round, he recovered the two-man disadvantage. And in this round, he was able to at least get his team towards this A bomb site. Unfortunately for the Young Gods, the rotations are here in time, and M-Star's going to shut down the last remaining player in Burns. So maybe some of the Young Gods players need to rally around Venom Zero here. He's already put 10 kills on the board for his side, but the rest of the boys so far struggling a little bit in the fragging department.
Well, it's a bit like Zywoo with Vitality. Apeks was just begging him to be the one to be selfish, to be the star player. If they can get a little bit of this setup going, if they really are struggling on the other departments on this Young Gods side, if they can start setting up Venom Zero as their star player, not necessarily to entry, because that's what Zywoo was trying to do, and it wasn't working for the French-Danish roster. And again, I'll come back to my analysis in a second, as Kenshin, well, he's come straight into the firefight, and it's messy, but he does find the first. Next and Burn, though, on just the pistols. They keep on fighting, but that's a lovely shot from Kenshin. He's back up for more. Does go down to next, though. 1v2. And there is potential here for Young Gods as M-Star spraying blindly through the smoke cuts him down to just 22 points of health. He's got armor. And he does now have the bomb. Smoke goes down. It at least keeps them at bay for a second. Oh my goodness, the headshot. Oh, next. That's gorgeously done. Young Gods, what a round to be taken off the back of this hero play. Beautiful stuff from the Brazilian. And that's what we need to see more of from them. Those confident plays to get their heads back in this game.
Absolutely. We were just saying we need some other players to step up on the Young Gods side, and there it is. Next with a Deagle 1 versus 2. He opted for the fake reload, peeks out and just hits those flicks. Very well done. And that is exactly what this side of Young Gods needed to get themselves back into this T side. 5 rounds on the board with 11 rounds played is very respectable on the T side of this map. If they can get themselves up to 7-8, winning out the half, then they're in a great position going over to that CT side.
I mean, Icon as well. I need to take back my little star player analogy there. I feel like it no longer applies, but Tuggy versus, he's applying himself instead. Look at him go. 2 more frags towards the ramp as Snowsin, he can only claw 1 back in a trade this time. Venom Zero, he goes down. He can't be the man to claw back the scenario. And into this 3v4 we're plunged. And Young Gods, they've not been the best at winning out these man disadvantaged situations, but that's a big overextension from Wicadia there. And man, we've really not mentioned that much, but he's not doing too badly thus far.
No, I'm confused as to what happened for Wicadia there. It seemed like he had too many targets in front of him when he peeked out. He just didn't fire the gun whatsoever. Perhaps stunned by the fact that when he peeked out, he's got 3 players just staring right at him. But this time, it's Kenshin who's going to be re-aggressing. He's got himself down the ladder and pushing round behind, but Snow's in, holding for the angle, wins out the duel. And now the one-man advantage going the way of the Young Gods. Eternal Fire Academy, it's up to them to get themselves in a position to be able to contest this bomb site. With the fact that they've got no utility, just 2 M4s, they have to win this out on straight duels. And Dougie Versus looks to take one straight to them here. He's timed it perfectly behind the smoke, but the crouch under the crosshair screws him at the last minute. And next will clean up Dougie Versus, meaning that Colors, now in a 1 versus 3, no kit in his back pocket, has already made the decision to go ahead and save this rifle, bring that one forward, because the money for Eternal Fire Academy now in the bin.
And now that Young Gods have found 6 on the board on their T side, in this current meta, things are starting to get a little bit more difficult for the Turkish squad here. Especially at the half switch. We're coming into the latter stages of this first half now, the home stretch. If Eternal Fire can't put 9 up on the board, I'm going to be seriously worried for their chances on the aggressive side. I'm not entirely sure of their round percentage over on their previous game of Vertigo, but I mean, bearing in mind they've not won a single game yet and they've only played Vertigo once before, there's not too much to go off of. This is still proving ground for both squads, especially Eternal Fire. It's good that they can bring this rifle up into the next, but honestly, it's not going to do too much for them against this incredibly powerful buy. And I highly doubt they will be able to put that coveted 9 up on the board against a buy such as this.
Yeah, I wonder where they're going to position Colors. We've seen him so far given the responsibility of that mid player, peeking out from the B window that connects middle and B bomb site. He's going for some early aggression towards middle, but the setup has been immediately dealt with by the side of Young Gods. The M4 hits the ground, is recovered briefly by Kenshin, but he'll go down to Burns. And now all we have remaining is a 5-7 and 2 USPs. Will they be able to get anything done from this situation? A couple of kills would be the outcome that they're looking for, I suppose. Force those rebuys, because the Young Gods economy is not too strong. They're able to get the trade onto Burns, which is something at the bare minimum. And Dougie Versus is able to pick himself up an AK-47 as well. So Venom Zero, given responsibility to stop him crossing back, but he gets away. And now the rotation is going to be over towards that A bomb site, where the Young Gods are now positioning themselves to get this take in.
Yeah.
Dougie Versus lining up this flash as well, and his teammate Recadia with a 5-7 looks to be able to play off the back of it. But this is a hero play here. If Recadia can run through and get a kill, that would be massive. If he could get 2, maybe there's a round-winning situation, but he's only good for 1. The bomb carrier does go down, but recovered immediately, and 30 seconds still on the clock, not much of a threat. And Venom Zero puts the final nail in the coffin. 7-6 now in favor of the Young Gods.
I was going to say, Young Gods played that round fantastically well because they know that Eternal Fire will want to retrieve at least one of the 2 rifles towards the top of the ladder there.
Yeah.
And so they keep putting men towards it. They keep throwing their pistol players over. And as much as it does net them 1 more kill, it also expends everything they have. They get a lot of health taken whilst they're in the process of trying to retrieve that gun. And I'd say they get a little bit lucky with that kill towards the bomb planter, or not it was the bomb planter. They get a bit lucky with that kill towards the bomb planter because his cover just wasn't ready for a smoke bush like that. Otherwise, a super well played round by Young Gods, and a super nice entry there from Snowzin. So young, but so prolific in his role. Leneko as well. Well, he's about to be met by Kenshin. I really want to make a Kenshin impact joke, but I've just not found the time for it yet. Instead, Leneko... Well, Kenshin lack of impact perhaps as he pushes far too close to that smoke, has no utility support, and none of his teammates are there to trade. It's been a rocky round for Eternal Fire Academy here, and with Young Gods looking primed to pick up an 8th on their T side, this game is slowly slipping out of the hands of this Turkish squad. I mean, they've got the pistol going over into the next half, but if they don't win that and a couple of conversions, then they're going to be in some serious trouble.
Absolutely. I'd like to make a note of the discipline there from Snowzin when he was able to get that opening pick. We saw the nade being dropped right at his feet. He was scoped up on that close angle, the one that we often see AWPs going for, that early peek on. But he was undeterred. He stands his ground, and as the man goes peeking into it, he snipes him out. So a great start for Snowzin in this round, and I hope that the Young Gods are going to be able to convert from this situation. We've got rotations already here for Eternal Fire Academy. The Molotov from Venom Zero is so perfectly placed. Burns has dealt with the flank in M-Star as well. And now Colors once again all on his lonesome in a 1 versus 5 sneaky. No choice but to save this one. Bring it forward into the final round of our first half here. The economy for Eternal Fire Academy still has never really got going. There's going to be an awful buy for them going forward into this next round.
I mean, yeah, it's completely in the doldrums, and like Venom Zero's so bored he's shooting traffic cones because they're apparently more difficult targets than the opposition here. He's having a great time of it so far, as we said, and the rest of his team have absolutely sprung up around him here. He is by no means ahead of the pack. Leneko struggling a little bit, but he had a fantastic clutch in that 1v1 in the 3rd round. Like, that was his moment, and now it's the entire roster's moment as they pick up an 8th round on their T side of Vertigo, putting Eternal Fire in a really troublesome spot. It's a messy, messy force, and as well, just looking at the utility on that A bomb site, the exchange was fantastic. The first nade from the defenders actually lands right on the head of a couple of those pushing up the top of ramp, but the grenade and Molotov that are fired on back, I can't believe he risks standing in the Molotov for that long, because the Eternal Fire player just burns on down to a crisp, and that's a huge mistake on their part. If he'd have fallen back to scaffolding, it would have been a far more competitive attempt at a retake. Oh no, Venom Zero and Next as well. Oh, they're just mullering them to pieces. Eternal Fire, where did it all go wrong? You had the lead and now it's a 5v1. Oh my goodness me, Young Gods. What a way to end the half. Colors again. He saved over that rifle, but what use will it really have here? He's alone on A, they've heard him shooting, and look at the rotation. This is a Young Gods round through and through. Barely a point of damage taken here, Icon.
Yeah, that is very clean stuff from the Young Gods here. And I wonder what's gone wrong towards the later stages of this first half. It seemed like when the guns came out at first for Eternal Fire Academy, they had some really strong CC rounds. They were playing well off one another. The rotations were there. The trades were there. But it's fallen flat in the last 5 rounds. Now, Colors, as you say, in a 1 versus 5, he's got to have a crack at this one. They don't know where he is just yet, but now they do. And Next has chimed him out the round. 9-6 in favor of the Young Gods, the Brazilian powerhouse, taking this one into the second half with that 3-round advantage.
Now, you know how I said there needed to be a 9-6 scoreline? That's not quite what I meant, Icon. That's a little bit worrying here for Eternal Fire, as we said.
Yeah.
But yeah, for Young Gods here, this has put them in the prime position to bag that coveted 5th. So, we didn't really discuss. These guys are on 4 wins and 5 losses. If they can go 5-5, that will seriously help them out as they can climb this league table. Eternal Fire, they've already come last. They're already eliminated. As we said, this is for pride now. But yeah, for the Young Gods, if they can keep pushing this further, even get a better round count above this squad, then they'll be in a great place in the league table.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't know if we touched on it in the pregame, but in fact, this is a rematch between these two teams. Of course, last time they went up against each other, they played on Inferno, and it was a very close affair. The Young Gods taking it 16-13. So, do we expect this second half to come down to the wire, or do we expect a blowout here?
I mean, originally, I did expect it to be down to the wire, but with this 9-6 scoreline, especially if Godsent or Young Gods can win this pistol round, like, they can very easily surge to a dominant victory here. I think if they win the pistol round, Eternal Fire won't even get double digits. It's a really tough situation for them that they've dug into.
Yeah, hopefully they can dig deep now on their T side. If they can hit the ground running, get themselves this pistol round, convert, and then we could find ourselves 9-9 before the full gun rounds come back out for both sides. Then maybe there can be a conversation had as to them being able to push this one to potentially an overtime or maybe a victory. You never know. Things could turn around at a moment's notice, as they always do in a game of Counter-Strike. So we see the dual Berettas here on Burns. Over on the T side, we've got Kenshin. He's the utility man as well as Emster. Ooh, and fights going down towards the ramp. We've got a lot of T-side bodies here. Dougie versus and Colors are going to open up the round with a couple of quick kills of their own. And Leneko's taking a shot straight to the face on that one. He's good for a kill before he hits the ground, but now it is just on Burns. Those dual Berettas, that he's got to make them sing right here and now. And he's been spotted already on his flank. Colors catches him mid-air and rips his head clean off. And there is the pistol round that Eternal Fire so direly needed.
Yeah, that's a great pistol round from Eternal Fire. They absolutely trounce over Young Gods there. And with 4 players left alive, well, they've got Specs of Armor, Specs of Util. They barely had to use anything against them on that onslaught. And now, with a bit of confidence behind them, perhaps we really can get back into this game. I said if they didn't pick up that pistol, they wouldn't hit double digits, but already proving me wrong. They've taken that first round, and it will just be another cakewalk in this one, putting them onto 8. The real test will come in the 3rd round of this second half, because that's when we'll have a bit more bite back from the Young Gods, rather than just, 5 USPs? Yeah, this will be an easy round. The B-stack, I mean, it might be in the right place to receive a couple of these mid players, but even so, it's just for USPs. I don't want to jinx things by saying how badly wrong could this go, Icon. But, okay, well, if they keep themselves concealed, perhaps, or Kenshin and Wicadia can do that. Yeah, that's a pretty clean up.
No!
Oh, that's unlucky.
Misses the opportunity to get the second frag of the round. Well, only 1 kill going the way of the Young Gods there, but it doesn't really matter at this stage. The rebuy comes out, and we will be seeing a full gun round for both sides here at this stage. Now, it's up to Young Gods to show us how they want to play this one out from the get-go here. Do they go, as we have seen a lot from a lot of teams recently is the CT sides do not concede the early ramp control to the Ts anymore. They get themselves down there, that deep smoke, they push someone down close through the yellow gap and get a position where they can play off of a jump spotting player behind the sandbags. But it looks like, in fact, they haven't gone too aggressive just yet. Smoke's being laid out by both teams here, and Lineco given the responsibility of this yellow side. No fights coming his way, though. As Eternal Fire Academy, they approach ramp methodically. They're aware of the way that Young Gods like to approach this, perhaps. They're going to let them burn through early utility before coming out with some nades of their own. A smoke laid down is going to allow them to get a little bit closer up the ramp at this point, but so far not playing off the back of it. They're just taking their time, making sure that everyone's got the nades that they need, and at some point I do expect them to go for this ramp take.
But I mean, speaking of utility, the CTs, you're right, they've got barely any left. They've 3 smokes and 2 flashbangs between them. There's Eternal Fire. Well, their utility management in the first half was pretty diabolical. But looking at it here and now, they've severely outnumbered the Young Gods side in theirs. They've got this offensive utility ready for a site take, but have they left things a bit too late? And as soon as I compliment their utility management, yes, they clear out sandbags, but they're burning through all of this on their own and not making any aggressive plays off the back of it. Instead, allowing Venom Zero to get up close and personal. He's going to double up with Snows in, and it's an absolute bloodbath towards the A site. Kenshin does not have the bomb, but he does have the rear flank. If he can catch Burns here, perhaps there's hope. And he will find the first, but only 22 HP left. There's no bomb on him, and he's going to run out of time. He either needs to go down or save this AK. There's no in between.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to attempt to take some fights here, but now with 10 seconds on the clock, he may just tuck himself into this corner and just give this one up. And in fact, he's found an avenue of escape. He'll hop himself out of this one and bring that AK-47 forward. There will be a full buy coming out for Eternal Fire Academy. And the boys, although the utility's not going to be so strong for them, we may see at least one Galil come out on the back of Dougie Versus. But look at this well-timed ramp retake from the Young Gods. I'm loving that. Just bodies up, 3 people in. They've played off the back of utility and nades being pulled out, and it's just been timed perfectly. The trades go their way, and they are able to put their first CT side round on the board.
I mean, they catch everyone with their pants down there in that little ramp take because they've all got util in their hands. None of them are expecting that push, despite the timer being so low, and despite the fact that they just used up all of their util, and Young Gods do know how to count. So Venom Zero at the top of the ramp there. Well, he's dancing around as Next peeks on in as well. And Eternal Fire, well, they're just going to walk straight into his open arms, and as soon as I say that, I'm going to eat my words again, as M-Star, that's a lovely double kill towards middle. Young Gods, the defense now spread thin.
Yeah, so the trade's going in favor of Eternal Fire Academy. Well done by M-Star there to recover that situation in middle. Since then, the Eternal Fire Academy boys, they've all given up that position. It has now been retaken by the Young Gods, with Lineco getting himself in a position to confirm that mid is indeed clear. And Burns over towards the B bomb site will even the odds with a kill through the wood onto Acadia. He's got 3 more bodies coming his way, though. He has to put in a stand, and there's 2 quick kills. 3, in fact, for Burns as he sprays them all down at range. And it's all onto Kenshin now. 1 versus 3. He's got time going his way, but look at the bomb so far away. A 4th kill for Burns, and he stands strong on the B hold.
Oh, that's an incredibly tragic round to be thrown away there by Eternal Fire. They have the advantage, but they don't back themselves enough. The lack of confidence, they play things so slow. They wait to group up as a 4 when they could have very easily kept that middle control, gone for the B split, and that would have completely outnumbered the Young Gods' defense. But again, their inability, I suppose, to split up and search for clues, as they'd say in Scooby-Doo. They need to find a couple more isolated players and just have the confidence that in a 2-2 split they can go for these trade plays. And Venom Zero now, talking of confidence, look at him go! First pistol down, and that's M-Star, the attempted hero of the previous, already removed. It's just not looking good for Eternal Fire. And they don't... Oh, why? Why, Acadia, would you walk out not even holding a pistol there? That is painful to watch.
Yeah, caught pants down there, unfortunately, with KD. Up to Kenshin and Dougie Versus with the Deagles in hand. A couple of kills would be all they're really looking for. But Next climbs down at distance onto Kenshin. Dougie versus with one back in return, but a 1 versus 4 with just an eagle in hand, and Burns shuts him down no problem whatsoever. So 12-8. We will be seeing a gun round come in here for Eternal Fire Academy. No AWP so far in this half, to my knowledge, for the Turkish side. Will we see an AWP elsewhere? No.
Oh, yeah,
in fact, we do. Snowzin pulls it out. And we saw the 1v3 attempt for him in the previous half, so we know he's well versed with this gun in hand.
Yeah, and that's another thing for the Young Gods here. Apart from the initial lost 2 rounds, they've been keeping a pretty good check on their economy. They're keeping a fairly decent number of players alive. And next, my goodness me, he doesn't care about keeping himself alive. Suicidally jumping into the fray. Catches one, Venom 0 to trade, man advantage again, and look at this. Oh, Snowzin narrowly missing a shot there. With that opportunity missed, there is still 3 alive on this Eternal Fire Academy squad, and Venom 0, he's jump spotting. They think he's already left. They're completely unawares that Colors is on the deep right side, and this could massively play into his advantage. He just needs a bit of patience here, and that's exactly what we needed to see from him. A great strike there from Colors, and he can also back away from this, but I believe the bomb is stuck in no man's land.
Henson, look at this play he's made. He's been able to sneak the whole way through middle, and not a single player on the Young Gods knows he's here. Snowzin gets caught back turned, and that's an open A bomb site now. Henson's going to be able to shut down the rotation, but he loses the 1 versus 1 to Laneko. Now this round gets messy. Colors has positioned himself to play off the back of that early flank, but now he's going to have to win this duel. He's able to do it by the skin of his teeth as he gets dinked down to 10 HP, and that throws Burns down into the 1 versus 2 situation. He's got an AK in hand, which we know how strong this AK-47 is, especially on the CT side. He's got the kit and smoke to work with as well, so definitely a doable 1 versus 2. Let's see how he opts to use this utility. Nade towards the sandbags to at least confirm that if anyone low HP was there, they are now in a body bag. And the smoke and Molotov to block off the short side. It's just the fake, though. They're going to try and smoke it off and run through it. They're calling his bluff now. Colors goes wide, swinging out with a spray, and it's all onto Dougie versus. He's missing his opportunity to get the shot through the smoke, but at the very last second, he catches Burns with a bullet. Eternal Fire, finally, they answer back with a T gun round of their own.
Man, that was a close fought affair. And look at this from next to Venom 0 to start things off. This round was again firmly in the hands of Young Gods until we get a fantastic solo play from a lurk in middle. And that play absolutely demolishes any chance that Young Gods had of winning this round. Even with Laneko finding the trade frag, he just didn't have the space or timing to walk back onto that site and take another duel. And also, he doesn't wait for his teammate to rotate in over with him. If he had done that, could have been a different story, but he just acts a bit too fast. And now it will be pistols and an MP9 for Young Gods. If they win this one, well, first of all, Eternal Fire are in a lot of trouble. And second of all, it would be a miracle.
Yeah, absolutely. Eternal Fire have done a good job here, in fact. They've broken the economy of the Young Gods. At least we will see double digits for them, given that they do not lose a round against an MP9 and a Deagle and 3 USPs. Kensin, he's got an idea of Burns sneaking through that smoke, and he will open things up with a kill. And look at all these duels going down towards ramp. Dougie versus takes down Venom 0, a big hitter for the Young Gods. And it's all onto Laneko and Next. They're over in the wrong spot. They're isolated behind the bomb site right now. And Colors rips Laneko's head clean off. Just Next now, USP in hand, and not a hope in hell. Eternal Fire Academy now put 10 rounds on the board, Sneaky.
Okay. There's a bit of confidence there from Eternal Fire. They're not afraid to run at them anymore. I think one of the things that we saw was affecting them earlier in these T rounds is, okay, I know they're up against the pistols and a singular SMG in this one, but they were just waiting too long to execute after throwing their util. And I think this round and the previous round proves a bit more that yeah, they are starting to come into their comfort zone here. They are starting to play with a bit more confidence, and I'm hoping they can keep this up. You know, it's been good for them so far. And I want to see them put a game on the board, and this is as good a game as any. They came very close against the Young Gods last time. Admittedly, a different map and, well, a very different scenario to this. Venom 0, hello? Oh my goodness, what the hell has M-Star and Wicadia just done there? That is monstrous. They just jumped past him. That's not even 4-3. He must be playing on a pixel, my god. And somehow they bring it back to a 2v3 from that weird start. But Snowzin and Burns, they might already want to just call a save. I have no idea what just happened there, but they got completely overwhelmed, and Venom Zero dropped his glasses.
Yeah, I am completely lost for words as of what I've just seen on that ramp duel. Venom Zero, it must have been a 4x3 thing. Surely he was right
was
in front of
nuts.
him on his screen there. You can tell that was a well-rehearsed play, though, from Eternal Fire Academy, with that first man taking point, jumping up on the sandbags and immediately taking the fight to the close CT. Venom Zero, his position what had to be ignored for the first entry fragger as the smokes were down for the second two players to be able to work around them, to be able to get those trades. And trades indeed. Eternal Fire Academy now put their 11th round on the board. And this game's getting more and more interesting as it goes on, Sneaky. We find ourselves now one round between these two teams, and this could go either way at this stage. The one rifle saving from Burns goes down. Now just an AWP brought forward from Snowzin, and they're going to have to either force buy around this or just save completely. We see the Deagles come out, so it's going to be the save, and we may find ourselves here 12-12.
Man. Just going back to that previous round as well. If I, with X-Ray, was that surprised by the play that I could barely articulate things, imagine how surprised that the poor old Venom Zero was as they just throw themselves at him. It's a nice little exit frag there from the Orca, and oh, straight into the swing of things again. Lineko's got one on the Desert Eagle, but M-Star and Kenshin, they are entering very confidently now. Look at what happens now that they play with a bit of speed, play with a bit of confidence. They are tearing through this Young Gods lineup, and again, it is pistols and a couple of saved over weapons here. Even so, the principle is the same. If they can keep this up in gun rounds, then my goodness, Young Gods, who I thought would originally be running away with this series with a 9-6 half, they could be in some serious trouble here.
Absolutely. We saw briefly there, Lineko looked like he'd got himself into a great position behind Eternal Fire, managed to recover a dropped 8k as well. Wacadia's that had hit the ground, but Color's presence of mind shuts him down. Snowzin on the saved AWP from the round prior will look to maintain his life in this situation, but he's already being hunted. Kenshin shuts him down, and Burns will hit the ground last. We are all tied up after 24 rounds played. Going into the end of this second half, this could go either way.
Yeah, it really could, and I'm here for it. This is an exciting second half, much more so than could have been predicted from that end to the first. I mean, the frags, they're coming on out. Everyone's coming out swinging at this point, and we finally have ourselves another proper gun round. It's been a little bit all over the place for the past 3 rounds, but this is what we want to see. And with full util, well, I say full util, with a decent spattering of util, which has now all been used up by Young Gods. Well, again, Eternal Fire, they've got the advantage. Wow, what an incredible piece of util that was. Some great camera work as well.
Hold on, I need to mark this one in the demo. 1 sec.
Yeah. As now into the rest of the round we go. Crowded by the fog of what? M-Star? Oh my god, we're missing smokes. We're killing our teammates. What is happening here? Are you kidding me? Mark that one in the demo as well as Venom Zero. Oh, he's gifted one onto Colors, but Colors still comes out on top. We're into a 3v3, but Lineko, he's had a couple of mistakes in these past few rounds, but finally coming out to play again. Smoke dropped down. Colors trying to rekindle things, dancing around the site boxes, but he's unable to find anyone else as Kenshin, again, lurking in towards middle. I love this position for him. He needs to land that kill, though, and Burns somehow comes out on top. Colors, the young gun, just 17 years of age, thrown into this near impossible 1v3, tries to isolate the fight, can't quite pull it over the line, and that's a great round for Young Gods to be winning over 13-12, and you can see the smile on Lineko's face as he gets flashbanged by his ring light.
What on earth was that round? That was a seriously messy start. Young Gods have been able to come out with it in the end there thanks to some heroics from Lineko, but a missed smoke to kick things off. That was from the CT side for their ramp smoke. They missed that entirely. Then we've got what? M-Star absolutely ripping Wacadia's head off towards the bottom of ramp.
I don't know what just happened. How did that even happen? Was it in the smoke? Or...
No, I think he just shot him in the face.
Oh god, Wacadia taking his anger out on Venom Zero this time now that his teammate that killed him in the previous has already been removed from the server. 4v4. Kenshin dancing around the smoke in middle. As the rest of Eternal Fire again, they push up without his help. Snows in. I like this from him. And then he falls out of the play. I reckon he could have got an early pick onto Acadia here instead. He's the one who takes a bit of chip damage. He's forced off. The flash comes on out. Now Eternal Fire. They might not actually be going for this. No, okay. I'm pretty sure they're going for this A play here.
Yeah, they've got a lot of bodies stacked up towards this side of the map, and no presence shown elsewhere for the time being from the Eternal Fire Academy side. So Snowsin looked like he was between two mines there when he was edging forward, wanted to take a little aggressive peek towards the ramp, but instead opts for the Molotov. He looked a little bit flustered in that situation, but gets himself into a good position now to attempt this retake. And it is indeed a retake as the bomb goes down. Then Echo will open up the retake with a kill of his own, and next onto Acadia as well. So Dougie versus and Colors in a 2 versus 3 situation. And this one's a very crucial one that they need to pick up. If they do go down here without at least some kills in their favor, which they don't get,
oh no,
then things are really in tatters for them now. The money is not great for them. At least they were able to get that bomb down. That gives them a little bit of extra cash to work with going into this round. But they've got a tough decision to make here because 2 players on their team cannot buy up into this one. They either have to force up and accept the fact that you're going to have a couple of players on Mac 10s, maybe a Galil instead.
Well, there it is.
There it is.
That's the full force coming through, and at such a dire point as this, that's a very risky decision. I understand that they want to deny Young Gods this match point, but if they don't deny them this match point, they've just lost themselves the game off of this bye. And again, we've talked about how close Eternal Fire have made some of these more recent games, and this is no exception. They've made the double digits. They've made every round a painstaking task, especially on this CT side for Young Gods, and my goodness, it's getting treacherous in towards middle, but they keep running. I like the confidence, but they don't use any util. They peek on dry. They're going to get cut down by the CT players. Burns to an Echo. They chime on in. Next, he extinguishes that Molotov as well. Gives him some chance to retreat, but Emstar and Dougie, they find one apiece, and into the 3v2 with Throne as Emstar goes down as well. It's all up to Dougie. The buy, it's looking like it could well have failed here. He'd have to pull off a miraculous 1v3, and it's not going to happen. 15 on the board to Young Gods, and I wasn't a big fan of that buy. You can see exactly why here. Eternal Fire Academy, they even buy the util up around those AKs. They just don't use any of it. I think we see 2 smokes thrown when in order to take middle, they could have thrown one right side to cut off elevators. They could have thrown a flash to allow them to peek CT. There was so much opportunity there, but they go faster than their minds can comprehend with their util.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you wholeheartedly that that was not the right decision to buy up into that round. They could have had a really solid attempt here to push overtime in this 28th round instead, but they've thrown it all away off the back of, well, a really discombobulated mid-rush by the looks of it. No smoke to cover off either side, and he just turns the corner with his back to CT spawn, completely ignoring the fact that there could be somebody there, and it was just an easy clean-up there for the Young Gods. Now 1 round away from winning this match and going 2-0 in their group games against Eternal Fire Academy. But can the Eternal Fire Academy side redeem themselves in this round, I wonder? They've got ramp control at the bare minimum. Wicadia, slight overextension from him as his teams weren't in a position to trade, but now they are. M-Star hits the ground, but immediately traded by Wicadia on the Deagle. And Kenshin's got himself a forward position down the short side as well. So this round may at least get interesting. Snowsin with a quick scope over the top of the sandbags will at least get 1 for 1. But a man advantage for Eternal Fire Academy. We've got low HP here on Burns as well. But next, looks like he's going to regress down this short side. Is this being accounted for right now? Kenshin headed in the direction, and he's going to shut the lone man down. Now Burns thrust on into the 1 versus 3. Information as to his position now known by the Eternal Fire side. But Kenshin goes for an overextension into the peak, gives him an isolated 1 versus 1, and now he's only got 2 more players in front of them. One of them being an AWP, which of course it can be tough sometimes to get the immediate trade as an AWP player. Colors though, he's timed this flank perfectly, got round the back of Burns, and he will put that 13th round on the board and keep the game alive for Eternal Fire.
A lovely bit of ring around the roses on the bomb site to put us into this position. And I was going to say, surely not. Surely this isn't the round that Young Gods let slip after such a dominant looking previous. But with that round going in favour of Eternal Fire, with the Turkish squad not giving up, look at the economy on Young Gods now. They've got one FAMAS. They might have a little bit more on Snowzin, but no, he wants to pick up that AWP, and rightfully so. He's been fairly good on it this game so far. A couple of crucial misses, but I mean, in the heat of the moment, when you are 15, obviously, it's a lot of pressure to be putting on someone of that age, especially on a stage like this. As we head into this round, number 29 of regulation, the penultimate of regulation, Burns peeks on him with the FAMAS, and the only rifle for this CT side is confidently removed by Kenshin. And with that, we have a free A-bomb site with the exception of poor old Venom Zero on nothing more than a USP. How the hell does he get away with that frag? Wicadia, that is embarrassing, but Colors is thankfully there to pick things up. And we should be seeing Eternal Fire put themselves onto 14. Will this be the prophecy repeating itself? Will Eternal Fire pick up another 16-14 loss? Or can they finally take us over into an overtime here? Colors playing with confidence, and Dougie, it's a missed shot, but he goes back for more. And that's it. That's 15-14, Icon. What do you reckon? Which way is this one tipping in the balance?
I couldn't tell you right now, but what I can tell you is I need Venom Zero's settings right now. He swivels on his heels. He double dinks Wicadia before he even has a chance to spray him down. There's some nice two taps on the USP there. Unfortunately, not the biggest deal in the grand scheme of things, but at least a little bit of individual prowess shown there by Venom Zero. So here we are, round number 30. All the marbles on the line here. Eternal Fire do not pick this one up. They will be going down into the 0-10 situation in the group stage. But if they can win this one with a good opener as well from Dougie Versus, we may be seeing overtime just yet, Sneaky. Venom Zero is in a forward position here. He's got a flash to help him out, but he peaks too slow off the back of it. A bit of lack of confidence, perhaps, off the back of the flashbang, and that may cost the Young Gods here. We've got a two-man advantage for the Eternal Fire Academy as utility is being laid out towards this A bomb site, but Leneko, he knows that they're not up just yet. He's isolated in this position right now, and Colors is looking slightly in his direction. There's a duel, an important duel coming down here, and Leneko wins it out. That keeps the round alive for the time being. Dougie Versus, though, will trade. Still a two-man advantage for the Eternal Fire Academy side. Make that one man now as the site execute utility comes in. And it's up to Burns and Next to take this one now and not allow Eternal Fire to push this into overtime.
Well, with overtime looming, Eternal Fire are no doubt going to get a spring in their step. They've got their confidence back. They know they've got the man advantage, but Burns does spot them bunny hopping away towards the short side. He peeks on in ever so slowly, and Kenshin finds the headshot. Next, he sees two towards short, dancing around the smoke, can't quite tap the bomb in the midst of all the panic. He keeps dancing around, and that time is ticking away, and ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be an overtime here. Eternal Fire, they've not done it yet, but they've at least gotten far further than they have done before. They found 15 rounds in a game.
Yeah, absolutely. Is this the first time that we've seen them reach 15 rounds? Have any of their losses been in an overtime?
No,
I don't know if they have.
This is the first time they've hit 15 rounds this entire tournament, and so no doubt there's hope. There's glimmers of hope flooding through this squad right now.
Well, that's a pat on the back at the end of the day, right? If you don't come away with a win, at least you can say to yourself, well, we got that 15-round mark on the board, one more than we were able to previously, and that is an improvement at the end of the day. They're, of course, though, now on for the potential win in this situation. Instead of going 0-10 in groups, they might find themselves 1-9, and yet they can start to build up a little bit of pride going into the final few games of the season. We see a slow one here in our first round of overtime. Utility being traded towards the ramp side. Eternal Fire Academy, they're just going for a cheeky creep right now. Not expending too much of their smokes and molotovs to clear out their close angles. Of course, you need to make sure that sandbags is checked, and you've got that one confirmed. And that is confirmed now. They've got 3 CTs over towards this A-bomb site right now. Snow's in this time round without the AWP in hand. He's on the M4, in fact. And it will be Burns given the responsibility of the big green gun in this first round of overtime. So an interesting decision there. And I wonder why they've opted to go for that one. It looks, in fact, that they've positioned Burns over towards the B side of the map, all on his lonesome just to lock things off, and gone for this heavy stack on the CT side over towards this A-bomb site. A flash from Snowzin, Fallen Echo to play off the back of it and clear out the close angle, but in fact they don't react. The Molotov's there to block them from being able to do so anyway. Molotovs, in 2 Molotovs going out to that side. Venom Zero with a big chance to have a hold here. He opens things up with a kill, but Colors 2 quick trades, and that's a bomb site now in the hands of Eternal Fire Academy.
Yeah, Colors does get that bomb down in the nick of time before those smoke walls clear, and that gives him a chance to reposition. Really strong stuff again here from Eternal Fire Academy. And Dougie Versus, well, prime spot with that AWP, peeks on back in slowly but surely. I'd say Young Gods need at least 2 rounds on their CT side here, otherwise they could be in some serious trouble. As Eternal Fire, my goodness, look at the forward positioning. Kenson bags the head of Snowzin. Next will trade on out, and a smoke does come over the top of the boxes. Dougie, how does that shot not connect? It goes straight between 2 players, but oh my goodness me, what an end to the round for Eternal Fire Academy. That is gorgeously done. They're dancing around those retakers like nobody's business. And they've just out-soused the Brazilians. A very impressive end to the dance indeed.
Yeah, lovely stuff there from Eternal Fire Academy in the post plant. It was looking a little bit sketchy on the site, hit with Venom Zero and Leneko, well positioned to at least contest it. But great trades from Colors and a lovely little couple of shots from Dougie Versus and Colors to shut down that final retake attempt. So now, for the first time, I think, in the game, we see Eternal Fire Academy pull ahead on the scoreboard. They have the 1-round advantage, and it's up to them now to build upon this. So far, so bad here in round number 32. They've got a 1-man disadvantage. Venom Zero here up on an island. He wants to take an aggressive fight, and he's got 2 bodies coming his way, but MStar rips his crown straight off. Snowzin in the AWP 1v1 against Dougie Versus. He wins it out. Next, playing some smoke tricks as well. Sneaks on through, takes down the bomb carrier, and it's all onto Colors in what was a 1 versus 3. Now becomes a 1 versus 2, but he runs out of bullets. Snowzin has to hit the quick shot, and in fact, he does. Colors, he did his best in the situation, but unfortunately, the magazine runs dry, and we are all tied up once again.
Oh no, that's so unfortunate. That was such a free kill as well. The flashbang timed to perfection, but the AWP, it's given way too much time to react there. And you can even see that Snowzin thought he was a dead man. He's doing circles at the bottom of the ramp. Yeah, comes back, lands the shot. And 16-16 on the scoreboard. My goodness, what a game we've got on our hands here. Burns. I like this. He's gone for a bit of a change up here. Aggression down towards B. As Eternal Fire have seriously been neglecting their B stairs presence. And if he manages to walk all the way down here, like I think he can, that could be a good rear flank. But he's walking back up that staircase, opting not to overextend, which, well, I suppose it wouldn't even be the overextension. I reckon that would be a good play. He's just not gone and committed to it, which could come back to cost him, especially in terms of information.
Yeah, a bit of a slow start here. A dance of utility from both teams. No control taken from Eternal Fire Academy towards that B side of the map, but it snows in to take the first engagement of the round against MStar. He's able to win it out, and Kenshin, I believe, has snuck past the angle of Snowzin's AWP between shots. But in fact, now spotted out as the duel comes in. Burns gets taken down by Colors, just B-hopping his way into the B-bomb site. And now it's up to Snowzin once again. He's in a position behind the generator, and 2 rotators here, already close to contest. A lovely flick from the young gun of Snowzin. Venom Zero shuts down the Kensin mid-lurk, and it's all onto Dougie Versus in a 1 versus 4. Able to pick up the first kill onto Next, but Snowzin's got the line held already, and we go into the second half of our first side of overtime here, with a 1-round advantage for the Young Gods.
I can't tell if I want to compare Snowzin to Draken or Woxic right now. Because, like, the flicks are crazy. And, like, that first shot, I think he should have landed that first shot. Don't get me wrong, he makes up for it in droves. Like, goes absolutely nuts for the remaining 2 kills. I'm pretty sure he's a fairly high-sense player as well. I feel like he's like he's a mishmash of the pair of them. Despite the fact that he's Brazilian rather than Turkish here. But, oh, man, looking at that shot again, it's just tantalizing. And look at how young he is, man. He could easily pass as like a 9-year-old. But he is 15 and he's doing great work here. As I said, that kind of pressure is not easy to deal with. And yeah, back when Manesi was 15, back when he was playing not even for NAVI Junior, but for NAVI Youth, I had the pleasure of casting him a couple of times. He was just the same as this kid. Two amazing Counter-Strike regions, Ukraine and Brazil. Yeah, there's a great future for all of the kids playing in the... Well, I say kids, all of the people playing in the Academy League right now. We do have the odd 25-year-old IGL sneaking on in. But other than that, yeah, Young Gods, they've got that round advantage. Now they just need to replicate a successful a T side as they put up in the first half of this game, as I will now end my waffling.
Yeah, definitely some untapped potential in the server, as always, is in the WePlay Academy League. Dougie Versus being pressured towards this A side of the map. Ramp in full control of the Young Gods T side for the time being. And I wonder, does Dougie Versus go for the re-aggression here? He's on a bit of an island all by himself, but rotation's coming in just now. But look, the Young Gods have decided against it. They've shown their presence towards this A side of the map. They've baited the rotations of the CT side elsewhere. And now they set their sights on the B bomb site. Plenty of utility to make a good effort of an execute at this one. And Colors moving away from the site is going to lock himself out of this one. There is no chance for Eternal Fire Academy to be in the right positions to make a site defense here. Wakadia does his best to get into a position, but too little too late. And next open things up with two massive entry kills. An Echo with a third. And already, this is round done and dusted here. Young Gods up to 18 without a doubt. Kenshin on 1 HP and Dougie Versus with an AWP as well. The two Warps can't get into this one, Sneaky. They've got no choice but to back on away and concede this 18th round to Young Gods.
I think that was the first time we've really seen an over-rotation from either team, and also a great fake sell. And then off the back of that, perfect utility landing on that B site. And with Next taking initiative, he clears everything up to the wall. Gets a bit cheeky with it, peeks on out into the AWPer, manages to force Kenshin away with 1 HP. Very unlucky he doesn't finish the job there, but he doesn't overextend. He doesn't like run into CT, try and jump onto scaffolding, which is something that we saw them doing on the A-bomb site on one of their previous T sides. They just kept on pushing through, and then they got mowed down by Eternal Fire as they went through their own smoke wall. But yeah, this one was played to perfection by the Young Gods squad, and looking at them now, they're in a deadly spot. They're in match point position, and an Eternal Fire, off the back of having to save two of their guys over, they will have the money, but I don't know if they'll have the confidence, especially after being sort of led in the wrong direction so severely in that last round.
That's a bit of a disheartening round to lose in the fashion that they did there. They've fully rotated away from that B bomb site. Colors the lone man there. Just as the execute comes in, tucks himself behind the back wall and in no position to get back into this one. In this round, though, things will open up in favor of Eternal Fire Academy as M-Star puts his name in the kill feed twice. Colors with a kill onto Burns as well. And already Snow's in on very low HP, gets his head ripped off by Colors. So next, in a 1 versus 5, I'm going to write him off from the get-go here, Sneaky, and say he's not going to be winning this one. But at least he's got the first kill of the round. He's going to be heading into this one. He's got to have a crack at it, of course. We're in overtime here. They've got the cash to make it work regardless. So with a minute on the clock, he has got a little bit of space to work with at the bare minimum. The flash goes over the top. Will it allow him to cross safely? In fact, it does. And he wins the duel onto M-Star as well. Hang on, I maybe wrote him off a little bit too early. We've got split up CTs right now, and two of these players are on AWPs. There's a world where Next could win this one out.
No,
and he's ripped Dougie Versus his head off as well. Oh, Lord. Kenshin and Wikadia in the 2 versus 1 now. They need to play this one cool, calm, and collected because we do not want to see the Young Gods winning this one off the back of a 1v5 clutch from Next. Surely he's trying to bait out these peaks. He's going to no commitment for the bomb plant now as he baits in. He's heard Kenshin move. He's going to pivot around him perfectly. Will he expect the second man in the heavens? No, he doesn't. And Wikadia shoots him at the back. A quality attempt there from Next. Puts 4 kills on the board. And I wrote him off from the get-go, Sneaky. I said there's no way this guy wins the 1 versus 5. But he takes 1v1 after 1v1 and wins them cleanly. Oh, but a well-played 1v2 there by the Eternal Fire boys. They're in tradable positions at the very least, and they are able to keep the game alive. That was a sketchy one.
I mean, you say well played in a 2v1. I have to disagree, honestly. It gets far closer than it should have. After he kills Kenshin, the swing doesn't come in for ages. It's only after he turns around to check the rear flank, because the swing doesn't come in for so long, that they're given an opportunity in the first place. But if he had just stayed there and held down that angle, then he wins a 1v5 ace clutch. And even after Colors shows his true colors, drops 32 kills right now, leading the charge for his squad. Even his insane play at the start of that round wasn't enough to put Young Gods truly into bed. And now a 5v3. After almost winning a 1v5 ace clutch, no doubt Eternal Fire is still shaking. And they didn't call a timeout either, which is what surprises me. Both of these teams, they've got timeouts left. I think we've seen one this entire game on the side of Eternal Fire. And even then, I might be going crazy. Kenshin, no doubt driving himself crazy as well, knowing the disadvantage he's in towards the top of the A ramp here. He sits so patiently as Laneko. He's walking up to his position, but Kenshin, he's gonna miss the timing. That is so unfortunate, and I know he doesn't have the X-ray. It's only us up here in the booth. But by God, it's heart-wrenching looking at all this happen. Flash over. Laneko, he's pushing up the ramp, and Icon, this could very well be it. The defense is spread so thinly. And Young Gods, they're starting to take the A site.
Yeah, it looked like perhaps the Eternal Fire in-game leader may have called a bit of a gamble stack over towards that B side of the map in the mid stages of the round there, as we saw Kenshin rotate off the ramp and clear middle. But now they're back in a position where they might be able to get something done, but it doesn't matter because look at the forward position of Next. He's pretty much already inside the B bomb site. And the over-rotations once again from Eternal Fire Academy. They've left it completely open for grabs. They're all out of position. They're rushing to get themselves into a spot to be able to do something about this one, but it's all said and done. Kenshin in a 1 versus 4, able to get the first kill onto Next, but already on 9 HP. They know exactly where he's at, and with 3 AK-47 staring down the barrel at him, he's able to get a second one. Kenshin's still in the round, and he could definitely win this one if he isolates his fights correctly. Still, he's able to win the 1v1 versus Snowzin, but Venom Zero with the immediate trade, and we go the full distance of regulation. We get to overtime, and it was a back and forth affair pretty much for the entire back end of this game. But no win once again for Eternal Fire. It will be the Young Gods taking this one again. Eternal Fire go down to that 0-10 standing, and the Young Gods find themselves now 5-5. What a game though, Sneaky.
I mean, that was so much fun, and what a great introduction for me for my first match of this tournament. And I'm so sad that neither of those clutches were able to come through, though. Look at this man. Like, he's had some great shots. As much as his consistency does need to be built upon, that final round as well, isolating the 1v1s, baiting out those shots, you can tell that some of these youngsters just have incredible game sense. And the fact that these players have enough prowess to strike that much fear into the hearts of the 5v1 situation, the 4v1 situation. Yeah, just through and through. Excellent stuff from both teams. There is bright futures for both of these youngsters. And don't get me wrong, maybe these rosters aren't the exact combination that these guys need to make it to the next level. But as you can see, there's promise here. I believe Eternal Fire have already switched out a couple of players at the start or coming into this tournament. So they're already doing much better than previous iterations. And hopefully, they've got 3 games left. 1 versus OG, 1 versus Fnatic, and 1 versus... Nope, that's a lie. They've already played those ones. They've got 3 left against Spirit and 0-0 Prospects. I mean, I reckon they could probably take one of those 2 games.
Yeah, definitely doable for them. And I mean, I just want to point out, Venom Zero still consistently putting up numbers. He's obviously coming into this one the highest rated player on the side of the Young Gods, and he puts in a decent performance here once again. A lot of impact frags, a lot of trades in situations where they had the man disadvantage, and also Snowzin. What a standout kid. We have talked about him a lot on the stream already, but when he's hitting the mechanically incredible shots that he's been, and at only 15 years of age, yes, you're right. This may not be the exact perfect iteration of this roster to get these boys to the next level, but I can tell you that this experience is invaluable for a kid like Snowzin.
Yeah. And also, just off the back of your point there, you know, we said we thought he was really high sense. Honda, actually, the Brazilian player, came into the chat and told me, no, he's 400 DPI 2 cents. Which is actually pretty low, pretty standard for one of the higher tier AWPers. And so, yeah, that just makes it even more impressive.
He's
Not
just
only is he
quick with
15,
it,
he's also
man.
got carpal tunnel syndrome, apparently.
Yeah, you do tend to see that kind of thing out of the young players coming up through the ranks these days. This is just incredible mechanical ability. It
Yeah.
looks like they're on high sense, but they're just flicking their arms at a speed that's, just impossible for an old man like myself to be able to do, I'm afraid. But there you can see the scoreboard from the game. Next, shining Venom Zero, as we've already spoken about.
Shout out
Snosing down
Colours,
the
though.
end there. Excuse me?
Sorry, just shout out to Colours. Like
Yeah,
he
he
was
did put on a
great.
good show.
Especially
has done
towards the
great.
end. Yeah. As I said, his true colours were shining through towards the end. I'm going to keep making that joke because I didn't get to make enough Kenshin Impact ones. And as you can see, a 1.45 KD, the 91.7 ADR, and a 6. Yeah, that's just
Very
crazy from him.
respectable.
Because Next had a lot of impact kills, but he was just plodding along the whole time on the flip side of things, man. A great player in colours. And Venom Zero, the other man you mentioned, like, yeah, he's looking pretty spicy. He had some great entries, but more importantly, some great trade kills that really kept the Young Gods in these rounds.
Yep, absolutely. So now we find ourselves in a bit of a difficult situation for the Eternal Fire Academy players. Of course, one thing that they can take away from this game, Sneaky, is the fact that they've pushed it to overtime. They've put a decent amount of rounds on the board, and they've made it their closest game yet in the Academy League, but still no win for them. Unfortunately, now finding themselves 0-10 in Group
Dear.
A, and there is just no chance in hell for them to be able to make it through to the gauntlet stage, which will be happening from, I believe, the 11th onwards. Let me double check that before I give you misinformation.
It's all right. And
On
whilst
your
you do
screen.
that,
Yeah,
whilst you
go
do
ahead.
that, we'll have just another quick recap. The schedule. I mean, we've had a great game between MOUZ NXT and Spirit Academy. I caught the end of that as well. Like, shout out to Scrawny and Launders for just a great cast on that one. Super exciting. And the end of the day has really just been a massive up in quality and competitiveness of these games. Like, this game we just casted so damn close. And I guess it's just like the real gaming hours. So later in the day you get, the more competitive the matches are. We saw NAVI as well earlier taking on Apeks. And Apeks, they've just looked pretty rough. In fact, incredibly rough after their initial roster changes. And NAVI have not looked good either. But the fact that they can deal a 16-6 blow today, it is very disappointing for the poor old Apeks Rebels. A massive drop-off after almost winning the tournament over in America. I believe that's Philadelphia. But looking quickly at the schedule for tomorrow, another very spicy matchup to start things off. MOUZ NXT versus OG Academy. And then Young Gods are back for some more action versus Fnatic Rising before NAVI Jr. and Astralis Talent get the opportunity to duke it out again at 7:40.
Yeah, absolutely. That's some great stuff going tomorrow. Once again, we will be back tomorrow evening for that Young Ninjas versus FURIA Academy game. And that's an exciting one that I'm looking forward to as well. I can tell you that I've just had a look and the gauntlet begins on Thursday the 9th. So we'll be getting that one underway, and that will determine who makes it through to that all-important playoff stage so that we can crown our winner here at the WePlay Academy League Season 4. So I believe that is all from us this evening. Do you have any closing thoughts, Sneaky?
I was just going to say, with $100,000 on the line, these Academy players, I mean, they're giving it their all. And I'm super looking forward for that finals, or for the gauntlet stage, and then the finals, of course. Can MOUZ NXT defend their title? I say the competition is arguably tougher this year than it was last time around. But without me rambling on any further, I think that is all from us for today. Thank you very much to everyone who came and watched. It's been a pleasure. I've been Sneaky. This has been the Wonderful Icon. And as we said, we'll be back with you for the final game of tomorrow as well. In the meantime, enjoy Scrawny and Launders and have a great night.